A patriot army combating for the freedom of the Irish race. So far from the paeans of praise lavished upon Sarsfield and the Jacobite army being justified, it is questionable whether a more enlightened or patriotic age than our own will not condemn them as little better than traitors for their action in seducing the Irish people from their allegiance to the cause of their country's freedom, to plunge them into a war on behalf of a foreign tyrant, a tyrant who, even in the midst of their struggles on his behalf, opposed the Dublin Parliament in its efforts to annul the supremacy of the English Parliament. The war between William and James offered a splendid opportunity to the subject people of Ireland to make a bid for freedom while the forces of their oppressors were rent in a civil war. The opportunity was cast aside, and the subject people took sides on behalf of the opposing factions of their enemies. The reason is not hard to find. The Catholic gentlemen and nobles who had the leadership of the people of Ireland at the time were, one and all, men who possessed considerable property in the country, property to which they had, notwithstanding their Catholicity, no more right or title than the merest Cromwellian or Williamite adventurer. The lands they held were lands which in former times belonged to the Irish people, in other words, they were tribe lands. As such, the peasantry then reduced to the position of mere tenants at will were the rightful owners of the soil, whilst the Jacobite chivalry of King James were either the descendants of men who had obtained their property in some former confiscation as the spoils of conquest, of men who had taken sides with the oppressor against their own countrymen and were allowed to retain their property as the fruits of treason, or finally, of men who had consented to seek from the English government a grant giving them a personal title to the lands of their clansmen. For such a combination no really national action could be expected, and from first to last of their public proceedings they acted as an English faction, and as an English faction only. In whatever point they might disagree with the Williamites, they were at least in perfect accord with them on one point, viz., that the Irish people should be a subject people, and it will be readily understood that even had the war ended in the complete defeat of William and the triumph of James, the lot of the Irish, whether as tillers of the soil or as a nation, would not have been substantially improved. The undeniable patriotism of the rank and file does not alter the truthfulness of this analysis of the situation. They saw only the new enemy from England, the old English enemy settled in Ireland. They were generously, but foolishly, ready to credit with all the virtues and attributes of patriotic Irishmen. To further illustrate our point regarding the character of the Jacobite leaders in Ireland, we might adduce the result of the great land settlement of Ireland in 1675. 11 million acres had been surveyed at the time, of which 4 million acres were in the possession of Protestant settlers as the result of previous confiscations. Lands so held were never disturbed, but the remainder were distributed as follows. The lands left to the Catholics were distributed among the Catholic gentlemen as follows. It will be thus seen that with the exception of the lands held in Connaught, all the lands held by the Catholic gentry throughout Ireland were lands gained in the manner we have before described as spoils of conquest or the fruits of treachery. Even in that province the lands of the gentry were held under a feudal tenure from the English crown, and therefore their owners had entered into a direct agreement with the invader to set aside the rights of the clan community in favor of their own personal claims. Here then was the real reason for the refusal of the Irish leaders of that time to raise the standard of the Irish nation instead of the banner of an English faction. They fought, not for freedom for Ireland, nor for the restitution of their rights to the Irish people, but rather to secure that the class who then enjoyed the privilege of robbing the Irish people should not be compelled to give way in their turn to a fresh horde of land thieves. Much has been made of their attempt to repeal Poyning's Law 1 and in other ways to give greater legislative force to the resolutions of the Dublin Parliament, as if such acts were a proof of their sincere desire to free the country, and not merely to make certain their own tenure of power. But such claims, on the part of some writers, are only another proof of the difficulty of comprehending historical occurrences without having some central principle to guide and direct the task. For the benefit of our readers we may here set forth the socialist key to the pages of history, in order that it may be the more readily understood why in the past the governing classes have ever and always aimed at the conquest of political power as the guarantee for their economic domination or, to put it more plainly, for the social subjection of the masses, and why the freedom of the workers, even in a political sense, must be incomplete and insecure until they wrest from the governing classes the possession of the land and instruments of wealth production. This proposition, or key to history, as set forth by Karl Marx, the greatest of modern thinkers and first of scientific socialists, is as follows: that in every historical epoch the prevailing method of economic production and exchange, and the social organization necessarily following from it, forms the basis upon which alone can be explained the political and intellectual history of that epoch. In Ireland at the time of the Williamite War, the prevailing method of economic production and exchange was the feudal method, based upon the private ownership of lands stolen from the Irish people, and all the political struggles of the period were built upon the material interests of one set of usurpers who wished to retain, and another set who wished to obtain, the mastery of those lands. In other words, the application of such a key as the above to the problem furnished by the Jacobite Parliament of King James, at once explains the reason of the so-called patriotic efforts of the Catholic gentry. Their efforts were directed to the conservation of their own rights of property, as against the right of the English Parliament to interfere with or regulate such rights. The so-called Patriot Parliament was in reality, like every other parliament that ever sat in Dublin, merely a collection of land thieves and their lackeys. Their patriotism consisted in an effort to retain for themselves the lands of the native peasantry. The English influence against which they protested was the influence of their fellow thieves in England, hungry for a share of the spoil, and Sarsfield and his followers did not become patriots because of their fight against King William's government any more than an Irish Whig out of his office becomes a patriot because of his hatred to the Tories who are in. The forces which battled beneath the walls of Derry or Limerick were not the forces of England and Ireland, but the forces of two English political parties fighting for the possession of the powers of government, and the leaders of the Irish wild geese on the battlefield of Europe were not shedding their blood because of their fidelity to Ireland, as our historians pretend to believe, but because they had attached themselves to the defeated side in English politics. This fact was fully illustrated by the action of the old Franco-Irish at the time of the French Revolution. They in a body volunteered into the English army to help to put down the new French Republic, and as a result Europe witnessed the spectacle of the new Republican Irish exiles fighting for the French Revolution, and the sons of the old aristocratic Irish exiles fighting under the banner of England to put down that revolution. It is time we learn to appreciate and value the truth upon such matters, and to brush from our eyes the cobwebs woven across them by our ignorant or unscrupulous history-writing politicians. On the other hand, it is just as necessary to remember that King William, when he had finally subdued his enemies in Ireland, showed by his actions that he and his followers were animated throughout by the same class feeling and considerations as their opponents. When the war was over, William confiscated 1.5 million acres, and distributed them among the aristocratic plunderers who followed him, as follows. He gave Lord Bentinck 135,300 acres, Lord Albemarle 103,603, Lord Coningsby 59,667, Lord Romney 49,517, Lord Galway 36,142, Lord Athlone 26,840, Lord Rochford 49,512, Dr. Leslie 16,000, Mr. F. Keithley 12,000, Lord Mountjoy 12,000, Sir T. Prendergast 7,083, Colonel Hamilton 5,886 acres. These are a few of the men whose descendants some presumably sane Irishmen imagine will be converted into nationalists by preaching a union of classes. It must not be forgotten, also, if only as proof of his religious sincerity, that King William bestowed 95,000 acres, plundered from the Irish people, upon his paramour, Elizabeth Villars, Countess of Orkney. But the virtuous Irish Parliament interfered, took back the land, and distributed it amongst their immediate friends, the Irish Loyalist adventurers. Chapter 3. Peasant Rebellions. To permit a small class, whether alien or native, to obtain a monopoly of the land is an intolerable injustice, Its continued enforcement is neither more nor less a robbery of the hard and laborious earnings of the poor. Irish People, Organ of the Fenian Brotherhood, July 30, 1864. In the preceding chapter we pointed out that the Williamite War in Ireland, from Derry to Limerick, was primarily a war for mastery over the Irish people, and that all questions of national or industrial freedom were ignored by the leaders on both sides as being presumably what their modern prototypes would style beyond the pale of practical politics. When the nation had once more settled down to the pursuits of peace, and all fear of a Catholic or Jacobite rising had departed from the minds of even the most timorous squireen, the unfortunate tenantry of Ireland, whether Catholic or Protestant, were enlightened upon how little difference the war had made to their position as a subject class. The Catholic who had been so foolish as to adhere to the army of James could not, in the nature of things, expect much consideration from his conquerors, and he received none, but he had the consolation of seeing that the rank and file of his Protestant enemies were treated little, if at all, better than himself. When the hungry horde of adventurers who had brought companies to the service of William had glutted themselves with the plunder for which they had crossed the Channel, they showed no more disposition to remember the claims of the common soldier by the aid of whose sword they had climbed to power than do our present rulers when they consign to the workhouse the shattered frames of the poor fools who, with murder and pillage, have won for their masters empire in India or Africa. Before long the Protestant and Catholic tenants were suffering one common oppression. The question of political supremacy having been finally decided, the yoke of economic slavery was now laid unsparingly upon the backs of the laboring people. All religious sects suffered equally from this cause. The penal laws then in operation against the Catholics did indeed make the life of the propertied Catholics more insecure than would otherwise have been the case, but to the vast mass of the population the misery and hardship entailed by the working out of economic laws were fraught with infinitely more suffering than it was at any time within the power of the penal laws to inflict. As a matter of fact, the effect of the latter code in impoverishing wealthy Catholics has been much overrated. The class interests, which at all times unite the propertied section of the community, operated, to a large extent, to render impossible the application of the power of persecution to its full legal limits. Rich Catholics were quietly tolerated, and generally received from the rich Protestants an amount of respect and forbearance which the latter would not at any time extend to their Protestant tenantry or work people. So far was this true that, like the Jew, some Catholics became notorious as money lenders, and in the year 1763 a bill was introduced into the Irish House of Commons to give greater facilities to Protestants wishing to borrow money from Catholics. The bill proposed to enable Catholics to become mortgages of the landed estates in order that Protestants wishing to borrow money could give a mortgage upon their lands as security to the Catholic lender. The bill was defeated, but its introduction serves to show how little the penal laws had operated to prevent the accumulation of wealth by the Catholic propertied classes. But the social system thus firmly rooted in the soil of Ireland and accepted as righteous by the ruling class irrespective of religion was a greater enemy to the prosperity and happiness of the people than any legislation religious bigotry could devise. Modern Irish politicians, inspired either by a blissful unconsciousness of the facts of history, or else sublimely indifferent to its teachings, are in the habit of tracing the misery of Ireland to the legislative union as its source, but the slightest possible acquaintance with anti-union literature will reveal a record of famine, oppression, and injustice, due to economic causes, unsurpassed at any other stage of modern Irish history. Thus Dean Swift, writing in 1729, in that masterpiece of sarcasm entitled A Modest Proposal for Preventing the Children of the Poor People in Ireland from Becoming a Burden on Their Parents or Country, and for Making Them Beneficial to the Public, was so moved by the spectacle of poverty and wretchedness that, although having no love for the people, for whom, indeed, he had no better name than the savage old Irish, he produced the most vehement and bitter indictment of the society of his day, and the most striking picture of hopeless despair, that literature has yet revealed. Here is in effect his proposal. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town, or travel in the country, when they see the streets, the roads, and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4 or 6 children all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. I do, therefore, offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed. That the remaining 100,000 may at a year old be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone the fore or hind quarters will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would refuse to give 10 shillings for the carcase of a good, fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent, nutritious meat. Sarcasm, truly, but how terrible must have been the misery which made even such sarcasm permissible. Great as it undoubtedly was, it was surpassed 12 years later in the famine of 1740, when no less a number than 400,000 are estimated to have perished of hunger or of the diseases which follow in the wake of hunger. This may seem an exaggeration, but the statement is amply borne out by contemporary evidence. Thus Bishop Berkeley, of the Anglican Church, writing to Mr. Thomas Prior, of Dublin, in 1741, mentions that the other day I heard one from the county of Limerick say that whole villages were entirely dispeopled. About 2 months since I heard Sir Richard Cox say that 500 were dead in the parish, though in a country, I believe, not very populous. And a pamphlet entitled The Groans of Ireland, published in 1741, asserts, the universal scarcity was followed by fluxes and malignant fevers, which swept off multitudes of all sorts, so that whole villages were laid waste. This famine, be it remarked, like all modern famine, was solely attributable to economic causes. The poor of all religions and politics were equally sufferers, the rich of all religions and politics were equally exempt. It is also noteworthy, as illustrating the manner in which the hireling scribes of the propertied classes have written history, while a voluminous literature has arisen round the penal laws, a subject of merely posthumous interest, a matter of such overwhelming importance, both historically and practically, as the predisposing causes of Irish famine can, as yet, claim no notice except scanty and unavoidable references in national history. The country had not recovered from the direful effects of this famine when a further economic development once more plunged the inhabitants into blackest despair. Disease having attacked and destroyed great quantities of cattle in England, the aristocratic rulers of that country, fearful lest the ensuing high price of meat should lead to a demand for higher wages on the part of the working class in England, removed the embargo off Irish cattle, meat, butter, and cheese at the English ports, thus partly establishing free trade in those articles between the two countries. The immediate result was that all such provisions brought such a price in England that tillage farming in Ireland became unprofitable by comparison, and every effort was accordingly made to transform arable lands into sheep walks or grazing lands. The landlord class commenced evicting their tenants, breaking up small farms, and even seizing upon village common lands and pasture grounds all over the country, with the most disastrous results to the labouring people and cottiers generally. Where 100 families had reaped as sustenance from their small farms, or by hiring out their labour to the owners of large farms, a dozen shepherds now occupied their places. Immediately there sprung up throughout Ireland numbers of secret societies in which the dispossessed people strove by lawless acts and violent methods to restrain the greed of their masters, and to enforce their own right to life. They met in large bodies, generally at midnight, and proceeded to tear down enclosures, to hough cattle, to dig up and so render useless the pasture lands, to burn the houses of the shepherds, and in short, to terrorize their social rulers into abandoning the policy of grazing in favor of tillage, and to give more employment to the laborers and more security to the cottier. These secret organizations assumed different names and frequently adopted different methods, and it is now impossible to tell whether they possessed any coherent organization or not. Throughout the south they were called Witibois, from the practice of wearing white shirts over their clothes when on their nocturnal expeditions. About the year 1762 they posted their notices on conspicuous places in the country districts, notably Cork, Waterford, Limerick, and Tipperary, threatening vengeance against such persons as had incurred their displeasure as graziers, evicting landlords, etc. These proclamations were signed by an imaginary female, sometimes called the Sivoltic, sometimes Queensiv, sometimes they were in the name of Queensiv and her subjects. Government warred upon these poor wretches in the most vindictive manner, hanging, shooting, transporting without mercy, raiding villages at dead of night for suspected Witibois, and dragging the poor creatures before magistrates who never condescended to hear any evidence in favor of the prisoners, but condemned them to whatever punishments their vindictive class spirit or impaired digestion might prompt. The spirit of the ruling class against those poor slaves in revolt may be judged by two incidents exemplifying how Catholic and Protestant proprietors united to fortify injustice and preserve their privileges, even at a time when we have been led to believe that the penal laws formed an insuperable barrier against such union. In the year 1762 the government offered the sum of £100 for the capture of the first 5 Witiboi chiefs. The Protestant inhabitants of the city of Cork offered in addition £300 for the chief, and £50 for each of his first 5 accomplices arrested. Immediately the wealthy Catholics of the same city added to the above sums a promise of £200 for the chief and £40 for each of his first 5 subordinates. This was at a time when an English governor, Lord Chesterfield, declared that if the military had killed half as many landlords as they did Witibois, they would have contributed more effectually to restore quiet, a remark which conveys some slight idea of the carnage made among the peasantry. Yet, Flood, the great Protestant patriot, he of whom Davis sings, "Bless Harry Flood, who nobly stood by us through gloomy years," in the Irish House of Commons of 1763 fiercely denounced the government for not killing enough of the Witibois. He had called it clemency. Chapter 4. Social Revolts and Political Kites and Crows. When the aristocracy come forward the people fall backward, when the people come forward the aristocracy, fearful of being left behind, insinuate themselves into our ranks and rise into timid leaders of treacherous auxiliaries. Secret Manifesto of Projectors of United Irish Society, 1791. In the north of Ireland the secret organizations of the peasantry were known variously as Oak Boys and the Hearts of Steel or Steel Boys. The former directed their efforts mainly against the system of compulsory road repairing, by which they were required to contribute their unpaid labor for the upkeep of the county roads, a system, needless to say, offering every opportunity to the county gentry to secure labor gratuitously for the embellishment of their estates and private roads on the pretext of serving public ends. The Oakboy organization was particularly strong in the counties of Monaghan, Armagh, and Tyrone. In a pamphlet published about the year 1762, an account is given of a rising of the peasantry in the first named county and of the heroic exploits of the officer in command of the troops engaged in suppressing said rising, in a manner which irresistibly recalls the present accounts in the English newspapers of the punitive expeditions of the British Army against the marauding hill tribes of India or dacoits of Burma. The work is entitled The True and Faithful Account of the Late Insurrections in the North, with a narrative of Colonel Coote's campaign amongst the Oak Boys in County Monaghan, etc. The historian tells how, on hearing of the rising, the brave British officer set off with his men to the town of Castleblaney, how on his way thither he passed numerous bodies of the peasantry proceeding in the same direction, each with an oak bough or twig stuck in his hat as a sign of his treasonable sympathies, how on entering Castleblaney he warned the people to disperse, and only received defiant replies, and even hostile manifestations, how he then took refuge in the market house and prepared to defend it if need be, and how, after occupying that stronghold all night, he found the next morning the rebels had withdrawn from the town. Next, there is an account of the same valiant general's entry into the town of Ballabay. Here he found all the houses shut against him, each house proudly displaying an oak bough in its windows and all the people seemingly prepared to resist to the uttermost. Apparently determined to make an example, and so to strike terror, the valiant soldier and his men proceeded to arrest the ringleader, and, after a severe struggle, did succeed in breaking into some of the cabins of the poor people, and arresting some person, who was accordingly hauled off to the town of Monaghan, there to be dealt with according to the forms of the law, from which every consideration of justice was rigorously excluded. In the town of Clones, we are informed, the people withstood the royal forces in the marketplace, but were, of course, defeated. The Monaghan Oak boys were then driven across the borders of their own county into Armagh, where they made a last stand, but were attacked and defeated in a pitched battle, the severity of which may be gauged from the fact that no casualties were reported on the side of the troops. But the general feeling of the people was so pronouncedly against the system of compulsory and unpaid labor on the roads, the government subsequently abolished the practice, and instituted a road rate providing for payment for such necessary labor by a tax upon owners and occupiers of property in the district. Needless to say, the poor peasants who were suffering martyrdom in prison for their efforts to remedy what the government had by such remedial legislation admitted to be an injustice, were left to rot in their cells, the usual fate of pioneers of reform. The Steel Boys were a more formidable organization, and had their strongholds in the counties of Down and Antrim. They were for the most part Presbyterian or other dissenters from the established church, and, like the Wittibois, aimed at the abolition or reduction of tithes and the restriction of the system of consolidating farms for grazing purposes. They frequently appeared in arms, and moved with a certain degree of discipline, coming together from widely separated parts in obedience, apparently, to the orders of a common centre. In the year 1722, 6 of their number were arrested and lodged in the town jail of Belfast. Their associates immediately mustered in thousands, and in the open day marched upon that city, made themselves masters thereof, stormed the jail, and released their comrades. This daring action excited consternation in the ranks of the governing classes, troops were dispatched to the spot, and every precaution taken to secure the arrest of the leaders. Out of the numerous prisoners made, a batch were selected for trial, but whether as a result of intimidation or because of their sympathy with the prisoners it is difficult to tell. The jury in Belfast refused to convict, and when the trial was changed to Dublin, the government was equally unfortunate. The refusal of the juries to convict was probably in a large measure due to the unpopularity of the act then just introduced to enable the government to put persons accused of agrarian offences on trial in a different county to their own. When this act was repealed, the convictions and executions went on as merrily as before. Many a peasant's corpse swung on the gibbet, and many a promising life was doomed to blight and decay in the foul confines of the prison hell, to glut the vengeance of the dominant classes. Arthur Young, in his Tour of Ireland, thus describes the state of matters against which those poor peasants revolted. A landlord in Ireland can scarcely invent an order which a servant, labourer, or cottier dares to refuse to execute. Disrespect, or anything tending towards sauciness, he may punish with his cane or his horsewhip with the most perfect security. A poor man would have his bones broken if he offered to lift a hand in his own defence. Landlords of consequence have assured me that many of their cottiers would think themselves honoured by having their wives and daughters sent for to the bed of their master, a mark of slavery which proves the oppression under which people must live. It will be observed by the attentive student that the patriots who occupied the public stage in Ireland during the period we have been dealing with never once raised their voices in protest against such social injustice. Like their imitators today, they regarded the misery of the Irish people as a convenient handle for political agitation, and, like their imitators today, they were ever ready to outvie even the government in their denunciation of all those who, more earnest than themselves, sought to find a radical cure for such misery. Of the trio of patriots Swift, Molyneux, and Lucas, it may be noted that their fight was simply a repetition of the fight waged by Sarsfield and his followers in their day, a change of persons and of stage costume truly, but no change of character, a battle between the kites and the crows. They found themselves members of a privileged class, living upon the plunder of the Irish people, but early perceived, to their dismay, that they could not maintain their position as a privileged class without the aid of the English army, and in return for supplying that army the English ruling class were determined to have the lion's share of the plunder. The Irish Parliament was essentially an English institution, nothing like it existed before the Norman conquest. In that respect it was on the same footing as landlordism, capitalism, and their natural-born child pauperism. England sent a swarm of adventurers to conquer Ireland. Having partly succeeded, these adventurers established a parliament to settle disputes among themselves, to contrive measures for robbing the natives, and to prevent their fellow tyrants who had stayed in England from claiming the spoil. But in course of time the section of land thieves resident in England did claim a right to supervise the doings of the adventurers in Ireland, and consequently to control their parliament. Hence arose Poyning's Law, and the subordination of Dublin Parliament to London Parliament. Finding this subordinate position of the Parliament enabled the English ruling class to strip the Irish workers of the fruits of their toil, the more far-seeing of the privileged class in Ireland became alarmed lest the stripping process should go too far, and leave nothing for them to fatten upon. At once they became patriots, anxious that Ireland, which, in their phraseology, meant the ruling class in Ireland, should be free from the control of the Parliament of England. Their pamphlets, speeches, and all public pronouncements were devoted to telling the world how much nicer, equitable, and altogether more delectable it would be for the Irish people to be robbed in the interests of a native-born aristocracy than to witness the painful spectacle of that aristocracy being compelled to divide the plunder with its English rival. Perhaps Swift, Molyneux, or Lucas did not confess even to themselves that such was the basis of their political creed. The human race has at all times shown a proneness to gloss over its basest actions with a multitude of specious pretenses, and to cover even its iniquities with the glamour of a false sentimentality. But we are not dealing with appearances but realities, and, in justice to ourselves, we must expose the flimsy sophistry which strives to impart to a sordid, self-seeking struggle the appearance of a patriotic movement. In opposition to the movements of the people, the patriot politicians and government alike were an undivided mass. In their fight against the tithes the Munster peasantry, in 1786, issued a remarkable document, which we here reprinted as an illustration of the thought of the people of the provinces of that time. This document was copied into many papers at the time, and was also reprinted as a pamphlet in October of that year. Letter addressed to the Munster peasantry. To obviate the bad impression made by the calumnies of our enemies, we beg leave to submit to you our claim for the protection of a humane gentry, and humbly solicit yours, if said claim shall appear to you founded in justice and good policy. In every age, country, and religion the priesthood are allowed to have been artful, usurping, and tenacious of their ill-acquired prerogatives. Often have their jarring interests and opinions deluged with Christian blood this long devoted isle. Some 30 years ago our unhappy fathers, galled beyond human sufferance like a captive lion vainly struggling in the toils, strove violently to snap their bonds asunder, but instead rivet them more tight. Exhausted by the bloody struggle, the poor of this province submitted to their oppression, and fattened with their vitals each decimating leech. The luxurious parson drowned in the riot of his table the bitter groans of those wretches that his proctor fleeced, and the poor remnant of the proctor's rapine was sure to be gleaned by the rapacious priest, but it was blasphemy to complain of him. Heaven, we thought, would wing its lightning to blast the wretch who grudged the Holy Father's share. Thus plundered by either clergy, we had reason to wish for our simple Druids again. At last, however, it pleased pitying heaven to dispel the murky cloud of bigotry that hovered over us so long. Liberality shot her cheering rays, and enlightened the peasants' hovel as well as the splendid hall. O'Leary told us, plain as friar could, that a God of a universal love would not confine his salvation to one sect alone, and that the subject's election was the best title to the crown. Thus improved in our religion and our politics, we resolved to evince on every occasion the change in our sentiments and hope to succeed in our sincere attempts. We examined the double causes of our grievances, and debated long how to get them removed, until at length our resolves terminated in this general peaceful remonstrance. Humanity, justice, and policy enforce our request. Whilst the tithe farmer enjoys the fruit of our labors, agriculture must decrease, and while the griping priest insists on more for the bridegroom than he is worth, population must be retarded. Let the legislature befriend us now, and we are theirs forever. Our sincerity in the warmth of our attachment when once professed was never questioned, and we are bold to say no such imputation will ever fall on the Munster peasantry. At a very numerous and peaceable meeting of the delegates of the Munster peasantry, held on Thursday, the 1st day of July, 1786, the following resolutions were unanimously agreed to, viz. Resolved that we will continue to oppose our oppressors by the most justifiable means in our power, either until they are glutted with our blood or until humanity raises her angry voice in the councils of the nation to protect the toiling peasant and lighten his burden. Resolved that the fickleness of the multitude makes it necessary for all and each of us to swear not to pay voluntarily priest or parson more than as follows. Potatoes, first crop, 6s. per acre, due, second crop, 4s, wheat, 4s, barley, 4s, oats, 3s, meadowing, 2s. 8d, marriage, 5s, baptism, 1s. 6d, each family confession, 2s, parish priest's son. Mass, 1s, any other, 1s. Extreme unction, 1s. Signed by order. William O'Driscoll. General to the Munster peasantry. Chapter v. Grattan's Parliament. Dynasties and thrones are not half so important as workshops, farms, and factories. Rather we may say that dynasties and thrones, and even provisional governments, are good for anything exactly in proportion as they secure fair play, justice, and freedom to those who labor. John Mitchell, 1848. We now come to the period of the volunteers. In this year, 1778, the people of Belfast, alarmed by rumours of intended descents of French privateers, sent to the Irish Secretary of State at Dublin Castle asking for a military force to protect their town. But the English army had long been drafted off to the United States. Then rebel American colonies of England and Ireland was practically denuded of troops. Dublin Castle answered Belfast in the famous letter which stated that the only force available for the North would be a troop or two of horse, or part of a company of invalids. On receipt of this news, the people began arming themselves and publicly organizing volunteer corps throughout the country. In a short time Ireland possessed an army of some 80,000 citizen soldiers, equipped with all the appurtenances of war, drilled, organized, and in every way equal to any force at the command of a regular government. All the expenses of the embodiment of this volunteer army were paid by subscriptions of private individuals. As soon as the first alarm of foreign invasion had passed, the volunteers turned their attention to home affairs and began formulating certain demands for reform, demands which the government was not strong enough to resist. Eventually, after a few years' agitation on the volunteer side, met by intrigue on the part of the government, the Patriot Party, led by Grattan and Flood, and supported by the moral pressure of a volunteer review outside the walls of the Parliament House, succeeded in obtaining from the legislature a temporary abandonment of the claim set up by the English Parliament to force laws upon the Assembly at College Green. This and the concession of free trade, enabling Irish merchants to trade on equal terms with their English rivals, inaugurated what is known in Irish history as Grattan's Parliament. At the present day our political agitators never tire of telling us with the most painful iteration that the period covered by Grattan's Parliament was a period of unexampled prosperity for Ireland, and that, therefore, we may expect a renewal of this same happy state with the return of our native legislature, as they somewhat facetiously style that abortive product of political intrigue, Home Rule. We might, if we choose, make a point against our political historians by pointing out that prosperity such as they speak of is purely capitalistic prosperity, that is to say, prosperity gauged merely by the volume of wealth produced, and entirely ignoring the manner in which the wealth is distributed amongst the workers who produce it. Thus in a previous chapter we quoted a manifesto issued by the Munster peasantry in 1786 in which 4 years after Grattan's Parliament had been established they called upon the legislature to help them, and resolved if such help was not forthcoming and it was not forthcoming to resist our oppressors until they are glutted with our blood, an expression which would seem to indicate that the prosperity of Grattan's Parliament had not penetrated far into Munster. In the year 1794 a pamphlet published at 7 Capel Street, Dublin, stated that the average wage of a day labourer in the county Meath reached only 6d per day in summer, and 4d per day in winter, and in the pages of the Dublin Journal, a ministerial organ, and the Dublin Evening Post, a supporter of Grattan's party, for the month of April, 1796, there is to be found an advertisement of a charity sermon to be preached in the parish chapel, Meath Street, Dublin, in which advertisement there occurs the statement that in 3 streets of the parish of St. Catherine's no less than 2,000 souls had been found in a starving condition. Evidently, prosperity had not much meaning to the people of St. Catherine's. But this is not the ground we mean at present to take up. We will rather admit, for the purpose of our argument, that the Home Rule capitalistic definition of prosperity is the correct one, and that Ireland was prosperous under Grattan's Parliament, but we must emphatically deny that such prosperity was in any but an infinitesimal degree produced by Parliament. Here again the socialist philosophy of history provides the key to the problem, points to the economic development as the true solution. The sudden advance of trade in the period in question was almost solely due to the introduction of mechanical power, and the consequent cheapening of manufactured goods. It was the era of the Industrial Revolution, when the domestic industries we had inherited from the Middle Ages were finally replaced by the factory system of modern times. The warping frame, invented by Arkwright in 1769, the spinning jenny, patented by Hargreaves in 1770, Crampton's mechanical mule, introduced in 1779, and the application in 1778 of the steam engine to blast furnaces all combined to cheapen the cost of production, and so to lower the price of goods in the various industries affected. This brought into the field fresh hosts of customers, and so gave an immense impetus to trade in general in Great Britain as well as in Ireland. Between 1782 and 1804 the cotton trade more than trebled its total output. Between 1783 and 1796 the linen trade increased nearly threefold. In the 8 years between 1788 and 1796 the iron trade doubled in volume. The latter trade did not long survive this burst of prosperity. The invention of smelting by coal instead of wood in 1750, and the application of steam to blast furnaces, already spoken of, placed the Irish manufacturer at an enormous disadvantage in dealing with his English rival, but in the halcyon days of brisk trade between 1780 and 1800 this was not very acutely felt. But, when trade once more assumed its normal aspect of keen competition, Irish manufacturers, without a native coal supply and almost entirely dependent on imported English coal, found it impossible to compete with their trade rivals in the sister country who, with abundant supplies of coal at their own door, found it very easy, before the days of railways, to undersell and ruin the unfortunate Irish. The same fate, and for the same reason, befell the other important Irish trades. The period marked politically by Grattan's Parliament was a period of commercial inflation due to the introduction of mechanical improvements into the staple industries of the country. As long as such machinery was worked by hand, Ireland could hold her place on the markets, but with this application of steam to the service of industry, which began on a small scale in 1785, and the introduction of the power loom, which first came into general use about 1813, the immense natural advantage of an indigenous coal supply finally settled the contest in favor of English manufacturers. A native parliament might have hindered the subsequent decay, as an alien parliament may have hastened it, but in either case, under capitalistic conditions, the process itself was as inevitable as the economic evolution of which it was one of the most significant signs. How little Parliament had to do with it may be gauged by comparing the positions of Ireland and Scotland. In the year 1799, Mr. Foster in the Irish Parliament stated that the production of linen was twice as great in Ireland as in Scotland. The actual figures given were for the year 1796, 23 million yards for Scotland as against 46,705,319 for Ireland. This discrepancy in favour of Ireland he attributed to the native parliament. But by the year 1830, according to Macculloch's Commercial Dictionary, the one port of Dundee in Scotland exported more linen than all Ireland. Both countries had been deprived of self-government. Why had Scottish manufacture advanced whilst that of Ireland had decayed? Because Scotland possessed a native coal supply, and every facility for industrial pursuits which Ireland lacked. The prosperity of Ireland under Grattan's Parliament was almost as little due to that Parliament as the dust caused by the revolutions of the coach wheel was due to the presence of the fly who, sitting on the coach, viewed the dust, and fancied himself the author thereof. And, therefore, true prosperity cannot be brought to Ireland except by measures somewhat more drastic than that Parliament ever imagined. Chapter 6. Capitalist Betrayal of the Irish Volunteers. Remember still, through good and ill, how vain were prayers and tears. How vain were words till flashed the swords of the Irish Volunteers. Thomas Davis. The theory that the fleeting prosperity of Ireland in the time we refer to was caused by the Parliament of Grattan is only useful to its propagators as a prop to their argument that the legislative union between Great Britain and Ireland destroyed the trade of the latter country, and that, therefore, the repeal of that union placed all manufactures on a paying basis. The fact that the union placed all Irish manufactures upon an absolutely equal basis legally with the manufactures of England is usually ignored, or, worse still, is so perverted in its statement as to leave the impression that the reverse is the case. In fact, many thousands of our countrymen still believe that English laws prohibit mining in Ireland after certain minerals, and the manufacture of certain articles. A moment's reflection should remove such an idea. An English capitalist will cheerfully invest his money in Timbuktu or China or Russia or anywhere that he thinks he can secure a profit, even though it may be in the territory of his mortal enemy. He does not invest his money in order to give employment to his workers, but to make a profit, and hence it would be foolish to expect that he would allow his Parliament to make laws prohibiting him from opening mines or factories in Ireland to make a profit out of the Irish workers. And there are not, and have not been since the Union, any such laws. If a student desires to continue the study of this remarkable controversy in Irish history, and to compare this parliamentarian theory of Irish industrial decline with that we have just advanced the socialist theory outlined in our previous chapter, he has an easy and effective course to pursue in order to bring this matter to the test. Let him single out the most prominent exponents of parliamentarianism and propound the following question. Please explain the process by which the removal of Parliament from Dublin to London, a removal absolutely unaccompanied by any legislative interference with Irish industry, prevented the Irish capitalistic class from continuing to produce goods for the Irish market? He will get no logical answer to his question, no answer that any reputable thinker on economic questions would accept for one moment. He will instead undoubtedly be treated to a long enumeration of the number of tradesmen and labourers employed at manufacturers in Ireland before the Union, and the number employed at some specific period, 20 or 30 years afterwards. This was the method adopted by Daniel O'Connell, the Liberator, in his first great speech in which he began his repeal agitation, and has been slavishly copied and popularised by all his imitators since. But neither O'Connell nor any of his imitators have ever yet attempted to analyze and explain the process by which those industries were destroyed. The nearest approach to such an explanation ever essayed is the statement that the Union led to absentee landlordism and the withdrawal of the custom of these absentees from Irish manufacturers. Such an explanation is simply no explanation at all. It is worse than childish. Who would seriously contend that the loss of a few thousand aristocratic clients killed, for instance, the leather industry, once so flourishing in Ireland and now scarcely existent? The district in the city of Dublin which lies between Thomas Street and the South Circular Road was once a busy hive of men engaging in the tanning of leather and all its allied trades. Now that trade has almost entirely disappeared from this district. Were the members of Irish Parliament and the Irish landlords the only wearers of shoes in Ireland, the only persons for whose use leather was tanned and manufactured? If not, how did their emigration to England make it impossible for the Irish manufacturer to produce shoes or harness for the millions of people still left in the country after the Union? The same remark applies to the weavers, once so flourishing a body in the same district, to the woolen trade, to the fishing trade, and so down along the line. The people of Ireland still wanted all these necessaries of life after the Union just as much as before, yet the superficial historian tells us that the Irish manufacturer was unable to cater to their demand, and went out of business accordingly. Well, we Irish are credited with being gifted with a strong sense of humor, but one is almost inclined to doubt it in the face of gravity with which the parliamentary theory has been accepted by the masses of the Irish people. It surely is an amusing theory when we consider that it implies that the Irish manufacturers were so heartbroken, grieving over losing the trade of a few thousand rack-renting landlords, that they could not continue to make a profit by supplying the wants of the millions of Irish people at their doors. The English and the Scotch, the French and the Belgian manufacturers, miners, merchants, and fishermen could and did wax fat prosperous by supplying the wants of the Irish commonalty, but the Irish manufacturer could not. He had to shut up shop and go to the poorhouse because my Lord Rackrent of Castle Rackrent, and his immediate personal following, had moved to London. If our parliamentarian historians had not been the most superficial of all recorders of history, if their shallowness had not been so phenomenal that there is no equal to it to be found except in the bigotry and stupidity of their loyalist rivals, they might easily have formulated from the same set of facts another theory equally useful to their cause, and more in consonance with the truth. That other theory may be stated thus: that the Act of Union was made possible because Irish manufacture was weak, and, consequently, Ireland had not an energetic capitalist class with sufficient public spirit and influence to prevent the Union. Industrial decline having set in, the Irish capitalist class was not able to combat the influence of the corruption fund of the English government, or to create and lead a party strong enough to arrest the demoralization of Irish public life. This, we are certain, is the proper statement of the case. Not that the loss of the Parliament destroyed Irish manufacture, but that the decline of Irish manufacture, due to causes already outlined, made possible the destruction of the Irish Parliament. Had a strong, enterprising and successful Irish capitalist class been in existence in Ireland, a parliamentary reform investing the Irish masses with the suffrage would have been won under the guns of the volunteers without a drop of blood being shed, and with a parliament elected under such conditions the Act of Union would have been impossible. But the Irish capitalist class used the volunteers to force commercial reforms from the English government and then, headed by Henry Grattan, forsook and denounced the volunteers when that body sought, by reforming the representative system, to make it more responsive to the will of the people, and thus to secure in peace what they had won by the threat of violence. An Ireland controlled by popular suffrage would undoubtedly have sought to save Irish industry, while it was yet time, by a stringent system of protection which would have imposed upon imported goods a tax heavy enough to neutralize the advantages accruing to the foreigner from his coal supply, and such a system might have averted that decline of Irish industry which, as we have already stated, was otherwise inevitable. But the only hope of realizing that Ireland lay then in the armed force of the volunteers, and as the capitalist class did not feel themselves strong enough as a class to hold the ship of state against the aristocracy on the one hand and the people on the other, they felt impelled to choose the only alternative, viz., to elect to throw in their lot with one or other of the contending parties. They chose to put their trust in the aristocracy, abandon the populace, and as a result were deserted by the class whom they had trusted, and went down into bankruptcy and slavery with the class they had betrayed. A brief glance at the record of the volunteer movement will illustrate the far-reaching treachery with which the capitalist class of Ireland emulated their aristocratic compatriots who sold for place or gold their country and their God. But, unlike them, contrived to avoid the odium their acts deserved. At the inception of this movement Ireland was under the penal laws. Against the Roman Catholic, statutes unequaled in ferocity were still upon the statute books. Those laws, although ostensibly designed to convert Catholics to the Protestant faith, were in reality chiefly aimed at the conversion of Catholic-owned property into Protestant-owned property. The son of a Catholic property holder could dispossess his own father and take possession of his property simply by making affidavit that he, the son, had accepted the Protestant religion. Thenceforth the father would be by law a pensioner upon the son's bounty. The wife of a Catholic could deprive her husband of all control over his property by simply becoming a Protestant. A Catholic could not own a horse worth more than £5. If he did, any Protestant could take his horse from him in the light of day and give him £5 in full payment of all rights in the horse. On the head of a Catholic schoolmaster or a Catholic priest the same price was put as on the head of a wolf. Catholics were eligible to no public office, and were debarred from most of the professions. In fact, the Catholic religion was an illegal institution. Yet it grew and flourished, and incidentally it may be observed it secured a hold upon the affections and in the hearts of the Irish people as rapidly as it lost the same hold in France and Italy, where the Catholic religion was a dominant state institution, a fact worth noting by those Catholics who are clamoring for the endowment of Catholic institutions out of public funds. It must be remembered by the student, however, that the penal laws, although still upon the statute book, had been largely inoperative before the closing quarter of the 18th century. This was not due to any clemency on the part of the English government, but was the result of the dislike of those laws felt by the majority of intelligent Irish Protestants. The latter simply refused to take advantage of them even to their personal aggrandizement, and there are very few cases on actual record where the property of Catholics was wrested from them by their Protestant neighbors as a result of the penal laws in the generations following the close of the Williamite War. These laws were in fact too horrible to be enforced, and in this matter public opinion was far ahead of legislative enactment. All historians agree upon this point. Class lines, on the other hand, were far more strictly drawn than religious lines, as they always were in Ireland since the breakup of the clan system, and as they are to this day. We have the words of such an eminent authority as Archbishop Whately in this connection, which coming, as they do, from the pen of a supporter of the British government and of the Protestant establishment, are doubly valuable as witness to the fact that Irish politics and divisions turn primarily around questions of property and only nominally around questions of religion. He says, "Many instances have come to my knowledge of the most furious Orangemen stripping their estates of a Protestant tenantry who had been there for generations and letting their land to Roman Catholics, at an advance of £1 an acre. These Protestants so evicted, be it remembered, were the men and women whose fathers had saved Ireland for King William and Protestantism, as against King James and Catholicity, and the evictions here recorded were the rewards of their fathers' victory and their own fidelity." In addition to this class line on the economic field, the political representation of the country was the exclusive property of the upper class. A majority of the members of the Irish Parliament sat as the nominees of certain members of the aristocracy who owned the estates on which they represented were situated. Such boroughs were called pocket boroughs from the fact that they were as much under the control of the landed aristocrat as if he carried them in his pocket. In addition to this, throughout the entire island the power of electing members of Parliament was the exclusive possession of a privileged few. The great mass of the Catholic and Protestant population were voteless. This was the situation when the volunteer movement arose. There were thus three great political grievances before the Irish public. The English Parliament had prohibited Irish trade with Europe and America except through an English port, thus crippling the development of Irish capitalism. Representation in the House of Commons in Dublin was denied alike to Protestant and Catholic workers, and to all save a limited few Protestant capitalists and the nominees of the aristocracy, and finally all Catholics were suffering under religious disabilities. As soon as the volunteers, all of whom were Protestants, had arms in their hands, they began to agitate for the removal of all these grievances. On the first all were unanimous, and accordingly when they paraded the streets of Dublin on the day of the assembling of Parliament, they hung upon the mouths of their cannon placards bearing the significant words, "Free trade or else." and the implied threat from a united people in arms won their case. Free trade was granted. And at that moment an Irish Republic could have been won as surely as free trade. But when the rank and file of the volunteers proceeded to outline their demands for the removal of their remaining political grievances to demand popular representation in Parliament, all their leaders deserted. They had elected aristocrats, glib-tongued lawyers, and professional patriots to be their officers, and all higher ranks betrayed them in their hour of need. After the granting of free trade, a volunteer convention was summoned to meet in Dublin to consider the question of popular representation in Parliament. Lord Charlemont, the commander-in-chief of the body, repudiated the convention. His example was followed by all the lesser fry of the aristocratic officers, and finally when it did meet, Henry Grattan, whose political and personal fortunes the volunteers had made, denounced them in Parliament as an armed rabble. The convention, after some fruitless debate, adjourned in confusion, and on a subsequent attempt to convene another convention the meeting was prohibited by government proclamation and the signers of the call for the assembly were arrested and heavily fined. The government, having made peace in America with the granting of American independence, had been able to mass troops in Ireland and prepare to try conclusions with the volunteers. Its refusal to consider the demand for popular representation was its gauge of battle, and the proclamation of the last attempt at a convention was the sign of its victory. The volunteers had, in fact, surrendered without a blow. The responsibility for this shameful surrender rests entirely upon the Irish capitalist class. Had they stood by the reformers, the defection of the aristocracy would have mattered little. Indeed, it is certain that the radical element must have foreseen and had been prepared for that defection. But the act of the merchants in throwing in their lot with the aristocracy could not have been foreseen. It was too shameful an act to be anticipated by any but its perpetrators. It must not be imagined, moreover, that these reactionary elements made no attempt to hide their treason to the cause of freedom. On the contrary, they were most painstaking in keeping up the appearance of popular sympathies and in endeavoring to divert public attention along other lines than those on which the real issues were staked. There is a delicious passage in the life of Henry Grattan, edited by his son, describing the manner in which the government obtained possession of the arms of the various corps of Dublin volunteers, which presents in itself a picture in microcosm of very many epochs of Irish history and illustrates the salient characteristics of the classes and the part they play in Irish public life. Dublin is Ireland in miniature, nay, Dublin is Ireland in concentrated essence. All that makes Ireland great or miserable, magnificent or squalid, ideally revolutionary or hopelessly reactionary, grandly unselfish or vilely treacherous, is stronger and more pronounced in Dublin than elsewhere in Ireland. Thus the part played by Dublin in any national crisis is sure to be simply a metropolitan setting for the role played by the same passions throughout the Irish provinces. Hence the value of the following unconscious contribution to the study of Irish history from the pen of the son of Henry Grattan. In Dublin there were 3 divisions of volunteers corresponding to the 3 popular divisions of the patriotic forces. There was the Liberty Corps, recruited exclusively from the working class, the Merchants Corps, composed of the capitalist class, and the Lawyers Corps, the members of the legal fraternity. Henry Grattan Jr., telling of the action of the government after the passage of the Arms and Gunpowder Bill, requiring the volunteers to give up their arms to the authorities for safekeeping, says the government seized the artillery of the Liberty Corps, made a private arrangement by which it got possession of that belonging to the Merchant Corps. They induced the lawyers to give up theirs, first making a public procession before they were surrendered. In other words and plainer language, the government had to use force to seize the arms of the working men, but the capitalists gave up theirs secretly as the result of a private bargain, the terms of which we are not made acquainted with, and the lawyers took theirs through the streets of Dublin in a public parade to maintain the prestige of the legal fraternity in the eyes of the credulous Dublin workers, and then, whilst their throats were still husky from publicly cheering the guns of the volunteers, privately handed those guns over to the enemies of the people. The working men fought, the capitalists sold out, and the lawyers bluffed. Then, as ever in Ireland, the fate of the country depended upon the issue of the struggle between the forces of aristocracy and the forces of democracy. The working class in town and the peasantry in the country were enthusiastic over the success of the revolutionary forces in America and France, and were burning with a desire to emulate their deeds in Ireland. But the Irish capitalist class dreaded the people more than they feared the British government, and in the crisis of their country's fate their influence and counsels were withdrawn from the popular side. Whilst this battle was being fought out with such fatal results to the cause of freedom, there was going on elsewhere in Ireland a more spectacular battle over a mock issue. And as is the wont of things in Ireland, this sham battle engrosses the greatest amount of attention in Irish history. We have already alluded to the Henry Flood who made himself conspicuous in the Irish Parliament by out-Heroding Herod in his denunciation of the government for failing to hang enough peasants to satisfy him. Mr. Henry Grattan we have also introduced to our readers. These two men were the parliamentary leaders of the Patriot Party in the House of Commons, the rival Harrys, as the Dublin crowd sarcastically described them. When the threat of the Volunteers compelled the English authorities to formally renounce all its rights to make laws binding the Irish Parliament, these two patriots quarrelled, and, we are seriously informed by the grave historians and learned historians, the subject of their quarrel divided all Ireland. In telling of what that subject was we hope our readers will not accuse us of fooling, we are not, although the temptation is almost irresistible. We are soberly stating the historical facts. The grave and learned historians tell us that Grattan and Flood quarrelled because Flood insisted that England should be required to promise that it would never again interfere to make laws governing the Irish Parliament, and Grattan insisted that it would be an insult to the honour of England to require any such promise. As we have said, the grave and learned historians declare that all Ireland took sides in this quarrel. Even such a hater of England as John Mitchell in his History of Ireland seemingly believes this to be the case. Yet we absolutely refuse to give any credence to the story. We are firmly convinced that while Grattan and Flood were splitting the air with declamations upon this subject, if an inquirer had gone down into any Irish harvest field and asked the first reaper he met his opinion of the matter, the said reaper would have touched the heart of the question without losing a single swing of his hook. He would have said truly, and sure, what does it matter what England promises? Won't she break her promise, anyway as soon as it suits her, and she is able to? It is difficult to believe that either Grattan or Flood could have seriously thought that any promise would bind England, a country which even then was notorious all over the world for broken faith and dishonored treaties. Today the recital of facts of this famous controversy looks like a poor attempt at humor, but in view of the tragic setting of the controversy we must say that it bears the same relation to humor that a joke would in a torture chamber. Grattan and Flood in this case were but two skillful actors indulging in oratorical horseplay at the deathbed of the murdered hopes of a people. Were any other argument, outside of the absurdity of the legal hair-splitting on both sides, needed to prove how little such a sham battle really interested the great mass of the people, the record of the two leaders would suffice. Mr. Flood was not only known to be an enemy of the oppressed peasantry and a hater of the Catholics, that is to say, of the great mass of the inhabitants of Ireland, but he had also spoken and voted in the Irish Parliament in favour of a motion to pay the expenses of an army of 10,000 British soldiers to be sent to put down the revolution in America, and Mr. Grattan on his part had accepted a donation of £50,000 from the government for his patriotic services, and afterwards, in excess of gratitude for this timely aid, repaid the government by betraying and denouncing the Volunteers. On the other great questions of the day they were each occupying an equivocal position, playing fast and loose. For instance, Mr. Flood believed in democracy amongst Protestants, but opposed religious freedom. Mr. Grattan believed in religious freedom amongst property owners, but opposed all extension of the suffrage to the working class. Mr. Flood would have given the suffrage to all Protestants, rich or poor, and denied it to all Catholics, rich or poor. Mr. Grattan would have given the vote to every man who owned property, irrespective of religion, and he opposed its extension to any propertyless man. In the Irish House of Commons he bitterly denounced the United Irishmen, of whom we will treat later, for proposing universal suffrage, which he declared would ruin the country and destroy all order. It will be seen that Mr. Grattan was the ideal capitalist statesman, his spirit was the spirit of the bourgeoisie incarnate. He cared more for the interests of property than for human rights or for the supremacy of any religion. His early bent in that direction is seen in a letter he sent to his friend, a Mr. Broome, dated November 3, 1767, and reproduced by his son in his edition of the Life and Speeches of his father. The letter shows the eminently respectable, anti-revolutionary, religious Mr. Henry Grattan to have been at heart a free thinker, free lover, and Epicurean philosopher, who had early understood the wisdom of not allowing these opinions to be known to the common multitude whom he aspired to govern. We extract. You and I, in this as in most other things, perfectly agree. We think marriage is an artificial, not a natural, institution, and imagine women too frail a bark for so long and tempestuous a voyage as that of life. I have become an Epicurean philosopher, consider this world as our ne plus ultra, and happiness as our great object in it. Such a subject is too extensive and too dangerous for a letter, in our privacy we shall dwell upon it more copiously. This, be it noted, is perhaps not the Grattan of the poet Moore's Rhapsody, but it is the real Grattan. Small wonder that the Dublin mob stoned this Grattan on his return from England, on one occasion, after attending Parliament in London. His rhetoric and heroics did not deceive them, even if they did bewitch the historians. His dramatic rising from a sickbed to appear before the purchased traders who sold their votes to carry the Union, in order to appeal to them not to fulfill their bargain, makes indeed a fine tableau for romantic historians to dwell upon, but it was a poor compensation to the common people for the volunteers insulted and betrayed, and the cause of popular suffrage opposed and misrepresented. A further and, to our mind, conclusive proof of the manner in which the Parliament of '82 was regarded by the real nationalists and progressive thinkers of Ireland is to be found in the extract below from the famous pamphlet written by Theobald Wolfe Tone and published September 1791, entitled An Argument on Behalf of the Catholics of Ireland. It is interesting to recall that this biting characterization of the glorious revolution of 1782 from the pen of the most far-seeing Irishman of his day has been so little to the liking of our historians and journalists that it was rigidly boycotted by them all until the present writer reprinted it in 1897, in Dublin, in a series of 98 readings containing also many other forgotten and inconvenient documents of the same period. Since then it has several times been republished exactly as we reprinted the extract, but to judge by the manner in which some of our friends still declare they stand upon the Constitution of '82, it has been published in vain for some people. Wolfe Tone on Grattan's Parliament. Extract from the famous pamphlet An Argument on Behalf of the Catholics of Ireland, published September 1791. I have said that we have no national government. Before the year 1782 it was not pretended that we had, and it is at least a curious, if not a useful, speculation to examine how we stand in that regard now. And I have little dread of being confused, when I assert that all we got by what we are pleased to dignify with the name of revolution was simply the means of doing good according to law, without recurring to the great rule of nature, which is above all positive statutes. Whether we have done good or not, why we have omitted to do good is a serious question. The pride of the nation, the vanity of individuals concerned, the moderation of some honest men, the corruption of knaves, I know may be alarmed when I assert that the revolution of 1782 was the most bungling, imperfect business that ever threw ridicule on a lofty epithet, by assuming it unworthily. It is not pleasant to any Irishman to make such a concession, but it cannot be helped if truth will have it so. It is much better to delude ourselves or be gulled by our enemies with praises which we do not deserve, or imaginary blessings which we do not enjoy. I leave to the admirers of that era to vent flowing declamations on its theoretical advantages, and its visionary glories. It is a fine subject, and peculiarly flattering to my countrymen, many of whom were actors, and almost all spectators of it. Be mine the unpleasing task to strip it of its plumage and its tinsel, and show the naked figure. The operation will be severe, but if properly attended to may give us a strong and striking lesson of caution and of wisdom. The Revolution of 1782 was a revolution which enabled Irishmen to sell at a much higher price their honor, their integrity, and the interests of their country. It was a revolution which, while at one stroke it doubled the value of every boroughmonger in the kingdom, left 3/4 of our countrymen slaves as it found them, and the government of Ireland in the base and wicked and contemptible hands who had spent their lives in degrading and plundering her, nay, some of whom had given their last vote decidedly, though hopelessly, against this, our famous revolution. Who of the veteran enemies of the country lost his place or his pension? Who was called forth to station or office from the ranks of opposition? Not one. The power remained in the hands of our enemies, again to be exerted for our ruin, with this difference, that formerly we had our distress, our injuries, and our insults gratis at the hands of England, but now we pay very dearly to receive the same with aggravation, through the hands of Irishmen. Yet this we boast of and call a revolution. And so we close this chapter on the volunteers, a chapter of great opportunities lost, of popular confidence betrayed. A few extracts from some verses written at the time in Dublin serve as an epitome of the times, even if they do seem a little bitter. Who aroused the people? The rival Harrys rose and pulled each other's nose, and said they aroused the people. What did the volunteers? They mustered and paraded until their laurels faded. This did the volunteers. How died the volunteers? The death that's fit for slaves. They slunk into their graves. Chapter 7. The United Irishmen. Our freedom must be had at all hazards. If the men of property will not help us, they must fall. We will free ourselves by the aid of that large and respectable class of the community, the men of no property. Theobald Wolfe Tone. Contemporaneously with the betrayal and fall of the volunteers, Ireland witnessed the rise and progress of the Society of United Irishmen. This organization was at first an open, peaceful association, seeking to utilize the ordinary means of political agitation in order to spread its propaganda among the masses and so prepare them for the accomplishment of its greater end, viz., the realization in Ireland of a republic on the lines of that established in France at the Revolution. Afterwards, unable to maintain its public character in face of the severe persecution by the British government of anything savoring in the least of a democratic nature, the organization assumed the veil and methods of secrecy, and in that form attained to such proportions as enabled it to enter into negotiations with the Revolutionary Directory of France on the basis of an equal treaty making national power. As the result of this secret treaty between revolutionary France and revolutionary Ireland against the common enemy, aristocratic England, various fleets and armies were dispatched from the continent to assist the Irish Republicans, but all of those expeditions were disastrous in their outcome. The first, under the command of Grouchy and Hokey, was dispersed by a storm, some of the ships being compelled to return to France for repairs, and when the remainder, including the greater part of the army, reached Bantry Bay, on the Irish coast, the French commander exhibited to the full all that hesitation, indecision, and lack of initiative which he afterwards was to show with equally fatal results to Napoleon on the eve of the Battle of Waterloo. Finally, despite the desperate protests of the Irish revolutionists on board, he weighed anchor and returned to France without striking a blow or landing a corporal's guard. Had he been a man equal to the occasion and landed his expedition, Ireland would almost undoubtedly have been separated from England and become mistress of her own national destinies. Another expedition, fitted out by the Dutch Republic in alliance with France, was detained by contrary winds in the harbour until the British fleet had time to come upon the scene, and then the Dutch commander chivalrously but foolishly accepted the British challenge to fight, and, contending under unequal and adverse conditions, was defeated. An unauthorized but gallant attempt was made under another French officer, General Humbert, and this actually landed in Ireland, proclaimed the Irish Republic at Killala, in Connaught, armed large numbers of the United Irishmen amongst the inhabitants, and in conjunction with these latter fought and utterly routed a much superior British force at Castlebar, and penetrated far into the country before it was surrounded and compelled to surrender to a force more than 10 times its own in number. The numbers of the French expedition in this case were insufficient for the purposes of making a stand long enough to permit of the people reaching it and being armed and organized efficiently, and hence its failure. But had Humbert possessed the number commanded by Grouchy, or Grouchy possessed the dash and daring of Humbert, the Irish Republic would have been born, for weal or woe, in 1798. It is a somewhat hackneyed observation, but so true that it compels repetition, that the elements did more for England than her armies. Indeed, whether in conflict with the French expeditionary force of Humbert, with the Presbyterians and Catholics of the United Irish Army under General Monro in the north, or with the insurgent forces of Wicklow, Wexford, Kildare, and Dublin, the British Army can scarcely be said to have any time justified its reputation, let alone covered itself with glory. All the glory was, indeed, on the other side, as was also most of the humanity, and all of the zeal for human freedom. The people were wretchedly armed, totally undrilled, and compelled to act without any systematic plan of campaign, because of the sudden arrest and imprisonment of their leaders. Yet they fought and defeated the British troops on a score of battlefields, despite the fact that the latter were thoroughly disciplined, splendidly armed, and directed like a huge machine, from one common center. To suppress the insurrection in the counties of Wicklow and Wexford alone required all the efforts of 30,000 soldiers. Had the plans of the United Irishmen for a concerted uprising all over the island on a given date not failed, the task of coping with the Republican forces would have been too great for the government to achieve. As it was, the lack of means of communication prevalent in those days made it possible for the insurrection in any one district to be almost fought and lost before news of its course had penetrated into other parts of the country. While the forces of republicanism and of despotism were thus contending for supremacy upon the land, the victory was being in reality decided for the latter by its superiority upon the sea. The successes of the British fleet alone made it possible to keep the shores of England free of invading enemies, and to enable Pitt, the English Prime Minister, to subsidize and maintain the armies of the allied despots of Europe in their conflict with the forces of freedom and progress throughout the continent. In the face of this undoubted fact, it is somewhat humiliating to be compelled to record that the overwhelming majority of those serving upon that fleet were Irishmen. But, unlike those serving in the British Army, the sailors and marines of the Navy were there against their own will. During the coercive proceedings of the British government in Ireland, in their attempt to compel the revolutionary movement to explode prematurely, the authorities suspended the Habeas Corpus Act, the guarantee of ordinary legal procedure, and instituted martial law and free quarters for the military. Under the latter system the soldiery were forced as boarders upon the civilian population, each family being compelled to provide food and lodging for a certain number. For all attempts at resistance, or all protests arising out of the licentious conduct of the brutal soldiery, or all incautious expressions overheard by them during their unwelcome residence in the houses of the people, the authorities had one great sovereign remedy, viz., the transportation on board the British fleet. Thousands of young men were seized all over the island and marched in chains to the various harbors, from thence taken on board the English men-of-war ships, and there compelled to fight for the government that had broken up their homes, ruined their lives, and desolate their country. Whenever any district was suspected of treasonable sympathies it was first put under martial law, then every promising young man was seized and thrown into prison on suspicion and without trial, and then those who were not executed or flogged to the point of death were marched on board the fleet. All over Ireland, but especially in Ulster and Leinster during the closing years of the 18th and the opening of the 19th century, the newspapers and private letters of the time are full of records of such proceedings, telling of the vast numbers everywhere sent on board the fleet as a result of the wholesale dragooning of the people. Great numbers of these were United Irishmen, sworn to an effort to overthrow the despotism under which the people of Ireland suffered, and as a result of their presence on board, every British ship soon became a nest of conspirators. The Jack Tars of Old England were conspiring to destroy the British Empire, and anyone at all acquainted with the facts relative to their treatment by their superiors and the authorities cannot wonder at their acts. The subject is not loved by the jingo historians of the English governing classes, and is consequently usually complacently lied about, but as a cold matter of fact the wooden walls of England, so beloved of the poets of that country, were in reality veritable floating hells to the poor sailors and marines. Flogging for the most trivial offences was inflicted, upon the unsupported word of the most petty officer. The quarters in which the men were compelled to sleep and eat below decks were of the vilest and most unsanitary conditions, the food was of the filthiest, and every man had to pay tribute to a greedy quartermaster in order to escape actual starvation, and the whole official life of the ship, from the captain down to the youngest midshipman, was based upon the wealth and rank and breathed hatred and contempt for anything belonging to the lower classes. Mutinies and attempts at mutiny were consequently of constant occurrence, and, therefore, the forcibly impressed United Irishmen found a fertile field for their operations. In the government records of naval courts-martial at that time, the charge of administering the secret oath of the United Irishmen is one of the commonest against the accused, and the number of men shot and transported beyond seas for this offence is simply enormous. English and Scottish sailors were freely sworn into the ranks of the conspirators, and the numbers of those disaffected grew to such an extent that on one occasion the mutiny of the Nore the sailors were able to revolt, depose their officers, and take command of the fleet. The wisest heads amongst them, the original United Irishmen, proposed to sail the ships into a French port and turn them over to the French government, and for a time they had great hopes of accomplishing this purpose, but finally they were compelled to accede to a proposal to attempt to win over the sailors on some other ships in the port of London before sailing to France. This they did, and even threatened to bombard the city, but the delay had enabled the government to rally its loyal ships, and also enabled the loyal slaves still on board the revolting ships to play upon the patriotic feelings of the waverers among the British mutineers by representing to them the probability of their being confined in French prisons instead of welcomed as allies. In the end the admiral and officers, by promising a redress of their just grievances, succeeded in winning over a sufficient number on each ship to paralyze any chance of resistance, and the mutiny was quenched. The usual tale of shootings, floggings, and transportations followed, but the conditions of life on board ship were long in being altered for the better. It may be wondered that the men forcibly impressed, and the conspirators against a tyrannical government could fight for that government as did those unfortunates under Nelson, but it must be borne in mind that once on board a war vessel and that vessel brought into action with an enemy in the open sea, there was no possibility of escape or even of cooperation with the enemy. The necessity of self-preservation compelled the rebellious United Irishmen or the discontented mutineers to fight as loyally for the ship as did the soulless slaves amongst whom they found themselves. And being better men, with more manhood they undoubtedly fought better. In concluding this brief summary of this aspect of that great democratic upheaval we desire to quote from the press, the organ of the United Irishmen, published in Dublin, the following short news item of the period, which we trust will be found highly illustrative of the times in question, as well as a confirmation of the points we have set forth above. Roasting. Near Castle Ward, a northern hamlet, a father and son had their heads roasted on their own fire to extort a confession of concealed arms. The cause was that the lock of a gun was found in an old box belonging to the wife of the elder man. It is a fact that the above old couple had two sons serving on board the British fleet, one under Lord Bridgeport, the other under Lord St. Vincent. Chapter 8. United Irishmen as Democrats and Internationalists. Och, Paddies, my hearties, have done with your parties, let men of all creeds and professions agree, if orange and green, men, no longer were seen, men, och, nabockley, how acy old Ireland we'd free. Jamie Hope, 1798. As we have pointed out elsewhere, Aaron's hope, the end and the means, native Irish civilization disappeared, for all practical purposes, with the defeat of the insurrection of 1641 and the breakup of the Kilkenny Confederation. This great insurrection marked the last appearance of the Irish clan system, founded upon common property and a democratic social organization, as a rival to the politico-social order of capitalist feudalism founded upon the political despotism of the proprietors, and the political and the social slavery of the actual producers. In the course of this insurrection the Anglo-Irish noblemen, who held Irish tribunals as their private property under the English feudal system, did indeed throw in their lot with the native Irish tribesmen, but the union was never a cordial one, and their presence in the councils of the insurgents was at all times a fruitful source of dissension, treachery, and incapacity. Professing to fight for Catholicity, they, in reality, sought only to preserve their right to the lands they held as the result of previous confiscations, from the very men, or the immediate ancestors of the men, by whose side they were fighting. They feared confiscation from the new generation of Englishmen if the insurrection was defeated, and they feared confiscation at the hands of the insurgent clansmen if the insurrection was successful. In the vacillation and treachery arising out of this state of mind can be found the only explanation for the defeat of this magnificent movement of the Irish clans, a movement which had attained to such proportions that it held sway over and made laws for the greater part of Ireland, issued its own coinage, had its own fleet, and issued letters of marque to foreign privateers, made treaties with foreign nations, and levied taxes for the support of its several armies fighting under its flag. The fact that it had enrolled under its banner the representatives of two different social systems contained the germs of its undoing. Had it been all feudal it would have succeeded in creating an independent Ireland, albeit with a serf population like that of England at the time. Had it been all composed of the ancient septs it would have crushed the English power and erected a really free Ireland, but as it was but a hybrid, composed of both, it had all the faults of both and the strength of neither, and hence went down in disaster. With its destruction, and the following massacres, expropriations, and dispersion of the native Irish, the Irish clans disappear finally from history. Out of these circumstances certain conditions arose, well worthy of the study of every student who would understand modern Irish history. One condition which thus arose was that the disappearance of the clan as a rallying point for rebellions and possible base of freedom made it impossible thereafter to localize an insurrectionary effort, or to give it a smaller or more circumscribed aim than that of the Irish nation. When, before the iron hand of Cromwell, the Irish clans went down into the tomb of a common subjection, the only possible reappearance of the Irish idea henceforth lay through the gateway of a national resurrection. And from that day forward, the idea of common property was destined to recede into the background as an avowed principle of action, whilst the energies of the nation were engaged in a slow and painful process of assimilating the social system of the conqueror, of absorbing the principles of that political society based upon ownership, which had replaced the Irish clan society based upon a common kinship. Another condition ensuing upon the total disappearance of the Irish social order was the growth and accentuation of class distinctions amongst the conquerors. The indubitable fact that from that day forward the ownership of what industries remained in Ireland was left in the hands of the Protestant element, is not to be explained as sophistical anti-Irish historians have striven to explain it, by asserting that it arose from the greater enterprise of Protestants as against Catholics. In reality it was due to the state of social and political outlawry in which the Catholics were henceforth placed by the law of the land. According to the English constitution as interpreted for the benefit of Ireland, the Irish Catholics were not presumed to exist, and hence the practical impossibility of industrial enterprise being in their hands, or initiated by them. Thus, as the landed property of the Catholic passed into the ownership of the Protestant adventurers, so also the manufacturing business of the nation fell out of the stricken grasp of the hunted and proscribed papists into the clutches of their successful and remorseless enemies. Amongst these latter there were two elements: the fanatical Protestant, and the mere adventurer trading on the religious enthusiasm of the former. The latter used the fanaticism of the former in order to disarm, subjugate, and rob the common Catholic enemy, and having done so, established themselves as a ruling landed and commercial class, leaving the Protestant soldier to his fate as tenant or artisan. Already by the outbreak of the Williamite War in the generation succeeding Cromwell, the industries of the north of Ireland had so far developed that the prentice boys of Derry were the dominating factor in determining the attitude of that city towards the contending English kings, and, with the close of that war, industries developed so quickly in the country as to become a menace to the capitalists of England, who accordingly petitioned the King of England to restrict and fetter their growth, which he accordingly did. With the passing of this restrictive legislation against Irish industries, Irish capitalism became discontented and disloyal without, as a whole, the power or courage to be revolutionary. It was a restaging of the ever-recurring drama of English invasion and Anglo-Irish disaffection, with the usual economic background. We have pointed out in a previous chapter how each generation of English adventurers, settling upon the soil as owners, resented the coming of the next generation, and that their so-called Irish patriotism was simply inspired by the fear that they should be dispossessed in their turn as they had dispossessed others. What applies to the landowning patriots applies also to the manufacturers. The Protestant capitalists, with the help of the English, Dutch, and other adventurers, dispossessed the native Catholics and became prosperous. As their commerce grew, it became a serious rival to that of England, and accordingly the English capitalists compelled legislation against it, and immediately the erstwhile English garrison in Ireland became an Irish patriot party. From time to time many weird and fanciful theories have been evolved to account for the transformation of English settlers of one generation into Irish patriots in the next. We have been told it was the air, or the language, or the religion, or the hospitality, or the lovableness of Ireland, and all the time the naked economic fact, the material reason, was plain as the alleged reason was mythical or spurious. But there are none so blind as those who will not see, yet the fact remains that, since English confiscations of Irish lands ceased, no Irish landlord body has become patriotic or rebellious, and since English repressive legislation against Irish manufacturers ceased, Irish capitalists have remained valuable assets in the scheme of English rule in Ireland. So it would appear that since the economic reason ceased to operate, the air, and the language, and the religion, and the hospitality, and the lovableness of Ireland have lost all their seductive capacity, all their power to make an Irish patriot out of an English settler of the propertied classes. With the development of this patriotic policy amongst the Irish manufacturing class, there had also developed a more intense and aggressive policy amongst the humbler class of Protestants in town and country. In fact, in Ireland at that time, there were not only two nations divided into Catholics and non-Catholics, but each of those two nations in turn was divided into other two, the rich and the poor. The development of industry had drawn large numbers of the Protestant poor from agricultural pursuits into industrial occupations, and the suppression of those latter in the interest of English manufacturers left them both landless and workless. This condition reduced the laborers in town and country to the position of serfs. Fierce competition for farms and for jobs enabled the master class to bend both Protestant and Catholic to its will, and the result was seen in the revolts we have noticed earlier in our history. The Protestant workman and tenant was learning that the Pope of Rome was a very unreal and shadowy danger compared with the social power of his employer or landlord, and the Catholic tenant was awakening to a perception of the fact that under the new social order the Catholic landlord represented the mass less than the rent roll. The times were propitious for a union of the two democracies of Ireland. They had travelled from widely different points through the valleys of disillusion and disappointment to meet at last by the unifying waters of a common suffering. To accomplish this union, and make it a living force in the life of the nation, there was required the activity of a revolutionist with statesmanship enough to find a common point upon which the two elements could unite, and some great event, dramatic enough in its character, to arrest the attention of all and fire them with a common feeling. The first, the man, revolutionist, and statesman, was found in the person of Theobald Wolfe Tone, and the second, the event, in the French Revolution. Wolfe Tone had, although a Protestant, been secretary for the Catholic Committee for some time, and in that capacity had written the pamphlet quoted in a previous chapter, but eventually had become convinced that the time had come for more comprehensive and drastic measures than the committee could possibly initiate, even were it willing to do so. The French Revolution operated alike upon the minds of the Catholic and Protestant democracies to demonstrate this fact, and prepare them for the reception of it. The Protestant workers saw in it a revolution of a great Catholic nation, and hence wavered in the belief so insidiously instilled into them that Catholics were willing slaves of despotism, and the Catholics saw in it a great manifestation of popular power, a revolution of the people against the aristocracy, and, therefore, ceased to believe that aristocratic leadership was necessary for their salvation. Seizing this propitious moment, Tone and his associates proposed the formation of a society of men of every creed for the purpose of securing an equal representation of all the people in Parliament. This was, as Tone's later words and works amply prove, intended solely as a means of unity. Knowing well the nature of the times and political oligarchy in power, he realized that such a demand would be resisted with all the power of government, but he wisely calculated that such resistance to a popular demand would tend to make closer and more enduring the union of the democracy, irrespective of religion. And that Tone had no illusions about the value of the aristocracy is proven in scores of passages in his autobiography. We quote one, proving alike this point, and also the determining effect of the French Revolution upon the popular mind in Ireland. As the revolution advanced, and as events expanded themselves, the public spirit of Ireland rose with a rapid acceleration. The fears and animosities of the aristocracy rose in the same or a still higher proportion. In a little time the French Revolution became the test of every man's political creed, and the nation was fairly divided into great parties. The aristocrats and democrats borrowed from France, who have ever since been measuring each other's strength and carrying on a kind of smothered war, which the course of events, it is highly probable, may soon call into energy and action. It will be thus seen that Tone built up his hopes upon a successful prosecution of a class war, although those who pretend to imitate him today raise up their hands in holy horror at the mere mention of the phrase. The political wisdom of using a demand for equal representation as a rallying cry for the democracy of Ireland is evidenced by a study of the state of the suffrage at the time. In an address from the United Irishmen of Dublin to the English Society of the Friends of the People, dated Dublin, October 26, 1792, we find the following description of the state of representation. The state of Protestant representation is as follows: 17 boroughs have no resident elector, 16 have but one, 90 out of 13 electors each, 90 persons return for 106 rural boroughs, that is 212 members out of 300 the whole number, 54 members are returned by 5 noblemen and 4 bishops, and borough influence has given landlords such power in the counties as to make them boroughs also, yet the majesty of the people is still quoted with affected veneration, and if the crown be ostensibly placed in a part of the Protestant portion, it is placed there in mockery, for it is encircled with thorns. With regard to the Catholics, the following is the simple and sorrowful fact: 3 millions, every one of whom has an interest in the state, and collectively give it its value, are taxed without being represented, and bound by laws to which they have not given consent. The above address, which is signed by Thomas Wright as secretary, contains one sentence which certain socialists and others in Ireland and England might well study to advantage, and is also useful as illustrating the thought of the time. It is as follows: As to any union between the two islands, believe us when we assert that our union rests upon our mutual independence. We shall love each other if we be left to ourselves. It is the union of mind which ought to bind these nations together. This, then, was the situation in which the Society of United Irishmen was born. That society was initiated and conducted by men who realized the importance of all those principles of action upon which latter-day Irish revolutionists have turned their backs. Consequently, it was as effective in uniting the democracy of Ireland as the patriots of our day have been in keeping it separated into warring religious factions. It understood that the aristocracy was necessarily hostile to the principle and practice of freedom. It understood that the Irish fight for liberty was but a part of the worldwide upward march of the human race, and hence it allied itself with the revolutionists of Great Britain as well as with those of France, and it said little about ancient glories, and much about modern misery. The report of the Secret Committee of the House of Lords reprinted in full the secret manifesto to the Friends of Freedom in Ireland, circulated throughout the country by Wolfe Tone and his associates, in the month of June, 1791. As this contains the draft of the designs of the revolutionary association known to history as the Society of United Irishmen, we quote a few passages in support of our contentions, and to show the democratic views of its founders. The manifesto is supposed to have been written by Wolfe Tone in collaboration with Samuel Neilson and others. It is by wandering from the few plain and simple principles of political faith that our politics, like our religion, has become preaching, not practice, words not works. A society such as this will disclaim those party appellations which seem to pale the human hearts into petty compartments, and parcel out into sects and sections common sense, common honesty, and common will. It will not be an aristocracy, affecting the language of patriotism, the rival of despotism for its own sake, nor its irreconcilable enemy for the sake of us all. It will not, by views merely retrospective, stop the march of mankind or force them back into the lanes and alleys of their ancestors. This society is likely to be a means the most powerful for the promotion of a great end. What end? The rights of man in Ireland. The greatest happiness of the greatest number in this island, the inherent and infeasible claim of every free nation to rest in this nation the will and the power to be happy to pursue the common will as an individual pursues his private welfare, and to stand in insulated independence, an imperatore all people. The greatest happiness of the greatest number on the rock of this principle let this society rest, by this let it judge and determine every political question, and whatever is necessary for this end let it not be accounted hazardous, but rather our interest, our duty, our glory, and our common religion. The rights of man are the rights of God, and to vindicate the one is to maintain the other. We must be free in order to serve him whose service is perfect freedom. The external business of this society will be first, publication, in order to propagate their second principles and effectuate their ends. Second, communications with the different towns to be assiduously kept up and every exertion used to accomplish a national convention of the people of Ireland, who may profit by past errors and by many unexpected circumstances which have happened since this last meeting. Third, communications with similar societies abroad as the Jacobin Club of Paris, the Revolutionary Society in England, the Committee for Reform in Scotland. Let the nations go abreast. Let the interchange of sentiments among mankind concerning the rights of man be as immediate as possible. When the aristocracy come forward, the people fall backward. When the people come forward, the aristocracy, fearful of being left behind, insinuate themselves into our ranks and rise into timid leaders or treacherous auxiliaries. They mean to make us their instruments, let us rather make them our instruments. One of the two must happen. The people must serve the party, or the party must emerge in the mightiness of the people, and Hercules will then lean upon his club. On the 14th of July, the day which shall ever commemorate the French Revolution, let this society pour out their first libation to European liberty, eventually the liberty of the world, and, their eyes raised to heaven in his presence who breathed into them an ever-living soul, let them swear to maintain the rights and prerogatives of their nature as men, and the right and prerogative of Ireland as an independent people. Theut mon droit, God and my right, is the motto of kings. Theut la liberté, God and liberty, exclaimed Voltaire when he beheld Franklin, his fellow citizen of the world. Theut nos droits, God and our rights, let every Irishman cry aloud to each other, the cry of mercy, of justice, and of victory. It would be hard to find in modern socialist literature anything more broadly international in its scope and aims, more definitely of a class character in its methods, or more avowedly democratic in its nature than this manifesto, yet, although it reveals the inspiration and methods of a revolutionist acknowledged to be the most successful organizer of revolt in Ireland since the days of Rory O'More, all his present-day professed followers constantly trample upon and repudiate every one of these principles, and reject them as a possible guide to their political activity. The Irish socialist alone is in line with the thought of this revolutionary apostle of the United Irishmen. The above-quoted manifesto was circulated in June, 1791, and in July of the same year the townspeople and volunteer societies of Belfast met to celebrate the anniversary of the fall of the Bastille, a celebration recommended by the framer of the manifesto as a means of educating and uniting the real people of Ireland, the producers. From the Dublin Chronicle of the time we quote the following passages from the declaration of the volunteers and inhabitants at large of the town and neighbourhood of Belfast on the subject of the French Revolution. As Belfast was then the hotbed of revolutionary ideas in Ireland, and became the seat of the first Society of United Irishmen, and as all other branches of the society were founded upon this original, it will repay us to study the sentiments here expressed. Unanimously agreed to at an assembly held by public notice on the 14th of July, 1791. Colonel Sherman, President. Neither on marble, nor brass, can the rights and duties of men be so durably registered as on their memories and on their hearts. We therefore meet this day to commemorate the French Revolution, that the remembrance of this great event may sink deeply into our hearts, warmed not merely with the fellow feeling of townsmen, but with a sympathy which binds us to the human race in a brotherhood of interest, of duty, and affection. Here then we take our stand, and if we be asked what the French Revolution is to us, we answer, much. Much as men. It is good for human nature that the grass grows where the Bastille stood. We do rejoice at an event that means the breaking up of civil and religious bondage, when we behold this misshapen pile of abuses, cemented merely by customs, and raised upon the ignorance of a prostrate people, tottering to its base to the very level of equal liberty and commonwealth. We do really rejoice in this resurrection of human nature, and we congratulate our brother man coming forth from the vaults of ingenious torture and from the cave of death. We do congratulate the Christian world that there is in it one great nation which has renounced all ideas of conquest, and has published the first glorious manifesto of humanity, of union, and of peace. In return we pray to God that peace may rest in their land, and that it may never be in power of royalty, nobility, or a priesthood to disturb the harmony of a good people, consulting about those laws which must ensure their own happiness and that of unborn millions. Go on, then great and gallant people, to practice the sublime philosophy of your legislation, to force applause from nations least disposed to do you justice, and by conquest but by the omnipotence of reason, to convert and liberate the world, a world whose eyes are fixed on you, whose heart is with you, who talks of you with all her tongues. You are in very truth the hope of this world. Of all except a few men in a few cabinets who thought the human race belonged to them, not them to the human race, but now are taught by awful example, and tremble, and not dare confide in armies arrayed against you and your cause. Thus spoke Belfast. It will be seen that the ideas of the publishers of the secret manifesto were striking a responsive chord in the hearts of the people. A series of meetings of the Dublin Volunteer Corps were held in October of the same year, ostensibly to denounce a government proclamation offering a reward for the apprehension of Catholics under arms, but in reality to discuss the political situation. The nature of the conclusions arrived at may be judged by a final paragraph in the resolution, passed October 23, 1791, and signed amongst others by James Napper Tandy, on behalf of the Liberty Corps of Artillery. It reads: While we admire the philanthropy of that great and enlightened nation, who have set an example to mankind, both of political and religious wisdom, we cannot but lament that distinctions, injurious to both, have too long disgraced the name of Irishmen, and we most fervently wish that our animosities were entombed with the bones of our ancestors, and that we and our Roman Catholic brethren would unite like citizens, and claim the rights of man. This was in October. In the same month Wolfe Tone went to Belfast on the invitation of one of the advanced volunteer clubs, and formed the first club of United Irishmen. Returning to Dublin he organised another. From the minutes of the inauguration meeting of this first Dublin Society of United Irishmen, held at the Eagle Inn, Eustace Street, November 9, 1791, we make the following extracts, which speak for the principles of the original members of those two parent clubs of a society destined in a short time to cover all Ireland, and to set in motion the fleets of two foreign auxiliaries. For the attainment then of this great and important object, the removal of absurd and ruinous distinctions, and for promoting a complete coalition of the people, a club has been formed composed of all religious persuasions who have adopted for their name the Society of United Irishmen of Dublin, and have taken as their declaration that of a similar society in Belfast, which is as follows. In the present great era of reform, when unjust governments are falling in every quarter of Europe, when religious persecution is compelled to abjure her tyranny over conscience, when the rights of man are ascertained in theory, and that theory substantiated by practice, when antiquity can no longer defend absurd and oppressive forms against the common sense and common interests of mankind, when all government is acknowledged to originate from the people, and to be so far only obligatory as it protects their rights and promotes their welfare. We think it our duty as Irishmen to come forward and state what we feel to be our heavy grievance, and what we know to be its effectual remedy. We have no national government, we are ruled by Englishmen and the servants of Englishmen, whose object is the interest of another country, whose instrument is corruption, whose strength is the weakness of Ireland, and these men have the whole of the power and patronage of the country as means to seduce and subdue the honesty and the spirit of her representatives in the legislature. Such an extrinsic power, acting with uniform force in a direction too frequently opposite to the true line of our obvious interests, can be resisted with effect solely by unanimity, decision, and spirit in the people, qualities which may be exerted most legally, constitutionally, and efficaciously by that great measure essential to the prosperity and freedom of Ireland, an equal representation of all the people in Parliament. We have gone to what we conceive to be the root of the evil, we have stated what we conceive to be the remedy. With a Parliament thus reformed, everything is easy, without it nothing can be done. Here we have a plan of campaign indicated on the lines of those afterwards followed so successfully by the Socialists of Europe, a revolutionary party openly declaring their revolutionary sympathies, but limiting their first demand to a popular measure such as would enfranchise the masses, upon whose support their ultimate success must rest. No one can read the manifesto we have just quoted without realizing that these men aimed at nothing less than a social and political revolution such as had been accomplished in France, or even greater, because the French Revolution did not enfranchise all the people, but made a distinction between active and passive citizens, taxpayers and non-taxpayers. Nor yet can an impartial student fail to realize that it was just this daring aim that was the secret of their success as organizers, as it is the secret of the political effectiveness of the socialists of our day. Nothing less would have succeeded in causing Protestant and Catholic masses to shake hands over the bloody chasm of religious hatreds, nothing less will accomplish the same result in our day among the Irish workers. It must be related to the credit of the leaders of the United Irishmen that they remained true to their principles, even when moderation might have secured a mitigation of their lot. When examined before the secret committee of the House of Lords at the prison of Fort George, Scotland, Thomas Addis Emmet did not hesitate to tell his inquisitors that if successful they would have inaugurated a very different social system to that which then prevailed. Few movements in history have been more consistently misrepresented, by open enemies and professed admirers, than that of the United Irishmen. The suggestio falsi and the suppressio veri have been remorselessly used. The middle-class patriotic historians, orators, and journalists of Ireland have ever vied with one another in enthusiastic descriptions of their military exploits on land and sea, their hairbreadth escapes and heroic martyrdom, but have resolutely suppressed or distorted their writings, songs, and manifestos. We have striven to reverse the process, to give publicity to their literature, believing that this literature reveals the men better than any partisan biographer can do. Dr. Madden, a most painstaking and conscientious biographer, declares in his volume of the literary remains of the United Irishmen that he has suppressed many of their productions because of their trashy republican and irreligious tendencies. This is to be regretted, as it places upon other biographers and historians the trouble, 1,000 times more difficult now, of searching for anew and recollecting the literary material from which to build a proper appreciation of the work of those pioneers of democracy in Ireland. And as Irish men and women progress to a truer appreciation of correct social and political principles, perhaps it will be found possible to say, without being in the least degree blasphemous or irreverent, that the stones rejected by the builders of the past have become the cornerstones of the edifice. Chapter 9. The Emmet Conspiracy. The rich always betray the poor. Henry Joy McCracken's letter to his sister, 1798. The Emmet Conspiracy. The aftermath of the United Irish Movement of 1798, was even more distinctly democratic, international, and popular in its sympathies and affiliations. The treacherous betrayal of the United Irish Chiefs into the hands of the government had removed from the scene of action practically all the middle-class supporters of the revolutionary movement, and left the rank and file to their own resources and to consult their own inclinations. It was, accordingly, with these humble workers in town and country Emmet had to deal, when he essayed to reorganize the scattered forces of freedom for a fresh grapple with the despotic power of the class government then ruling Ireland and England. All students who have investigated the matter are as one in conceding that Emmet's conspiracy was more of a working-class character than its predecessors. Indeed, it is a remarkable fact that this conspiracy, widespread throughout Ireland, England, and France, should have progressed so rapidly, and with such elaborate preparations for armed revolt, amongst the poorer section of the populace, right up to within a short time of the date for the projected rising, without the alert English government or its Irish executive being able to inform themselves of the matter. Probably the proletarian character of the movement, the fact that it was recruited principally amongst the working class of Dublin and other large centres, as well as amongst the labouring element of the country districts, was the real reason why it was not so prolific of traitors as its forerunner. After the conspiracy had fallen through, the government, of course, pretended that it had known of it all along. Indeed, the British government in Ireland always pretends to be omniscient, but nothing developed during the trial of Emmet to justify such a claim. Nor has anything developed since, although searchers of the government documents of the time, the Castlereagh papers, the records of the Secret Service, and other sources of information, have been able to reveal in their true colors of infamy many who had posed in the limelight for more than a generation as whole-souled patriots and reformers. Thus Leonard McNally, barrister at law and legal defender of the United Irishmen, who acted for all the chiefs of that body at their trials, was one of the Catholic Committee and elected as Catholic delegate to England in 1811, looked up to and revered as a fearless advocate of Catholic rights and champion of persecuted nationalists, was discovered to have been all the time in the pay of the government, acting the loathsome part of an informer, and systematically betraying to the government the inmost secrets of the men whose cause he was pretending to champion in the courtroom. But this secret was kept for half a century. Francis Meighan, another worthy, received a secret pension of £200 per year from the government for the betrayal of the hiding place of Lord Edward Fitzgerald, and lived and died revered as an honest, unoffending citizen. A body of the Royal Meath Militia stationed at Mallow, County Cork, had conspired to seize the artillery stationed there, and with that valuable arm, join the insurgents in a body. One of their number mentioned the plot in his confessions to the Reverend Thomas Berry, parish priest of Mallow, and was by him ordered to reveal it to the military authorities. The leader of the plotters, Sergeant Beatty, seeing by the precautions suddenly taken that the plot was discovered, fought his way out of the barracks with 19 men, but was subsequently captured and hanged in Dublin. Father Berry, how ironical the title sounds, received £100 per year pension from the government, and drew this blood money in secret for a lifetime before his crime was discovered. It is recorded that the great Daniel O'Connell at one time turned pale when shown a receipt for this blood money signed by Father Berry, and yet it is known now that O'Connell himself, as a member of the Lawyers' Yeomanry Corps of Dublin, was turned out on duty to serve against the rebels on the night of Emmet's insurrection, and in Daunt's recollections he relates that O'Connell pointed out to him a house in James's Street which he, O'Connell, had searched for crop pies, patriots. The present writer has seen in Derrynane, O'Connell's ancestral home in County Kerry, a brass-mounted blunderbuss, which we were assured by a member of the family was procured at a house in James's Street, Dublin, by O'Connell from the owner, a follower of Emmet, a remark that recalled to our mind that search for crop pies of which Daunt speaks, and gave rise to a conjecture that possibly the blunderbuss in question owed its presence in Derrynane to that memorable raid. But although latter-day investigators have brought to light many such treasons against liberty as those recorded, and have revealed depths of corruption in quarters long unsuspected, nothing has yet been demonstrated to dim the glory or sully the name of the men and women of the working class, who carried the dangerous secret of Emmet's conspiracy and guarded it so well and faithfully to the end. It must be remembered in this connection, that at that period the open organization of laborers for any purpose was against the law, that consequently the trade unions which then flourished amongst the working class were all illegal organizations whose members were in constant danger of arrest and transportation for the crime of organizing, and that, therefore, a proposal to subvert the oppressive governing class and establish a republic founded upon the votes of all citizens, as Emmet planned, was one likely to appeal alike to the material requirements and imagination of the Irish toilers. And, as they were already trained to secrecy in organization, they naturally made splendid material for the revolutionary movement. It is significant that the only serious fight on the night of the ill-fated insurrection took place in the Coombe district of the Liberties of Dublin, a quarter inhabited exclusively by weavers, tanners, and shoemakers, the best organized trades in the city, and that a force of Wicklow men brought into Dublin by Michael Dwyer, the insurgent chieftain, were sheltered on the quays amongst the dock laborers, and eventually managed to return home without any traitor betraying their whereabouts to the numerous government spies overrunning the city. The ripeness of the laboring element in the country at large for any movement that held out hopes of social emancipation may be gauged by the fact that a partial rebellion had already taken place in 1802 in Limerick, Waterford, and Tipperary, where, according to Haverty's History of Ireland, the alleged grounds for rebellion were the dearness of the potatoes, and the right of the old tenants to retain possession of their farms. Such were the domestic materials upon which the conspiracy of Emmet rested, working-class elements fired with the hope of political and social emancipation. Abroad he sought alliance with the French Republic, the incarnation of the political, social, and religious unrest and revolution of the age, and in Great Britain he formed alliance with the Sassenach reformers who were conspiring to overthrow the English monarchy. On November 13, 1802, one Colonel Depard, with 19 others, was arrested in London charged with the crime of high treason. They were tried on the charge of conspiracy to murder the king, although no evidence in support of such a charge was forthcoming. Depard and 7 others were hanged. According to the Castlereagh papers, Emmet and Depard were preparing for a simultaneous uprising. A certain William Dowdall, of Dublin, described as one of the most determined of the Society of United Irishmen, being the confidential agent who acted for both. Mr. W. J. Fitzpatrick in his book Secret Service under Pitt and the Sham Squire brings out many of these facts as a result of an extensive and scholarly investigation of government records and the papers of private families, yet, although these books were published half a century ago, every recurring Emmet anniversary continues to bring us its crop of orators who know all about Emmet's martyrdom, and nothing about his principles. Even some of the more sympathetic of his panegyrists do not seem to realize that they dim his glory when they represent him as the victim of a protest against an injustice local to Ireland, instead of as an Irish apostle of a worldwide movement for liberty, equality, and fraternity. Yet this latter was indeed the character and position of Emmet, and as such the democracy of the future will revere him. He fully shared in the international sympathies of that Dublin Society of United Irishmen who had elected a Scottish reformer to be a United Irishman upon hearing that the government had sentenced him to transportation for attending a reform convention in Edinburgh. He believed in the brotherhood of the oppressed, and in the community of free nations, and died for his ideal. Emmet is the most idolized, the most universally praised of all Irish martyrs. It is, therefore, worthy of note that in the proclamation he drew up to be issued in the name of the Provisional Government of Ireland, the first article decrees the wholesale confiscation of church property and the nationalizing of the same, and the second and third decrees forbid and declare void the transfer of all landed property, bonds, debentures, and public securities, until the national government is established and the national will upon them is declared. 2 things are thus established, viz., that Emmet believed the national will was superior to property rights, and could abolish them at will, and also that he realized that the producing classes could not be expected to rally to the revolution unless given to understand that it meant their freedom from social as well as from political bondage. Chapter X. The first Irish socialist, a forerunner of Marx. It is a system which in its least repulsive aspects compels thousands and tens of thousands to fret and toil, to live and die in hunger and rags and wretchedness, in order that a few idle drones may revel in ease and luxury. Irish People, July 9, 1864. For Ireland, as for every part of Europe, the first quarter of the 19th century was a period of political darkness, or unbridled despotism and reaction. The fear engendered in the heart of the ruling classes by the French Revolution had given birth to an almost insane hatred of reform, coupled with a wolfish ferocity in hunting down even the mildest reformers. The triumph of the Allied sovereigns over Napoleon was followed by a perfect Saturnalia of despotism all over Europe, and every form of popular organization was ruthlessly suppressed or driven under the surface. But driving organizations under the surface does not remove the causes of discontent, and consequently we find that, as rapidly as reaction triumphed above ground, its antagonists spread their secret conspiracies underneath. The popular discontent was further increased by the fact that the return home of the soldiers disbanded from the Napoleonic Wars had a serious economic effect. It deprived the agriculturists of a market for their produce, and produced a great agricultural and industrial crisis. It threw out of employment all the ships employed in provisioning the troops, all the trades required to build, equip, and repair them, all the industries engaged in making war material, and in addition to suspending the work and flooding the labor market with the men and women thus disemployed, it cast adrift scores of thousands of able-bodied soldiers and sailors, to compete with the civilian workers who had fed, clothed, and maintained them during the war. In Ireland especially the results were disastrous, owing to the inordinately large proportion of Irish amongst the disbanded soldiers and sailors. Those returning home found the labor market glutted with unemployed in the cities, and in the rural districts the landlords engaged in a fierce war of extermination with their tenantry, who, having lost their war market and war prices, were unable to meet the increasing exactions of the owners of the soil. It was at this period the Great Ribbon Conspiracy took hold upon the Irish laborer in the rural districts, and although the full truth relative to that movement has never yet been unearthed, sufficient is known to indicate that it was in effect a secret agricultural trades union of laborers and cottier farmers, a trades union which undertook, in its own wild way, to execute justice upon the evictor, and vengeance upon the traitor to his fellows. Also at this time Irish trade unionism, although secret and illegal, attained to its maximum of strength and compact organization. In 1824 the Chief Constable of Dublin, testifying before a committee of the House of Commons, declared that the trades of Dublin were perfectly organized, and many of the employers were already beginning to complain of the tyranny of the Irish trades unions. Under such circumstances it is not to be wondered at, that the attention which in the 18th century had been given to political reforms and the philosophy thereof, gave way in the 19th to solicitude for social amelioration. In England, France, and Germany a crop of social philosophers sprang up, each with his scheme of a perfect social order, each with a plan by which the regeneration of society could be accomplished, and poverty and all its attendant evils abolished. For the most part these theorists had no complaint to make against the beneficiaries of the social system of the day, their complaint was against the results of the social system. Indeed they, in most cases, believed that the governing and possessing classes would themselves voluntarily renounce their privileges and property and initiate the new order once they were convinced of its advantages. With this belief it was natural that the chief direction taken by their criticism of society should be towards an analysis of the effects of competition upon buyer and seller, and that the relation of the laborer as producer to the proprietor as appropriator of the thing produced should occupy no part of their examination. One result of this one-sided view of social relations necessarily was a complete ignoring of historical development as a factor in hastening the attainment of their ideal. Since the new order was to be introduced by the governing class, it followed that the stronger that class became, the easier would be the transition, and consequently, everything which would tend to weaken the social bond by accentuating class distinction, or impairing the feelings of reverence held by the laborer for his masters, would be a hindrance to progress. Those philosophers formed socialist sects, and it is known that their followers, when they lost the inspiring genius of their leaders, degenerated into reactionaries of the most pronounced type, opposed to every forward move of labor. The Irish are not philosophers as a rule, they proceed too rapidly from thought to action. Hence it is not to be wondered at, that the same period which produced the utopian socialists before alluded to in France, England, and Germany produced in Ireland an economist more thoroughly socialist in the modern sense than any of his contemporaries, William Thomson, of Clonkeen, Rescarbery, County Cork, a socialist who did not hesitate to direct attention to the political and social subjection of labor as the worst evil of society, nor to depict, with a merciless fidelity to truth, the disastrous consequences to political freedom of the presence in society of a wealthy class. Thomson was a believer in the possibility of realizing socialism by forming cooperative colonies on the lines of those advocated by Robert Owen, and to that extent may be classed as a utopian. On the other hand, he believed that such colonies must be built by the laborers themselves, and not by the governing class. He taught that the wealth of the ruling class was derived from the plunder of labor, and he advocated, as a necessary preliminary to socialism, the conquest of political representation on the basis of the adult suffrage of both sexes. He did not believe in the state as a basis of socialist society, but he insisted upon the necessity of using political weapons to destroy all class privileges founded in law, and to clear the ground of all obstacles which the governing class might desire to put in the way of the growth of socialist communities. Lest it may be thought that we are exaggerating the merits of Thomson's work as an original thinker, a pioneer of socialist thought, superior to any of the utopian socialists of the continent, and long antedating Karl Marx in his insistence upon the subjection of labor as the cause of all social misery, modern crime, and political dependence, as well as in his searching analysis of the true definition of capital, we will quote a passage from his most important work, published in 1824, an Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth most conducive to human happiness as applied to the newly proposed system of the voluntary equality of wealth. Third edition. What, then, is the most accurate idea of capital? It is that portion of the product of labor which, whether of a permanent nature or not, is capable of being made the instrument of profit. Such seem to be the real circumstances which mark out one portion of the products of labor as capital. On such distinctions, however, have been founded the insecurity and oppression of the productive laborer, the real parent, under the guidance of knowledge, of all wealth, and the enormous usurpation, over the productive forces and their fellow creatures, of those who, under the name of capitalists, or landlords, acquired the possession of those accumulated products, the yearly or permanent supply of the community. Hence the opposing claims of the capitalist and the laborer. The capitalist, getting into his hands, under the reign of insecurity and force, the consumption of many laborers for the coming year, the tools or machinery necessary to make their labor productive, and the dwellings in which they must live, turned them to the best account, and bought labor and its future products with them as cheaply as possible. The greater the profit of capital, or the more the capitalist made the laborer pay for the advance of his food, the use of the implements or machinery, and the occupation of the dwelling, the less of course remained to the laborer for the acquisition of any object of desire. Or again, see how, whilst advocating political reform as a means to an end, he depicts its inefficiency when considered as an end in itself. As long as the accumulated capital of society remains in one set of hands, and the productive power of creating wealth remains in another, the accumulated capital will, while the nature of man continues as at present, be made use of to counteract the natural laws of distribution, and to deprive the producers of the use of what their labor has produced. Were it possible to conceive that, under simple representative institutions, any such of the expedients of insecurity should be permitted to remain in existence as would uphold the division of capital and labor, such representative institutions, though all the plunder of political power should cease, would be of little further benefit to the real happiness of mankind, than as affording an easy means for the development of knowledge, and the ultimate abolition of all such expedients. As long as a class of mere capitalists exists, society must remain in a diseased state. Whatever plunder is saved from the hand of political power will be levied in another way, under the name of profit, by capitalists who, while capitalists, must be always lawmakers. Thompson advocated free education for all, and went into great detail to prove its feasibility, giving statistics to show that the total cost of such education could easily be borne by Ireland without unduly increasing the burden of the producers. In this he was 3 generations ahead of his time, the reform he then advocated being only partially realized in our day. Living in a country in which a small minority imposed a detested religion by force upon a conquered people, with the result that a ferocious fanaticism disgraced both sides, he yet had courage and foresight enough to plead for secular education, and to the cry of the bigots who then as now declared that religion would die unless supported by the state, he answered, "Not only has experience proved that religion can exist without interfering with the natural laws of distribution by violation of security, but it has increased and flourished during centuries in Ireland, and in Greece, under and in spite of the forced abstraction of its own resources from its own communicants, to enrich a rival and hated priesthood, or to feed the force that enchained it." How different was the spirit of the socialism preached by Thompson from the visionary sentimentalism of the utopians of continental Europe, or of Owen in his earlier days in England, with their constant appeals to the humanity of the possessing classes, is further illustrated by the following passage which, although lengthy, we make no apology for reproducing. Because of its biting analysis of the attitude of the rich in the various stages of political society, and the lust for power which accompanies extreme wealth, the passage might have never been written by a socialist of the 20th century. The unoccupied rich are without any active pursuit, an object in life is wanting to them. The means of gratifying the senses, the imagination even, of sating all wants and caprices they possess. The pleasures of power are still to be attained. It is one of the strongest and most unavoidable propensities of those who have been brought up in indulgence, to abhor restraint, to be uneasy under opposition, and therefore to desire power to remove these evils of restraint and opposition. How shall they acquire the power? First by the direct influence of their wealth, and the hopes and fears it engenders, then when these means are exhausted, or to make these means more effectual, they endeavor everywhere to seize on, to monopolize the powers of government. Where despotism does exist, they endeavor to get entirely into their own hands, or in conjunction with the head of the state or other bodies, they seize as large a portion as they can of the functions of legislation. Where despotism does not exist, or is modified, they share amongst themselves all the subordinate departments of government, they monopolize, either directly or indirectly, the command of the armed force, the offices of judges, priests, and all those executive departments which give the most power, require the least trouble, and render the largest pecuniary returns. Where despotism exists, the class of the excessively rich make the best terms they can with the despot, to share his power whether as partners, equals, or mere slaves. If his situation is such as to give them a confidence in their strength, they make terms with the despot, and insist on what they call their rights. If they are weak they gladly crawl to the despot, and appear to glory in their slavishness to him for the sake of the delegated power of making slaves to themselves of the rest of the community. Such do the historians of all nations prove the tendencies of excessive wealth to be. In the English-speaking world the work of this Irish thinker is practically unknown, but on the continent of Europe his position has long been established. Besides the work already quoted, he wrote an appeal of one half of the human race women against the pretensions of the other half men to retain them in political and thence in civil and domestic slavery, published in London in 1825. Labor Rewarded, The Claims of Labor and Capital Conciliated, or, How to Secure to Labor the Whole Product of Its Exertions, published in 1827, and Practical Directions for the Speedy and Economical Establishment of Communities, published in London in 1830, are two other known works. He also left behind the manuscript of other books on the same subject, but they have never been published, and their whereabouts is now unknown. It is told of him that he was for 20 years a vegetarian and total abstainer, and in his will left the bulk of his fortune to endow the first cooperative community to be established in Ireland, and his body for the purpose of dissection in the interests of science. His relations successfully contested the will on the ground that immoral objects were included in its benefit. His position in the development of socialism as a science lies, in our opinion, midway between the utopianism of the early idealists and the historical materialism of Marx. He anticipated the latter in most of his analyses of the economic system, and foresaw the part that a democratization of politics must play in clearing the ground of the legal privileges of the professional classes. In a preface to the English translation of the work of one of his German biographers, Anton Menger, the writer H. S. Foxwell, M.A., says of his contribution to economic science: Thompson's fame will rest, not upon his advocacy of Owenite cooperation, devoted and public-spirited as that was, but upon the fact that he was the first writer to elevate the question of the just distribution of wealth to the supreme position it has since held in English political economy. Up to his time, political economy had been rather commercial than industrial. Indeed, he finds it necessary to explain the very meaning of the term industrial, which he says was from the French, no doubt adopted from Saint Simon. If we were to attempt to estimate the relative achievements of Thompson and Marx, we should not hope to do justice to either by putting them in contrast or by eulogizing Thompson in order to belittle Marx, as some continental critics of the latter seek to do. Rather, we should say that the relative position of this Irish genius and of Marx are best comparable to the historical relations of the pre-Darwinian evolutionists to Darwin, as Darwin systematized all the theories of his predecessors and gave a lifetime to the accumulation of the facts required to establish his and their position, so Marx found the true line of economic thought already indicated, and brought his genius and encyclopedic knowledge and research to place it upon an unshakable foundation. Thompson brushed aside the economic fiction maintained by the orthodox economists and accepted by the utopian, that profit was made in exchange, and declared that it was due to the subjection of labor and the resultant appropriation, by the capitalists and landlords, of the fruits of the labor of others. He does not hesitate to include himself as a beneficiary of monopoly. He declared, in 1827, that for about 12 years he had been living on what is called rent, the produce of the labor of others. All the theory of the class war is but a deduction from this principle. But, although Thompson recognized this class war as a fact, he did not recognize it as a factor, as the factor in the evolution of society towards freedom. This was reserved for Marx, and in our opinion, is his chief and crowning glory. While Owen and the continental socialists were beseeching the favor of kings, parliaments, and congresses, this Irishman was arraigning the rich, pointing out that lust of power forever followed riches, that capitalists, while capitalists, would always be lawmakers, but that as long as a class of mere capitalists exists, society must remain in a diseased state. The fact that the daring Celt who preached this doctrine, arraigning alike the social and political rulers of society and society itself, also vehemently demanded the extension of the suffrage to the whole adult population, is surely explanation enough why his writings found no favor with the respectable classes of society, with those same classes who so frequently lionized the leaders of the socialist sects of his day. In our day another great Irishman, Standish O'Grady, perhaps the greatest literateur in Ireland, has been preaching in the pages of the Peasant Dublin, 1908-9, against capitalist society, and urged the formation of cooperative communities in Ireland as an escape therefrom. It is curiously significant how little Irishmen know of the intellectual achievements of their race, that O'Grady apparently is entirely unconscious of the work of his great forerunner in that field of endeavor. It is also curiously significant of the conquest of the Irish mind by English traditions, that Irish nationalists should often be found fighting fiercely against socialism as a German idea, although every social conception which we find in the flower in Marx, we can also find in the bud in Thompson, 23 years before the publication of the Communist Manifesto, 43 years before the issue of Das Kapital. We will conclude this chapter by another citation from this Irish pioneer of revolutionary socialism. We say of revolutionary socialism advisedly, for all the deductions from his teachings lead irresistibly to the revolutionary action of the working class. As, According to the socialist philosophy, the political demands of the working class movement must at all times depend upon the degree of development of the age and country in which it finds itself. It is apparent that Thompson's theories of action were the highest possible expression of the revolutionary thought of his age. The productive laborers, stripped of all capital, of tools, houses, and materials to make their labor productive, toil from want, from the necessity of existence, their remuneration being kept at the lowest compatible figure with the existence of industrious habits. How shall the wretchedly poor be virtuous? Who cares about them? What character have they to lose? What hold has public opinion on their action? What care they for the delicate pleasures of reputation who are tormented by the gnawings of absolute want? How should they respect the property or rights of others who have none of their own to beget a sympathy for those who suffer from their privation? How can they feel for others' woes, for others' passing light complaints, who are tormented by their own substantial miseries? The mere mention of the trivial inconveniences of others insults and excites the indignation, instead of calling forth their complacent sympathies. Cut off from the decencies, the comforts, the necessaries of life, want begets ferocity. If they turn round, they find many in the same situation with themselves, partaking of their feelings of isolation from kindly sympathies with the happy. They become a public to each other, a public of suffering, of discontent and ignorance. They form a public opinion of their own in contempt of the public opinion of the rich, whom, and their laws, they look upon as the result of force alone. From whom are the wretched to learn the principle while they never see the practice of morality? Of respect for the security of others? From their superiors? From the laws? The conduct of their superiors, the operation of those laws have been one practical lesson to them of force, of restraint, of taking away without their consent, without any equivalent, the fruits of their labor. Of what avail are morals or principles or commands, when opposed, when belied by example? These can never supply motives of virtuous conduct. Motives arise from things, from surrounding circumstances, not from the idleness of words and empty declamations. Words are only useful to convey and impress a knowledge of these things and circumstances. If these things do not exist, words are mere mockery. With this bit of economic determinist philosophy teaching that morality is a thing of social growth, the outcome of things and circumstances, we leave this earliest Irish apostle of the social revolution. Fervent Celtic enthusiasts are fond of claiming, and the researches of our days seem to bear out the claim, that Irish missionaries were the first to rekindle the lamp of learning in Europe and dispel the intellectual darkness following the downfall of the Roman Empire. May we not also take pride in the fact that an Irishman was the first to pierce the worse than Egyptian darkness of capitalist barbarism, and to point out to the toilers the conditions of their enslavement, and the essential prerequisites of their emancipation? Chapter 11. An Irish Utopia. Were the hand of Locke to hold from heaven a scheme of government most perfectly adapted to the nature and capabilities of the Irish nation, it would drop to the ground a mere sounding scroll were there no other means of giving it effect than its intrinsic excellence. All true Irishmen agree in what ought to be done, but how to get it done is the question. Secret Manifesto, Ireland, 1793. In our last chapter we pointed out how the close of the Napoleonic Wars precipitated a commercial crisis in Great Britain and Ireland, and how in the latter country it also served to intensify the bitterness of the relations existing between landlord and tenant. During the continuance of the wars against Napoleon, agricultural prices had steadily risen, owing to the demand by the British government for provisions to supply its huge army and navy. With the rise in prices, rents had also risen, but when the close of the war cut off the demand, and prices consequently fell, rents did not fall along with them. A falling market and a stationary or rising rent roll could have but one result in Ireland, viz., agrarian war. The landlords insisted upon their pound of flesh, and the peasantry organized in secret to terrorize their oppressors and protect themselves. In the year 1829 a fresh cause of popular misery came as a result of the act granting Catholic emancipation. Until that year no Catholic had the right to sit in the English House of Commons, to sit on the bench as a judge, or to aspire to any of the higher posts in the civil, military, or naval services. As the culmination of a long fight against this iniquitous Protestant ascendancy, after he had aroused the entire Catholic population to a pitch of frenzy against the injustices inherent in it, the Catholic leader, Daniel O'Connell, presented himself as a candidate for the representation in Parliament of the County Clare, declaring that if elected he would refuse to take the oath then required of a Member of Parliament, as it libelled the Catholic religion. In Ireland at that time open voting prevailed, every elector having to declare openly before the clerks of the election and all others who chose to attend, the name of the candidate for whom he voted. In Ireland at that time also, most of the tenants were tenants at will, removable at the mere pleasure of the agent or landlord. Hence elections were a combination of farce and tragedy, a farce as far as a means of ascertaining the real wish of the electors was concerned, a tragedy whenever any of the tenants dared to vote against the nominee of the landlord. The suffrage had been extended to all tenants paying an annual rental of 40 shillings, irrespective of religious belief, but the terrible power of life and death possessed by the landlord made the suffrage ordinarily useless for popular purposes. Yet when O'Connell appealed to the Catholic peasantry of Clare to brave the vengeance of their landed tyrants, and vote for him in the interests of religious liberty, they nobly responded. O'Connell was elected, and as a result Catholic emancipation was soon afterwards achieved. But the ruling classes and the British government took their revenge by coupling with this reform a bill depriving the smaller tenants of the suffrage, and raising the amount of rent necessary to qualify for a vote to £10. Up till that time landlords had rather encouraged the growth of population on their estates, as it increased the number of their political adherents, but with the passage of this Act of Parliament this reason ceased to exist, and they immediately began the wholesale eviction of their tenantry and the conversion of the arable lands into grazing farms. The Catholic middle, professional, and landed class by Catholic emancipation had the way open to them for all the snug berths in the disposal of the government. The Catholics of the poorer class as a result of the same act were doomed to extermination, to satisfy the vengeance of a foreign government and an aristocracy whose power had been defied where it knew itself most supreme. The wholesale eviction of the smaller tenants and the absorption of their farms into huge grazing ranches, thus closing up every avenue of employment to labor, meant death to the agricultural population, and hence the peasantry struck back by every means in their power. They formed lodges of the secret ribbon society, made midnight raids for arms upon the houses of the gentry, assembled at night in large bodies and ploughed up the grasslands, making them useless for grazing purposes, filled up ditches, terrorized graziers into surrendering their ranches, wounded and killed those who had entered the service of graziers or obnoxious landlords, assassinated agents, and sometimes, in sheer despair, opposed their unarmed bodies to the arms of the military. Civil war of the most sanguinary character was convulsing the country. In May, 1831, the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland and a huge military force accompanied by artillery marched through Clare to overawe the people, but as he did not stop evictions, nor provide employment for the labourers whom the establishment of grazing had deprived of their usual employment on the farm, the outrages still continued. Nor were the professional patriots, or the newly emancipated Catholic rich, any more sympathetic to the unfortunate people. They had opened the way for themselves to place and preferment by using the laborer and cottier farmer as a lever to overthrow the fortress of religious bigotry and ascendancy, and now when the fight was won, they abandoned these poor co-religionists of theirs to the tender mercies of their economic masters. To the cry of despair welling up from the hearts of the evicted families, crouching in hunger upon the roadside in sight of their ruined homes, to the heartbroken appeal of the laborer permanently disemployed by the destruction of his source of employment, to the wail of famishing women and children, the politicians invariably had but one answer: be law-abiding, and wait for the repeal of the Union. We are not exaggerating. One of the most ardent repealers and closest friends of Daniel O'Connell, Mr. Thomas Steele, had the following manifesto posted up in the marketplace of Ennis and other parts of Clare, addressed to the desperate labourers and farmers. Unless you desist, I denounce you as traitors to the cause of the liberty of Ireland. I leave you to the government and the fire and bayonets of the military. Your blood be upon your own souls. This language of denunciation was uttered to the heroic men and women who had sacrificed their homes, their security, and the hopes of food for their children to win the emancipation from religious tyranny of the well-fed snobs who thus abandoned them. It is difficult to see how a promised repeal of the Union sometime in the future could have been of any use to the starving men of Clare, especially when they knew that their fathers had been starved, evicted, and tyrannized over before just as they were after the Union. At that time, however, it was deemed a highly patriotic act to ascribe all the ills that Irish flesh is heir to the Union. For example, Mr. O'Gorman Mahone, speaking in the House of Commons, London, on February 8, 1831, hinted that the snowstorm then covering Ireland was a result of the legislative union. He said, "Did the Hon. members imagine that they could prevent the unfortunate men who were under 5 feet of snow from thinking they could better their condition by a repeal of the Union? It might be said that England had not caused the snow, but the people had the snow on them, and they thought that their connection with England had reduced them to the state in which they now were." Another patriot, destined in after years to don the mantle of an Irish rebel, William Smith O'Brien, at this time, 1830, published a pamphlet advocating emigration as the one remedy for Irish misery. On the other hand, a commission appointed by the House of Lords in 1839 to inquire into the causes of the unrest and secret conspiracies amongst the poorer class examined many witnesses in close touch with the life of the peasantry, and elicited much interesting testimony tending to prove that the evil was much more deeply rooted than any political scheme of government, and that its real roots were in the social conditions. Thus examined as to the attitude of the laborers towards the Ribbon Association, one witness declared, "Many look to the association for protection. They think they have no other protection." Question: What are the principal objects they have in view? Answer: To keep themselves upon their lands. I have often heard their conversation, when they say, "What good did emancipation do for us? Are we better clothed or fed, or are our children better clothed or fed? Are we not as naked as we were, and eating dry potatoes when we can get them? Let us notice the farmers to give us better food and better wages, and not give so much to the landlord, and more to the workmen. We must not be letting them be turning the poor people off the ground." And a Mr. Paulette Scrowop, MP, declared in one of his writings upon the necessity for a poor law. The tithe question, the church, the grand jury laws, the more or fewer Catholics appointed to the shrievalty or magistracy, these are all topics for political agitation among idle mobs, but the midnight massacre, the daily plunder, the frequent insurrection, the insecurity of life and property throughout agricultural districts of Ireland, these are neither caused by agitation, nor can be put down with agitation. It will be thus seen that the opinion of the independent member of Parliament coincided with that of the revolting labourers as to the relative unimportance to the toilers of Ireland of the subjects which then, as now, bulked most largely in the minds of politicians. This was the state of things political and social in Ireland in the year 1831, and, as it was in Clare the final effective blow had been struck for religious emancipation, so it also was Clare that was destined to see the first effort to discover a peaceful way of achieving that social emancipation without which all other freedom, religious or political, must ever remain as Dead Sea fruit to the palate of labour. In 1832 the great English socialist, Robert Owen, visited Ireland and held a number of meetings in the Rotunda, Dublin, for the purpose of explaining the principles of socialism to the people of that city. His audiences were mainly composed of the well-to-do inhabitants, as was, indeed, the case universally at that period when socialism was the fad of the rich instead of the faith of the poor. The Duke of Leinster, the Catholic Archbishop Murray, Lord Meath, Lord Cloncurry, and others occupied the platform, and as a result of the picture drawn by Owen of the misery then existing, and the attendant insecurity of life and property amongst all classes, and his outline of the possibilities which a system of socialist cooperation could produce, an association styling itself the Hibernian Philanthropic Society was formed to carry out his ideas. A sum of money was subscribed to aid the prospects of the society, a General Brown giving £1,000, Lord Cloncurry £500, Mr. Owen himself subscribing £1,000, and £100 being raised from other sources. The society was short-lived and ineffectual, but one of the members, Mr. Arthur Vandeleur, an Irish landlord, was so deeply impressed with all he had seen and heard of the possibilities of Owenite socialism that in 1831, when crime and outrage in the country had reached its zenith, and the insecurity of life in his own class had been brought home to him by the assassination of the steward of his estate for unfeeling conduct towards the laborers, he resolved to make an effort to establish a socialist colony upon his property at Rillaheen, County Clare. For that purpose he invited to Ireland a Mr. Craig, of Manchester, a follower of Owen, and entrusted him with the task of carrying the project into execution. Though Mr. Craig knew no Irish, and the people of Rillaheen, as a rule, knew no English, a state of matters which greatly complicated the work of explanation and understanding was finally arrived at, and the estate was turned over to an association of the people organized under the title of the Rillaheen Agricultural and Manufacturing Cooperative Association. In the preamble to the laws of the association, its objects were defined as follows: the acquisition of a common capital, the mutual assurance of its members against the evils of poverty, sickness, infirmity, and old age, the attainment of a greater share of the comforts of life than the working classes now possess, the mental and moral improvement of its adult members, the education of their children. The following paragraphs selected from the rules of the association will give a pretty clear idea of its most important features. Basis of the society: that all the stock, implements of husbandry, and other property belong to and are the property of Mr. Vandeleur, until the society accumulates sufficient to pay for them, they then become the joint property of the society. Production: we engage that whatever talents we may individually possess, whether mental or muscular, agricultural, manufacturing, or scientific, shall be directed to the benefit of all, as well by their immediate exercise in all necessary occupations as by communicating our knowledge to each other, and particularly to the young. That, as far as can be reduced to practice, each individual shall assist in agricultural operations, particularly in harvest, it being fully understood that no individual is to act as steward, but all are to work. That all the youth, male or female, do engage to learn some useful trade, together with agriculture and gardening, between the ages of 9 and 17 years. That the committee meet every evening to arrange the business for the following day. That the hours of labor be from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening in summer, and from daybreak till dusk in winter, with the intermission of 1 hour for dinner. That each agricultural laboring man shall receive 8 pence, and every woman 5 pence per day for their labor. These were the ordinary wages of the country. The secretary, storekeeper, smiths, joiners, and a few others received something more, the excess being borne by the proprietor, which it is expected will be paid out at the store in provisions, or any other article the society may produce or keep there. Any other articles may be purchased elsewhere. That no member be expected to perform any service or work but such as is agreeable to his or her feelings, or they are able to perform, but if any member thinks that any other member is not usefully employing his or her time, it is his or her duty to report it to the committee, whose duty it will be to bring that member's conduct before a general meeting, who shall have power, if necessary, to expel that useless member. Distribution and domestic economy: that all the services usually performed by servants be performed by the youth of both sexes under the age of 17 years, either by rotation or choice. That the expenses of the children's food, clothing, washing, lodging, and education be paid out of the common funds of the society, from the time they are weaned till they arrive at the age of 17, when they shall be eligible to become members. That a charge be made for the food and clothing, and c. of those children trained by their parents, and residing in their dwelling houses. That each person occupying a house, or cooking and consuming their victuals therein, must pay for the fuel used. That no charge be made for fuel used in the public room. That it shall be a special object for the Subcommittee of Domestic Economy, or the Superintendent of that Department, to ascertain and put in practice the best and most economical methods of preparing and cooking the food. That all the washing be done together in the public wash house, the expenses of soap, labor, fuel, and to be equally borne by all the adult members. That each member pay the sum of 1/2 penny out of every shilling received as wages to form a fund to be placed in the hands of the committee, who shall pay the wages out of this fund of any member who may fall sick or meet with an accident. Any damage done by a member to the stock, implements, or any other property belonging to the society to be made good out of the wages of the individual, unless the damage is satisfactorily accounted for to the committee. Education and formation of character. We guarantee each other that the young children of any person dying, whilst a member of this society, shall be equally protected, educated, and cherished with the children of the living members, and entitled, when they arrive at the age of 17, to all the privileges of members. That each individual shall enjoy perfect liberty of conscience, and freedom of expression of opinion, and in religious worship. That no spirit-use liquors of any kind, tobacco or snuff be kept in the store, or on the premises. That if any of us should unfortunately have a dispute with any other person, we agree to abide by a decision of the majority of the members, or any person to whom the matter in question may be by them referred. That any person wishing to marry another do sign a declaration to that effect 1 week previous to the marriage taking place, and that immediate preparations be made for the erection, or fitting up of a suitable dwelling house for their reception. That any person wishing to marry another person, not a member, shall sign a declaration according to the last rule, the person not a member shall then be balloted for, and, if rejected, both must leave the society. That if the conduct of any member be found injurious to the well-being of the society, the committee shall explain to him or her in what respect his or her conduct shall continue to transgress the rules. Such member shall be brought before a general meeting, called for the purpose, and if the complaint be substantiated, 3/4 of the members present shall have power to expel, by ballot, such refractory member. Government. The society to be governed, and its business transacted, by a committee of 9 members, to be chosen half-yearly, by ballot, by all the adult male and female members, the ballot list to contain at least 4 of the last committee. The committee to meet every evening and their transactions to be regularly entered into a minute book, the recapitulation of which is to be given at the Society's general meeting by the Secretary. That there be a general weekly meeting of the Society, that the Treasurer's accounts be audited by the committee, and read over to the Society, that the suggestion book be also read at this meeting. The colony did not use the ordinary currency of the country, but instead adopted a labor note system of payment, all workers being paid in notes according to the number of hours worked, and being able to exchange the notes in the store for all the necessities of life. The notes were printed on stiff cardboard about the size of a visiting card, and represented the equivalent of a whole, a half, a quarter, an eighth, and a 16th of a day's labor. There were also special notes printed in red ink representing respectively the labors of a day and a half, and 2 days. In his account of the colony, published under the title of History of Raleigh, by Haywood and Sons, Manchester, a book we earnestly recommend to all our readers, Mr. Craig says, the labor was recorded daily on a labor sheet, which was exposed to view during the following week. The members could work or not at their own discretion. If no work, no record, and, therefore, no pay. Practically the arrangement was of great use. There were no idlers. Further on, he comments. The advantages of the labor notes were soon evident in the saving of members. They had no anxiety as to employment, wages, or the price of provisions. Each could partake of as much vegetable food as he or she could desire. The expenses of the children from infancy, for food, or education, were provided for out of the common fund. The object should be to obtain a rule of justice, if we seek the law of righteousness. This can only be fully realized in that equality arising out of a community of property where the labor of one member is valued at the same rate as that of another member, and labor is exchanged for labor. It was not possible to attain to this condition of equality at Rulahin, but we made such arrangements as would impart a feeling of security, fairness, and justice to all. The prices of provisions were fixed and uniform. A laborer was charged 1 shilling a week for as many vegetables and as much fruit as he chose to consume. Milk was a penny per quart, beef and mutton 4d, and pork 2½ pence per pound. The married members occupying separate quarters were charged 6d per week for rent, and 2d for fuel. In dealing with Ireland, no one can afford to ignore the question of the attitude of the clergy. It is therefore interesting to quote the words of an English visitor to Rulahin, a Mr. Finch, who afterward wrote a series of 14 letters describing the community, and offered to lay a special report before a select committee of the House of Commons upon the subject. He says, "The only religion taught by the society was the unceasing practice of promoting the happiness of every man, woman, and child to the utmost extent in their power. Hence the Bible was not used as a school book, no sectarian opinions were taught in the schools, no public dispute about religious dogmas or party political questions took place, nor were members allowed to ridicule each other's religion, nor were there any attempts at proselytism. Perfect freedom in the performance of religious duties and religious exercises was guaranteed to all. The teaching of religion was left to ministers of religion and to the parents, but no priest or minister received anything from the funds of the society. Nevertheless, both Protestant and Catholic priests were friendly to the system as soon as they understood it, and one reason was that they found these sober, industrious persons had now a little to give them out of their earnings, whereas formerly they had been beggars." Mr. Craig also states that the members of the community, after it had been in operation for some time, were better Catholics than before they began. He had at first considerable difficulty in warding off the attacks of zealous Protestant proselytizers, and his firmness in doing so was one of the chief factors in winning the confidence of the people as well as their support in insisting upon the absolutely non-sectarian character of the teaching. All disputes between the members were settled by appeals to a general meeting in which all adults of both sexes participated, and from which all judges, lawyers, and other members of the legal fraternity were rigorously excluded. To those who fear that the institution of common property will be inimical to progress and invention, it must be reassuring to learn that this community of ignorant Irish peasants introduced into Rulahin the first reaping machine used in Ireland, and hailed it as a blessing at a time when the gentlemen farmers of England were still gravely debating the practicability of the invention. From an address to the agricultural labourers of the County Clare, issued by the community on the introduction of this machine, we take the following passages, illustrative of the difference of effect between invention under common ownership and capitalist ownership. "This machine of ours is one of the first machines ever given to the working classes to lighten their labor and at the same time increase their comforts. It does not benefit any one person among us exclusively, nor throw any individual out of employment. Any kind of machinery used for shortening labor except used in a cooperative society like ours must tend to lessen wages, and to deprive working men of employment, and finally either to starve them, force them into some other employment, and then reduce wages in that also, or compel them to emigrate. Now, if the working classes would cordially and peacefully unite to adopt our system, no power or party could prevent their success." This was published by order of the committee, August 21, 1833, and when we observe the date we cannot but wonder at the number of things Clare and the rest of Ireland has forgotten since. It must not be supposed that the landlord of the estate on which Rulahin was situated had allowed his enthusiasm for socialism to run away with his self-interest. On the contrary, when turning over his farms to the community he stipulated for the payment to himself of a very heavy rental in kind. We extract from Brotherhood, a Christian socialist journal published in the north of Ireland in 1891, a statement of the rental, and a very luminous summing up of the lesson of Rulahin, by the editor, Mr. Bruce Wallace, long a hard and unselfish worker for the cause of socialism in Ireland. The association was bound to deliver annually, either at Rulahin, Bunratty, Clare, or Limerick, as the landlord might require, free of expense. Wheat, 320 BRLS. barley, 249 BRLs. Oats, 50 BRLs. Butter, 10 CWT. Pork, 30 CWT. Beef, 70 CWT. At the prices then prevailing, this amount of produce would be equivalent to about 900 pounds, 700 pounds of rent for the use of natural forces and opportunities, and 200 pounds of interest upon capital. It was thus a pretty stiff tribute that these poor Irish toilers had to pay for the privilege of making a little bit of their native soil fruitful. This tribute was, of course, so much to be deducted from the means of improving their sunken condition. In any future efforts that may be made to profit by the example of Rulahin and to apply again the principles of cooperation in farming, there ought to be the utmost care taken to reduce to a minimum the tribute payable to non-workers, and if possible to get rid of it altogether. If, despite this heavy burden of having to produce a luxurious maintenance for loungers, the condition of the toilers at Rulahin, as we shall see, was marvelously raised by the introduction of the cooperative principle amongst them, how much more satisfactorily would it have been raised had they been free of that depressing dead weight? Such is the lesson of Rulahin. Had all the land and buildings belonged to the people, had all other estates in Ireland been conducted on the same principles, and the industries of the country also so organized, had each of them appointed delegates to confer on the business of the country at some common centre as Dublin, the framework and basis of a free Ireland would have been realized. And when Ireland does emerge into complete control of her own destinies, she must seek the happiness of her people in the extension on a national basis of the social arrangements of Rulahin, or else be but another social purgatory for her poor, a purgatory where the pangs of the sufferers will be heightened by remembering the delusive promises of political reformers. In the most crime-ridden county in Ireland, this partial experiment in socialism abolished crime, where the fiercest fight for religious domination had been fought. It brought the mildest tolerance, where drunkenness had fed fuel to the darkest passions. It established sobriety and gentleness, where poverty and destitution had engendered brutality, midnight marauding, and a contempt for all social bonds. It enthroned security, peace, and reverence for justice, and it did this solely by virtue of the influence of the new social conception attendant upon the institution of common property, bringing a common interest to all. Where such changes came in the bud, what might we not expect from the flower? If a partial experiment in socialism, with all the drawbacks of an experiment, will achieve such magnificent results, what could we not rightfully look for were all Ireland, all the world, so organized on the basis of common property and exploitation and mastership forever abolished? The downfall of the association came as a result of the iniquitous land laws of Great Britain refusing to recognize the right of such a community to hold a lease or to act as tenants. The landlord, Mr. Vandeleur, lost his fortune in a gambling transaction in Dublin, and fled in disgrace, unable to pay his debts. The persons who took over the estate under bankruptcy proceedings refused to recognize the community, insisted upon treating its members as common laborers on the estate, seized upon the buildings and grounds, and broke up the association. So Rulahin ended. But in the rejuvenated Ireland of the future, the achievement of those simple peasants will be dwelt upon with admiration as a great and important landmark in the march of the human race towards its complete social emancipation. Rulahin was an Irish point of interrogation erected amidst the wildernesses of capitalist thought and feudal practice, challenging both in vain for an answer. Other smaller communities were also established in Ireland during the same period. A Lord Walscourt established a somewhat similar community on his estate in County Galway. The Quarterly Review of November, 1819, states that there was then a small community existent 9 miles outside Dublin, which held 30 acres, supported a priest and a school of 300 children, had erected buildings, made and sold jaunting cars, and comprised butchers, carpenters, and wheelwrights. The Quakers of Dublin established a cooperative woolen factory, which flourished until it was destroyed by litigation set on foot by dissatisfied members who had been won over to the side of rival capitalists, and a communal home was established and long maintained in Dublin by members of the same religious sect, but without any other motive than that of helping forward the march of social amelioration. We understand that the extensive store of Messrs. Ganley and Sons on Usher's Quay in Dublin was the home of this community, who lived, worked, and enjoyed themselves in the spacious halls, and slept in the smaller rooms of what is now the property of a capitalist auctioneer. Chapter 12. A chapter of horrors, Daniel O'Connell and the working class. 'Tis civilization, so ye say, and cannot be changed for the weakness of men. Take heed, 'tis a dangerous way to drive the wild wolf to the end of his den. Take heed of your civilization, 'tis a pyramid built upon quivering hearts. There are times, as Paris in '93, when the commonest men play terrible parts. Take heed of your progress, its feet are shod with the soles it slew, with its own pollutions. Submission is good, but the order of God may flame the torch of the revolutions. John Boyle O'Reilly. For both Ireland and Great Britain the period between the winning of Catholic emancipation, 1829, and the year 1850 was marked by great misery and destitution amongst the producing classes, accompanied by abortive attempts at revolution in both countries, and the concession of some few unimportant political and social reforms. In Ireland the first move against the forces of privilege was the abolition of the tithes, or, more correctly speaking, the abolition of the harsh and brutal features attendant upon the collection of the tithes. The clergy of the Episcopalian Church, the church by law established in Ireland, were legally entitled to levy upon the people of each district, irrespective of religion, a certain tax for the upkeep of that church and its ministers. The fact that this was in conformity with the practice of the Catholic Church in countries where it was dominant did not, of course, make this any more palatable to the Catholic peasantry of Ireland, who continually saw a part of their crops seized upon and sold to maintain a clergy whose ministrations they never attended, and whose religion they detested. Eventually their discontent at the injustice grew so acute as to flare forth in open rebellion, and accordingly all over Ireland the tenants began to resist the collection of tithes by every means in their power. The Episcopalian clergymen called on the aid of the law, and, escorted by police and military, seized the produce of the poor tenants and carried it off to be sold at auction. The peasantry, on the other hand, collected at dead of night and carried off the crops and cattle from farms upon which the distraint was to be made, and, when that was impossible, they strove by acts of violence to terrorize auctioneers and buyers from consummating the sale. Many a bright young life was extinguished on the gallows, or rotted away in prison cells, as a result of this attempt to sustain a hated religion by contributions exacted at the point of the bayonet, until eventually the struggle assumed all the aspect of a civil war. At several places when the military were returning from raiding the farm of some poor peasant, the country people gathered, erected barricades, and opposed their passage by force. Significantly enough of the temper and qualities of the people in those engagements, they generally succeeded in rescuing their crops and cattle from the police and military, and in demonstrating that Ireland still possessed all the material requisite for armed rebellion. In one conflict at Newtownbarry, 12 peasants were shot and 20 fatally wounded. In another at Carrigshock, 11 policemen were killed and 17 wounded, and at a great fight at Rathcormac, 12 peasants were killed in a fight with a large body of military and armed police. Eyewitnesses declared that the poor farmers and laborers engaged, stood the charge and volleys of the soldiers as firmly as if they had been seasoned troops, a fact that impressed the government more than a million speeches could have done. The gravity of the crisis was enhanced by the contrast between the small sum often involved, and the bloodshed necessary to recover it. Thus, at Rathcormac, 12 peasants were massacred in an attempt to save the effects of a poor widow from being sold to pay a sum of 40 shillings due as tithes. The ultimate effect of all this resistance was the passage of a Tithes Commutation Act by which the collection of tithes was abolished, and the substitution in its place of a tithe rent charge by means of which the sums necessary for the support of the Episcopalian clergy were included in the rent and paid as part of that tribute to the landed aristocracy. In other words, the economic drain remained, but it was deprived of all the more odious and galling features of its collection. The secret ribbon and Wittiboe societies were the most effective weapons of the peasantry in this fight, and to their activities the victory is largely to be attributed. The politicians gave neither help nor countenance to the fight, and save for the advocacy of one small Dublin newspaper, conducted by a small but brilliant band of young Protestant writers, no journal in all Ireland championed their cause. For the Catholic clergy it is enough to say that while this tithe war was being waged, they were almost universally silent about that grievous sin of secret conspiracy upon which they are usually so eloquent. We would not dare to say that they recognized that, as the secret societies were doing their work against a rival priesthood, it was better to be sparing in their denunciations for the time being. Perhaps that is not the explanation, but at all events it is noteworthy that as soon as the tithe war was won, all the old stock invectives against every kind of extra-constitutional action were immediately renewed. Contemporaneously with this tithe war had grown up the agitation for repeal of the legislative union led by Daniel O'Connell and supported by the large body of the middle classes, and by practically all the Catholic clergy. At the outset of this agitation the Irish working class, partly because they accepted O'Connell's explanation of the decay of Irish trade as due to the union, and partly because they did not believe he was sincere in his professions of loyalty to the English monarchy, nor in his desire to limit his aims to repeal, enthusiastically endorsed and assisted his agitation. He, on his part, incorporated the trades bodies in his association with rights equal to that of regularly enrolled members, a proceeding which evoked considerable dissent from many quarters. Thus the Irish Monthly Magazine, Dublin, a rabidly O'Connellite journal, in its issue of September, 1832, complains that the National Union, of Repealers, is in danger because there is a contemporary union composed of the tradesmen and operative classes, the members of which are qualified to vote at its sittings, and who are in every respect put upon a perfect equality with the members of the National Union. And in its December number of the same year it returns to the charge with the significant statement that in fact we apprehend great mischief and little good from the trades union as at present constituted. The representative of the English King in Ireland, Lord Lieutenant Anglesey, apparently coincided in the opinion of this follower of O'Connell as to the danger of Irish trade unions in politics, for when the Dublin trade bodies projected a mammoth demonstration in favour of repeal, he immediately proclaimed it, and ordered the military to suppress it, if necessary, by armed force. But as O'Connell grew in strength in the country, and attracted to himself more and more of the capitalist and professional classes in Ireland, and as he became more necessary to the schemes of the Whig politicians in England, and thought these latter more necessary to his success, he ceased to play for the favour of organised labour, and gradually developed into the most bitter and unscrupulous enemy of trade unionism Ireland has yet produced, signalising the trades of Dublin always out for his most venomous attack. In 1835 O'Connell took his seat on the ministerial side of the House of Commons as a supporter of the Whig government. At that time the labouring population of England were the most exploited, degraded, and almost dehumanized of all the peoples of Europe. The tale of their condition reveals such inhumanity on the part of the masters, such woeful degradation on the side of the toilers, that were it not attested by the sober record of witnesses before various parliamentary commissions, the record would be entirely unbelievable. Women worked down in coal mines, almost naked, for a pitiful wage, often giving birth to children when surprised by the pains of parturition amidst the darkness and gloom of their places of employment. Little boys and girls were employed drawing heavy hutches, wagons, of coal along the pit floors by means of a strap around their bodies and passing through between their little legs. In cotton factories little tots of 8, 7, and even 6 years of age of both sexes were kept attending machinery, being hired like slaves from workhouses for that purpose, and worked 12, 14, and even 16 hours per day, living, sleeping, and working under conditions which caused them to die off as with a plague. In pottery works, bake shops, clothing factories and workrooms the overwork and unhealthy conditions of employment led to such suffering and degradation and shortening of life that the very existence of the working class was endangered. In the agricultural districts the sufferings of the poor were so terrible that the English agricultural labourer, the most stolidly patient, unimaginative person on the face of the earth broke out into riots, machine breaking, and hayrick burning. As in Ireland, Captain Rock, or Captain Moonlight had been supposed to be the presiding genius of the nocturnal revolts of the peasantry, so in England, Captain Swing, an equally mythical personage, took the blame or the credit. In a booklet circulated amongst the English agricultural labourers, Captain Swing is made to say, "I am not the author of these burnings. These fires are caused by farmers having been turned out of their lands to make room for foxes, peasants confined 2 years in prison for picking up a dead partridge, and parsons taking a poor man's only cow for the tithe of his cabbage garden." So great was the distress, so brutal the laws, and so hopelessly desperate the labourers, that in the special assize held at Winchester in December, 1830, no less than 300 prisoners were put upon trial, a great number of whom were sentenced to death. Of the number so condemned, 6 were actually hanged, 20 transported for life, and the rest for smaller periods. We are told in the English Via Dolorosa, of William Heath, that a child of 14 had sentence of death recorded against him, and 2 brothers, one 20, the other 19, were ruthlessly hanged on Penandon Heath, whither they were escorted by a regiment of Scots Greys. As to whom was responsible for all this suffering, contemporary witnesses leave no doubt. The London Times, most conservative of all capitalist papers, in its issue of December 27, 1830, declared, "We do affirm that the actions of this pitiable class of men, the labourers, are a commentary on the treatment experienced by them at the hands of the upper and middling classes. The present population must be provided for in body and spirit on more liberal and Christian principles, or the whole mass of labourers will start into legions of banditti less criminal than those who have made them so, those who by a just but fearful retribution will soon become their victims." And in 1833 a parliamentary commission reported that the condition of the agricultural labourers was brutal and wretched. Their children during the day were struggling with the pigs for food, and at night were huddled down on damp straw under a roof of rotten thatch. In the large towns the same state of rebellion prevailed. The military were continually on duty, and so many people were killed that the coroners ceased to hold inquests. Such was the state of England, misery and revolt beneath, and sanguinary repression coupled with merciless greed above, at the time when O'Connell, taking his seat in Parliament, threw all his force on the side of capitalist privilege and against social reform. In 1838 5 cotton spinners in Glasgow, in Scotland, were sentenced to 7 years' transportation for acts they had committed in connection with trade union combination to better the miserable condition of their class. As the punishment was universally felt to be excessive, even in the brutal spirit of the times, Mr. Walkley, Member of Parliament for Finsbury, on the 13th of February of that year, brought forward a motion in the House of Commons for a select committee to inquire into the constitution, practices, and effects of the Association of Cotton Operatives of Glasgow. O'Connell opposed the motion, and used the opportunity to attack the Irish trade unions. He said, "There was no tyranny equal to that which was exercised by the trade unionists in Dublin over their fellow labourers. One rule of the workmen prescribed a minimum rate of wages so that the best workmen received no more than the worst. Another part of their system was directed towards depriving the masters of all freedom in their power of selecting workmen, the names of the workmen being inscribed in a book, and the employer compelled to take the first on the list." He said that at Bandon a large factory had been closed through the efforts of the men to get higher wages, ditto at Belfast, and it was calculated that wages to the amount of £500,000 per year were lost to Dublin by trade unions. The combination of tailors in that city, for instance, had raised the price of clothes to such a pitch that it was worth a person's while to go to Glasgow and wait a couple of days for a suit, the difference in the price paying the expense of the trip. He also ascribed the disappearance of the shipbuilding trades from Dublin to the evil effects of trade unions. Because of O'Connell's speech his friends, the Whig government, appointed a committee, not to inquire into the Glasgow cases, but to investigate the acts of the Irish, and especially of the Dublin, trade unions. The special committee sat and collected 2 volumes of evidence, O'Connell producing a number of witnesses to bear testimony against the Irish trade unionists, but the report of the committee was never presented to the House of Commons. In June of the same year, 1838, O'Connell had another opportunity to vent his animus against the working class, and serve the interest of English and Irish capitalism, and was not slow to take advantage of it. In the year 1833, mainly owing to the efforts of the organized factory operatives and some high-spirited philanthropists, a law had been enacted forbidding the employment of children under 9 years of age in factories except silk mills, and forbidding those under 13 from working more than 48 hours per week, or 9 hours per day. The ages mentioned will convey to the reader some idea of how infantile flesh and blood had been sacrificed to sate the greed of the propertied class. Yet this eminently moderate enactment was fiercely hated by the godly capitalists of England, and by every unscrupulous device they could contrive they strove to circumvent it. So constant and effective was their evasion of its merciful provisions that on the 23rd of June the famous friend of the factory operatives, Lord Ashley, in the House of Commons, moved as an amendment to the order of the day the second reading of a bill to more effectually regulate factory works, its purpose being to prevent or punish any further infringement of the Act of 1833. O'Connell opposed the motion, and attempted to justify the infringement of the law by the employers by stating that the Parliament had legislated against the nature of things, and against the right of industry. Let them not, he said, be guilty of the childish folly of regulating the labor of adults, and go about parading before the world their ridiculous humanity, which would end by converting their manufacturers into beggars. The phrase about regulating the labor of adults was borrowed from the defense, set up by the capitalists, that preventing the employment of children also interfered with the labor of adults freeborn Englishmen. O'Connell was not above using this claptrap, as he on a previous occasion had not been above making the lying pretense that the enforcement of a minimum wage prevented the payment of high wages to any specially skilled artisan. On this question of the attitude to be taken up towards the claims of labor, O'Connell differed radically with one of his most capable lieutenants, Fergus O'Connor. The latter, being returned to Parliament as a repealer, was struck by the miserable condition of the real people of England in whose interests Ireland was supposed to be governed, and as the result of his investigation into its cause, he arrived at the conclusion that the basis of the oppression of Ireland was economic, that labour in England was oppressed by the same class and by the operation of the same causes as had impoverished and ruined Ireland, and that the solution of the problem in both countries required the union of the democracies in one common battle against their oppressors. He earnestly strove to impress this view upon O'Connell, only to find, that in the latter class feeling was much stronger than desire for Irish national freedom, and that he, O'Connell, felt himself to be much more akin to the propertied class of England than to the working class of Ireland. This was proven by his actions in the cases above cited. This divergence of opinion between O'Connell and O'Connor closed Ireland to the latter and gave him to the Chartists as one of their most fearless and trusted leaders. When he died, more than 50,000 toilers marched in the funeral procession which bore his remains to his last resting place. He was one of the first of that long list of Irish fighters in Great Britain whose unselfish sacrifices have gone to make a record for an English labour movement. That the propertied and oppressing classes were well aware of the value of O'Connell's services against the democracy, and were believed to be grateful for the same, was attested by the action of Richard Lallershiel when, defending him during the famous state trials, he claimed the consideration of the court for O'Connell, because he had stood between the people of Ireland and the people of England, and so prevented a junction which would be formidable enough to overturn any administration that could be formed. But, as zealous as O'Connell and the middle-class repealers were to prevent any international action of the democracies, the Irish working class were as enthusiastic in their desire to consummate it. Irish Chartist associations sprang up all over the island, and we are informed by a writer in the United Irishmen of John Mitchell, 1848, that in Dublin they had grown so strong and so hostile to O'Connellism that at one time negotiations were in progress for a public debate between the Liberator and a representative of the Dublin trades. But upon the arrest and imprisonment of O'Connell, he continues, the working class were persuaded to abandon their separate organizations for the sake of presenting a common front to the government, a step they afterwards regretted. To this letter John Mitchell, as editor, appended a note reminding his readers of the anti-labor record of O'Connell, and adducing it as a further reason for repudiating his leadership. Yet it is curious that in his History of Ireland Mitchell omits all reference to this disgraceful side of O'Connell's career, as do indeed all the other Irish historians. If silence gives consent, then all our history, writing scribes have consented to, and hence approved of, this suppression of the facts of history in order to assist in perpetuating the blindness and the subjection of labor. Chapter 13. Our Irish Girondins sacrifice the Irish peasantry upon the altar of private property. There is a class of revolutionists named Girondins whose fate in history is remarkable enough. Men who rebel, and urge the lower classes to rebel, ought to have other than formulas to go upon. Men who discern in the misery of the toiling, complaining millions, not misery but only a raw material which can be wrought upon and traded in for one's own poor hidebound theories and egoisms, to whom millions of living fellow creatures with beating hearts in their bosoms beating, suffering, hoping are masses, mere explosive masses, for blowing down Bastilles with, for voting at hustings for us, such men are of the questionable species. Thomas Carlyle. The outbreak of the famine, which commenced on a small scale in 1845, and increased in area and intensity until 1849, brought to a head the class antagonism in Ireland, of which the rupture with the trades was one manifestation, and again revealed the question of property as the test by which the public conduct is regulated, even when those men assume the garb of revolution. Needless to say, this is not the interpretation of the history of that awful period we are given by the orthodox Irish or English writers upon the subject. Irish nationalists of all stripes and English critics of every variety agree, with wonderful unanimity, in ascribing a split in the Repeal Association which led to the formation by the seceders of the body known as the Irish Confederation to the academic question of whether force might or might not be employed to achieve a political end. The majority of the Repeal Association, we are told, subscribed to the principle, enunciated by O'Connell, that the greatest sublunary blessings were not worth the shedding of a single drop of human blood, and John Mitchell, Father Meehan, Gavan Duffy, Thomas Francis Meagher, Devin Riley, William Smith O'Brien, Fintan Lalor and others repudiated that doctrine, and on this point of purely theoretical divergence the secession from O'Connell took place. It is difficult to believe that any large number of Irishmen ever held such a doctrine seriously. It is quite certain that the Irish Catholic priesthood, O'Connell's chief lieutenants, did not hold or counsel such a doctrine during the Tithe War. O'Connell himself had declared that he would willingly join in helping England in bringing down the American eagle in its highest pride of flight, which surely would have involved war, and in the House of Commons on one occasion, in reply to Lord Lyndhurst, who had characterized the Irish as aliens in blood, in language and in religion, Richard Lalor Shiel, a champion of O'Connellism, had delivered a magnificent oration vaunting the prowess of Irish soldiers in the English army. In passing we note that Shiel considered the above phrase of Lord Lyndhurst an insult. Modern Irish nationalists triumphantly assert the idea, embodied in that phrase, as the real basis of Irish nationalism. Nor yet were the seceders, the Young Irelanders as they were called, in favor of physical force, save as a subject for flights in poetry and oratory. In reality the secession took place on a false issue, the majority on either side being disinclined to admit, even if they recognized, the real issue dividing them. That issue was the old and ever-present one of the democratic principle in human society versus the aristocratic. The Young Irelanders, young and enthusiastic, felt the force of the democratic principle then agitating European society. Indeed, the very name of Young Ireland was an adaptation of the names used by the Italian revolutionist Mazzini for the revolutionary associations Young Italy, Young Switzerland, Young France, and Young Germany he founded after the year 1831. And as the progress of the revolutionary movement on the continent, accompanied as it was by the popularization of socialistic ideas among the revolutionary masses, Synchronized with the falling apart of the social system in Ireland owing to the famine, the leaders of the Young Ireland Party responded to and moved along with the revolutionary current of events without ever being able to comprehend the depth and force of the stream upon whose surface they were embarked. The truth of this is apparent to all who study their action when at last the long-talked-of day for revolution had arrived. By that time, 1848, Ireland was in the throes of the greatest famine in her history. A few words explanatory of that famine may not be amiss to some of our readers. The staple food of the Irish peasantry was the potato. All other agricultural produce, grains, and cattle, was sold to pay the landlord's rent. The ordinary value of the potato crop was yearly approximately £20 million in English money. In 1848, in the midst of the famine, the value of agricultural produce in Ireland was £44,958,120. In that year the entire potato crop was a failure, and to that fact the famine is placidly attributed, yet those figures amply prove that there was food enough in the country to feed double the population, were the laws of capitalist society set aside and human rights elevated to their proper position. It is a common saying amongst Irish nationalists that Providence sent the potato blight, but England made the famine. The statement is true, and only needs amending by adding that England made the famine by a rigid application of the economic principles that lie at the base of capitalist society. No man who accepts capitalist society and the laws thereof can logically find fault with the statesmen of England for their acts in that awful period. They stood for the rights of property and free competition, and philosophically accepted their consequences upon Ireland. The leaders of the Irish people also stood for the rights of property, and refused to abandon them even when they saw the consequences in the slaughter by famine of over 1 million of the Irish toilers. The first failure of the potato crop took place in 1845, and between September and December of that year, 515 deaths from hunger were registered, although 3,250,000 quarters of wheat and numberless cattle had been exported. From that time until 1850 the famine spread, and the exports of food continued. Thus in 1848 it was estimated that 300,000 persons died of hunger and 1,826,132 quarters of wheat and barley were exported. Typhus fever, which always follows on the heels of hunger, struck down as many as perished directly of famine, until at last it became impossible in many districts to get sufficient laborers with strength enough to dig separate graves for the dying. Recourse was had to famine pits, into which the bodies were thrown promiscuously. Whole families died in their miserable cabins, and lay and rotted there, and travelers in remote parts of the country often stumbled upon villages in which the whole population had died of hunger. In 1847, black 250,000 died of fever, 21,770 of starvation. Owing to the efforts of emigration agents and remittances sent from relatives abroad in the same year, 89,783 persons embarked for Canada. They were flying from hunger, but they could not fly from the fever that follows in the wake of hunger, and 6,100 died and were thrown overboard on the voyage. 4,100 died on their arrival in Canada, 5,200 in hospitals, and 1,900 in interior towns. Great Britain was nearer than America, and many who could not escape to America rushed to the inhospitable shores of Britain, but pressure was brought to bear upon the steamship companies, and they raised the rates upon all passengers by steerage to an almost prohibitive price. In this flight to England occurred one of the most fearful tragedies of all history, a tragedy which, in our opinion, surpasses that of the Black Hole of Calcutta in its accumulation of fearful and gruesome horrors. On December 2, 1848, a steamer left Sligo with 200 steerage passengers on board bound for Liverpool. On that bleak northwestern coast such a passage is at all times rough, and storms are both sudden and fierce. Such a storm came on during the night, and as the unusual number of passengers crowded the deck the crew unceremoniously and brutally drove them below decks, and battened down the hatches to prevent their re-emergence. In the best of weather the steerage of such a coasting vessel is, even when empty of human freight, foul, suffocating, and unbearable, the imagination fails to realize what it must have been on that awful night when 200 poor wretches were driven into its depths. To add to the horror, when some of the more desperate beat upon the hatches and demanded release, the mate, in a paroxysm of rage, ordered tarpaulin to be thrown across the opening to stifle their cries. It did stifle the cries, it also excluded the air and the light, and there in that inferno those 200 human beings fought, struggled, and gasped for air while the elements warred outside and the frail tub of a ship was tossed upon the surface of the waters. At last, when someone stronger than the rest managed to break through and reach the deck, he confronted the ship's officers with the news that their brutality had made them murderers, that grim death was reaping his harvest amongst the passengers. It was too true. Out of the 200 passengers battened down below decks, 72, more than a third of the entire number, had expired, suffocated for want of air or mangled to death in the blind struggle of despair in the darkness. Such is the tale of that voyage of the ship Londonderry, surely the most horrible tale of the sea in the annals of any white people. Amidst such conditions the Irish Confederation had been preaching the moral righteousness of rebellion, and discoursing learnedly in English to a starving people, the most of whom knew only Irish, about the historical examples of Holland, Belgium, Poland, and the Tyrol. A few men, notably John Mitchell, James Fintan Lalor, and Thomas Devon Riley, to their credit be it said, openly advocated, as the first duty of the people, the refusal to pay rents, the retention of their crops to feed their own families, and the breaking up of bridges and tearing up of railroad lines to prevent the removal of food from the country. Had such advice been followed by the young Irelanders as a body, it would, as events showed, have been enthusiastically adopted by the people at large, in which event no force in the power of England could have saved landlordism or the British Empire in Ireland. As explained by Fintan Lalor, the keenest intellect in Ireland in his day, it meant the avoidance of all pitched battles with the English army, and drawing it into a struggle along lines and on a plan of campaign where its discipline, training, and methods would be a hindrance rather than a help, and where no mobilization, battalion drilling, or technical knowledge of military science was required of the insurgent masses. In short, it involved a social and a national revolution, each resting upon the other. But the men who advocated this were in a hopeless minority, and the chiefs of the young Irelanders were as rabidly solicitous about the rights of the landlord as were the chiefs of the English government. While the people perished, the young Irelanders talked, and their talk was very beautiful, thoroughly grammatical, nicely polished, and the proper amount of passion introduced always at the proper psychological moment. But still the people perished. Eventually the government seized upon the really dangerous man, the man who had hatred of injustice deeply enough rooted to wish to destroy it at all costs, the man who had faith enough in the masses to trust a revolutionary outbreak to their native impulses, and who possessed the faculty of combining thought with action, John Mitchell. With his arrest the people looked for immediate revolution, so did the government, so did Mitchell himself. All were disappointed. John Mitchell was carried off to penal servitude in Van Diemen's Land, Tasmania, after scornfully refusing to sign a manifesto presented to him in his cell by Thomas Francis Meagher and others, counselling the people not to attempt to rescue him. The working class of Dublin and most of the towns were clamouring for their leaders to give the word for a rising. In many places in the country the peasantry were acting spontaneously. Eventually news reached Dublin in July 1848, that warrants were issued for the arrest of the chiefs of the Young Ireland Party. They determined to appeal to the country. But everything had to be done in a respectable manner. English army on one side, provided with guns, bands, and banners, Irish army on the other side, also provided with guns, bands, and banners, serried ranks with glittering steel, no mere proletarian insurrection, and no interference with the rights of property. When C.G. Duffy was arrested on Saturday, 9th of July, in Dublin, the Dublin workers surrounded the military escort on the way to the prison at Newgate, stopped the carriage, pressed up to Duffy, and offered to begin the insurrection then and there. "Do you wish to be rescued?" said one of the leaders. "Certainly not," said Duffy. and the puzzled toilers fell back and allowed the future Australian Premier to go to prison. In Cashel, Tipperary, Michael Doheny was arrested. The people stormed the jail and rescued him. He insisted upon giving himself up again and applied for bail. In Waterford, Meagher was arrested. As he was being taken through the city, guarded by troops, the people erected a barricade in the way across a narrow bridge over the River Suir, and when the carriage reached the bridge, some cut the traces of the horses and brought the cavalcade to a standstill. Meagher ordered them to remove the barricade. They begged him to give the word for insurrection and they would begin then and there. The important city was in their hands, but Meagher persisted in going with the soldiers, and the poor working-class rebels of Waterford let him go, crying out as they did so, "You will regret it, you will regret it, and it is your own fault." Meagher afterwards proved himself a fearless soldier of a regular army, but as an insurgent he lacked the necessary initiative. But the crowning absurdity of all was the leadership of William Smith O'Brien. He wandered through the country telling the starving peasantry to get ready, but refusing to allow them to feed themselves at the expense of the landlords who had so long plundered, starved, and evicted them. He would not allow his followers to seize upon the carts of grain passing along the roads where the people were dying of want of food. At Mullineown he refused to allow his followers to fell trees to build a barricade across the road until they had asked permission of the landlords who owned the trees. When the people of Killenaul had a body of dragoons entrapped between two barricades, he released the dragoons from their dangerous situation upon their leader assuring him that he had no warrant for his, O'Brien's, arrest. In another place he surprised a party of soldiers in the town hall with their arms taken apart for cleaning purposes, and instead of confiscating the arms, he told the soldiers that their arms were as safe as they would be in Dublin Castle. When we remember the state of Ireland then, with her population perishing of famine, all the above recital reads like a page of comic opera. Unfortunately it is not, it is a page from the blackest period of Ireland's history. Reading it, we can understand why Smith O'Brien has a monument in Dublin, although Fintan Lalor's name and writings have been boycotted for more than 50 years. W. A. O'Connor, B.A., in his History of the Irish People, sums up Smith O'Brien's career thus: the man had broken up a peaceful organization in the cause of war, promised war to a people in desperate strait, went into the country to wage war, then considered it guilt to do any act of war. It must, of course, be conceded that Smith O'Brien was a man of high moral probity, but it is equally necessary to affirm that he was a landlord, vehemently solicitous for the rights of his class, and allowing his solicitude for those rights to stand between the millions of the Irish race and their hopes of life and freedom. It ought, however, also be remembered, in extenuation of his conduct in that awful crisis, that he had inherited vast estates as the result of the social, national, and religious apostasy of his forefathers, and in view of such an ancestry, it is more wonderful that he had dreamed of rebellion than that he had repudiated revolution. Had socialist principles been applied to Ireland in those days, not one person need have died of hunger, and not 1 cent of charity need have been subscribed to leave a smirch upon the Irish name. But all except a few men had elevated landlord property and capitalist political economy to a fetish to be worshipped, and upon the altar of that fetish Ireland perished. At the lowest computation, 1,225,000 persons died of absolute hunger. All of these were sacrificed upon the altar of capitalist thought. Early in the course of the famine the English Premier, Lord John Russell, declared that nothing must be done to interfere with private enterprise or the regular course of trade, and this was the settled policy of the government from first to last. A Treasury Minute of August 31, 1846, provided that depots for the sale of food were to be established at Longford, Banagher, Limerick, Galway, Waterford, and Sligo, and subordinate depots at other places on the western coast, but the rules provided that such depots were not to be opened where food could be obtained from private dealers, and, when opened, food was to be sold at prices which would permit of private dealers competing. In all the acts establishing relief works, it was stipulated that all the labor must be entirely unproductive, so as not to prevent capitalists making a profit either then or in the future. Private dealers made fortunes ranging from £40,000 to £80,000. In 1845 a commissariat relief department was organised to bring in Indian corn for sale in Ireland, but none was to be sold until all private stores were sold out. The state of Massachusetts hired an American ship of war, the Jamestown, loaded it with grain, and sent it to Ireland. The government placed the cargo in storage, claiming that putting it on the market would disturb trade. A poor relief bill in 1847 made provision for the employment of labor on public works, but stipulated that none should be employed who retained more than a quarter of an acre of land. This induced tens of thousands to surrender their farms for the sake of a bite to eat, and saved the landlords all the trouble and expense of eviction. When this had been accomplished to a sufficient extent, 734,000 persons were discharged, and as they had given up their farms to get employment on the works they were now as helpless as men on a raft in mid-ocean. Mr. Mulhall, in his 50 Years of National Progress, estimates the number of persons evicted between 1838 and 1888 as 3,668,000. The greater number of these saw their homes destroyed during the years under consideration, and this poor relief bill, nicknamed an Eviction Made Easy Act, was one main weapon for their undoing. In 1846, England, hitherto a protectionist country, adopted free trade, ostensibly in order to permit corn to come freely and cheaply to the starving Irish. In reality, as Ireland was a corn and grain exporting country, the measure brought continental agricultural produce to England into competition with that of Ireland, and hence, by lowering agricultural prices, still further intensified the misery of the Irish producing classes. The real meaning of the measure was that England, being a manufacturing nation, desired to cheapen food in order that its wage slaves might remain content with low wages, and indeed one of the most immediate results of free trade in England was a wholesale reduction of the wages of the manufacturing proletariat. The English capitalist class, with that hypocrisy that everywhere characterizes the class in its public acts, used the misery of the Irish as a means to conquer the opposition of the English landlord class to free trade in grains, but in this, as in every other measure of the famine years, they acted consistently upon the lines of capitalist political economy. Within the limits of that social system and its theories their acts are unassailable and unimpeachable. It is only when we reject that system, and the intellectual and social fetters it imposes, that we really acquire the right to denounce the English administration of Ireland during the famine as a colossal crime against the human race. The non-socialist Irish man or woman who fumes against that administration is in the illogical position of denouncing an effect of whose cause he is a supporter. That cause was the system of capitalist property. With the exception of those few men we have before named, the young Ireland leaders of 1848 failed to rise to the grandeur of the opportunity offered them to choose between human rights and property rights as a basis of nationality, and the measure of their failure was the measure of their country's disaster. Chapter 14. Socialistic Teaching of the Young Irelanders, the Thinkers and the Workers. What do ye at our door? Ye guard our masters' granaries from the thin hands of the poor. Lady Wilde, Speranza. God of justice, I cried, send thy spirit down on those lords so cruel and proud. Soften their hearts and relax their frown. Or else, I cried aloud, vouchsafe strength to the peasant's hand to drive them at length from out the land. Thomas Davis. We have pointed out that the young Ireland chiefs who had so fervently declaimed about the revolution were utterly incapable of accepting it when at last it presented itself to them. Indeed, Doheny uses that very word in describing the scenes at Cashel. It was the revolution, he said, if we had accepted it. We might with perfect justice apply to these brilliant but unfortunate men the words of another writer, Lissaguret, in describing a similar class of leaders in France, and say having all their life sung the glories of the revolution, when it rose up before them they ran away appalled, like the Arab fisher at the apparition of the genie. To the average historian who treats of the relations between Ireland and England as of a struggle between two nations, without any understanding of the economic conditions, or of the great world movements which caught both countries in their grasp. The hesitancy and vacillation of the young Ireland chiefs in the crisis of their country's fate constitutes an insoluble problem and has too often been used to point a sneer at Irishmen when the writer was English, or to justify a sickening apology when the writer was Irish. Neither action is at all warranted. The simple fact is that the Irish workers in town and country were ready and willing to revolt, and that the English government of the time was saved from serious danger only by the fact that Smith O'Brien and those who patterned after him dreaded to trust the nation to the passion of the so-called lower classes. Had rebellion broken out at the time in Ireland, the English Chartists, who had been arming and preparing for a similar purpose, would, as indeed Mitchell pointed out continually in his paper, have seized the occasion to take the field also. Many regiments of the English army were also honeycombed with revolt, and had repeatedly shown their spirit by publicly cheering for the Irish and Chartist cause. An English leader of the Chartists, John Frost, was sentenced to a heavy term of transportation for his seditious utterances at this time, and another great English champion of the working class, Ernest Jones, in commenting upon the case, declared defiantly in a public meeting that the time would come when John Mitchell and John Frost would be brought back, and Lord John Russell sent to take their place, and the green flag would fly in triumph over Downing Street and Dublin Castle. Downing Street was the residence of the English Prime Minister. For uttering this sentiment, Ernest Jones was arrested and sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment. In their attitude towards all manifestation of working-class revolt in England, the young Irelanders were sorely divided. In his paper The United Irishman, John Mitchell hailed it exultantly as an aid to Ireland, and as a presage of the victory of real democracy, setting aside a large portion of his space in every issue to chronicle the progress of the cause of the people in England. His attitude in this matter was one of the most potent causes of his enduring popularity amongst the masses. On the other hand, the section of young Irelanders who had made Smith O'Brien their idol for no other discoverable reason than the fact that he was rich and most respectable, strove by every means in their power to disassociate the cause of Ireland from the cause of democracy. A wordy war between Mitchell and his critics ensued, each side appealing to the precedent of 1798, with the result that Mitchell was easily able to prove that the revolutionists of that period, notably Wolfe Tone, had not only allied the cause of Ireland with the cause of democracy in general, but had vehemently insisted upon the necessity of a social revolution in Ireland at the expense of the landed aristocracy. Copying Fintan Lalor, Mitchell made the principles involved in those ideas the slogans of his revolutionary campaign. He insisted correctly upon a social insurrection as the only possible basis for a national revolution, that the same insurrectionary upheaval that destroyed and ended the social subjection of the producing classes would end the hateful foreign tyranny reared upon it. Two passages from his writings are especially useful as bearing out and attesting his position on those points that are still the fiercest subjects of dispute in Ireland. In his letter to the farmers of Ireland, March 4, 1848, he says, "But I am told it is vain to speak thus to you, that the peace policy of O'Connell is dearer to you than life and honor, that many of your clergy, too, exhort you to die rather than violate what the English call law, and that you are resolved to take their bidding. Then die in your patience and perseverance, but be well assured of this, that the priest who bids you perish patiently amidst your own golden harvest preaches the gospel of England, insults manhood and common sense, bears false witness against religion, and blasphemes the providence of God." When the Republican government, which came into power in Paris after the Revolution of February, 1848, recognizing that it owed its existence to the armed working men, and that those workers were demanding some security for their own class as a recompense for their bloody toil, enacted a law guaranteeing the right to work to all, and pledging the credit of the nation to secure that right. Mitchell joyfully hailed that law as an indication that the absurd theories of what he rightfully styled the English system, or capitalism, had no longer a hold upon the minds of the French people. We quote a portion of that article. Our readers will note that the free trade referred to is free trade in labor as against state protection of the rights of the workers. Dynasties and thrones are not half so important as workshops, farms, and factories. Rather we may say that dynasties and thrones, and even provisional governments, are good for anything exactly in proportion as they secure fair play, justice, and freedom to those who labor. It is here that France is really ahead of all the world. The Great Third Revolution has overthrown the enlightened pedantic political economy, what we know in Ireland as the English political economy, or the famine political economy, and has established once and for all the true and old principles of protection to labor, and the right and duty of combination among workmen by a decree of the Provisional Government dated February 25. It engages to guarantee work to all citizens. It recognizes the right of workmen to combine for the purpose of enjoying the lawful proceeds of their labor. The French Republicans do not, like ignorant and barbarous English Whigs, recognize a right to pauper relief and make it a premium upon idleness. They know that man has a charter to eat bread in the sweat of his brow and not otherwise, and they acknowledge that highest and most sacred mission of government to take care that bread may be had for the earning. For this reason they expressly, and in set terms, renounce competition and free trade in the sense in which an English Whig uses these words, and deliberately adopt combination and protection, that the nation should combine to protect by laws its own national industry, and that individuals should combine with other individuals to protect by trades associations the several branches of national industry. The free trade and competition, in other words the English system, is pretty well understood now. Its obvious purpose and effect are to make the rich richer and the poor poorer, to make capital the absolute ruler of the world, and labor a blind and helpless slave. By free trade the manufacturers of Manchester are enabled to clothe India, China, and South America, and the artisans of Manchester can hardly keep themselves covered from the cold. By dint of free trade Belfast grows more linen cloth than it ever did before, but the men who weave it have hardly a shirt to their backs. Free trade fills with corn the stores of speculating capitalists, but leaves those who have sown and reaped the corn without a meal. Free trade unpeoples villages and peoples poorhouses, consolidates farms, and gluts the graveyards with famished corpses. There is to be no more of this free trade in France. Men can no longer do what they like with their own there. February, 1848, came, and the pretext of the Reform banquet. Again Paris had her 3 days' agony, and was delivered of her third and fairest-born revolution. There could be no mistake this time, the rubbish of thrones and dynasties is swept out forever, and the people sit sovereign in the land. One of their first and greatest acts is the enactment of a commission to inquire into the whole of the great labor question, and to all the documents issued by this commission appear signed the names of Louis Blanc and the insurgent of Lyons, Albert Ouvrier, workman. He is not ashamed of his title, though now a great officer of the state. He is a working man, and is proud of it in any bond, bill, quittance, or obligation. Ouvrier. 66 years ago the farmers of France had their revolution. 18 years ago the respectable middle classes had theirs, and have made a good penny in it since, but upon this third and last all the world may see the stamp and impress of the man who made it, Albert Ouvrier, his mark. We have all 3 revolutions to accomplish, and the sooner we set about it the better. Only let us hope all the work may be done in one. Let not the lessons of history be utterly useless. The detestable system of free trade and fair competition, which is described by Louis Blanc as that specious system of leaving unrestricted all pecuniary dealings between man and man, which leaves the poor man at the mercy of the rich, and promises to cupidity, that waits its time, an easy victory over hunger that cannot wait, the system that seeks to make mammon and not God or justice rule this world. In one word, the English or famine system must be abolished utterly, in farms or workshops, in town and country, abolished utterly, and to do this were worth 3 revolutions, or 3 times 3. So wrote Mitchell when, burning with a holy hatred of tyranny, he poured the vitriol of his scorn upon all the pedants who strutted around him, pedants who were as scrupulous in polishing a phrase for a lecture as a sword for a parade, and incapable of advancing beyond either. His joy was, we now know, somewhat premature, as the government which passed the law was itself a capitalistic government, and as soon as it found itself strong enough, and had won over the army, repealed its own law, and suppressed, with the most frightful bloodshed, the June insurrection of the workmen striving to enforce its fulfillment. It is the latter insurrection which Mitchell denounces in his jail journal when, led astray by the garbled reports of English newspapers, he anathematizes the very men whom he had in this article, when fuller sources of information were available, courageously and justly praised. But another revolutionist, Devin Riley, in The Irish Felon, more correctly appraised the position of the June insurgents, and also appreciated the fact that Ireland for its redemption required something more far-reaching, something sounding deeper springs of human action, something more akin to the teachings that inspired the heroic workers of France than was to be found in the personal probity, or high principles, or aristocratic descent, or eminent respectability of a few leaders. When Mitchell was arrested and his paper suppressed, two other papers sprang up to take the post of danger thus left vacant. One, the Irish Tribune, represented the element which stood for the moral right of insurrection, and the other, the Irish Felon, embodied the ideas of those who insisted that the English conquest of Ireland was twofold, social or economic, and political, and that therefore the revolution must also have these two aspects. These latter were at all times in the fullest sympathy with the movements of the working class democracy at home and abroad. John Martin edited The Irish Felon, James Fintan Lalor and Devin Riley were its chief writers. Riley, who hailed originally from Monaghan, had long been a close observer of, and sympathizer with, the movements of the working class, and all schemes of social redemption. As a writer on the Nation newspaper he had contributed a series of articles on the great French socialist Louis Blanc, in a review of his great work Dix Ans, 10 Years, in which, while dissenting from the state socialistic schemes of social regeneration favored by Blanc, he yet showed the keenest appreciation of the gravity and universality of the social question, as well as grasping the innate heroism and sublimity of the working class movement. This attitude he preserved to the last of his days. When in exile in America after the insurrection, he was chosen by the printers of Boston to edit a paper, The Protective Union, they had founded on cooperative principles to advocate the rights of labor, and was thus one of the first pioneers of labor journalism in the United States, a proud and fitting position for a true Irish revolutionist. As writer in the American Review he wrote a series of articles on the European situation, of which Horace Greeley said that, if collected and published as a book, they would create a revolution in Europe. Commenting upon the uprising in France in June, he says in The Irish Felon, "We are not communists, we abhor communism for the same reason we abhor poor law systems, and systems founded on the absolute sovereignty of wealth. Communism destroys the independence and dignity of labor, makes the working man a state pauper and takes his manhood from him. But, communism or no communism, these 70,000 workmen had a clear right to existence. They had the best right to existence of any men in France, and if they could have asserted their right by force of arms they would have been fully justified. The social system in which a man willing to work is compelled to starve, is a blasphemy, an anarchy, and no system. For the present these victims of monarchic rule, disowned by the Republic, are conquered, 10,000 are slain, 20,000 perhaps doomed to the Marquesas. But for all that the rights of labor are not conquered, and will not and cannot be conquered. Again and again the laborer will rise up against the idler, the workingman will meet this bourgeoisie, and grapple and war with them till their equality is established, not in word, but in fact." This was the spirit of the men grouped around The Irish Felon, its editor alone excepted. Students of socialism will recognize that many who are earnest workers for socialism today would, like Devin Riley, have abhorred the crude communism of 1848. The fact that he insisted upon the unqualified right of the working class to work out its own salvation, by force of arms if necessary, is what entitles Devin Riley to a high place of honor in the estimation of the militant proletariat of Ireland. The opening passage in an address of the medical students of Dublin to all Irish students of science and art, adopted at a meeting held in Northumberland Buildings, Eden Quay, on April 4, 1848, and signed by John Savage as chairman and Richard Dalton Williams as secretary, shows also that amongst the educated young men of that generation there was a general recognition of the fact that the struggle of Ireland against her oppressors was naturally linked with, and ought to be taken in conjunction with, the worldwide movement of the democracy. It says a war is waging at this hour all over Europe between intelligence and labor on the one side and despotism and force on the other, a sentiment which Joseph Brennan versified in a poem on divine right, in which the excellence of the sentiment must be held to atone for the poverty of the poetry. One verse says, "The only right acknowledged by the people living now is the right to obtain honor by the sweat of brain and brow, the right divine of labor, to be first of earthly things, that the thinker and the worker are manhood's only kings. But the palm of honor for the clearest exposition of the doctrine of revolution, social and political, must be given to James Fintan Lalor, of Tennekill, Queen's County. Lalor, unfortunately, suffered from a slight physical disability, which incapacitated him from attaining to any leadership other than intellectual, a fact that, in such a time and amidst such a people, was fatal to his immediate influence. Yet in his writings, as we study them today, we find principles of action and of society which have within them not only the best plan of campaign suited for the needs of a country seeking its freedom through insurrection against a dominant nation, but also held the seeds of the more perfect social peace of the future. All his writings at this period are so illuminating that we find it difficult to select from the mass any particular passages which more deserve reproduction than others. But as an indication of the line of argument pursued by this peerless thinker, and as a welcome contrast to the paralyzing respect, nay, reverence, for landlordism evidenced by Smith O'Brien and his worshippers, perhaps the following passages will serve. In an article entitled "The Faith of a Felon," published July 8, 1848, he tells how he had striven to convert the Irish Confederation to his views and failed, and says, "They wanted an alliance with the landowners. They chose to consider them as Irishmen, and imagined they could induce them to hoist the green flag. They wished to preserve an aristocracy. They desired, not a democratic, but merely a national, revolution. Had the Confederation, in the May or June of '47, thrown heart and mind and means into the movement, I pointed out they would have made it successful, and settled at once and forever all questions between us and England. The opinions I then stated and which I yet stand firm to, are these. 1. That in order to save their own lives, the occupying tenants of the soil of Ireland ought, next autumn, to refuse all rent and arrears of rent then due, beyond and except the value of the overplus of harvest produce remaining in their hands, after having deducted and reserved a due and full provision for their own subsistence during the next ensuing 12 months. 2. That they ought to refuse and resist being made beggars, landless and homeless, under the English law of ejection. 3. That they ought further, on principle, to refuse all rent to the present usurping proprietors, until the people, the true proprietors, or lords paramount, in legal parlance, have, in national congress or convention, decided what rents they are to pay, and to whom they are to pay them. 4. And that the people, on grounds of policy and economy, ought to decide, as a general rule admitting of reservations, that these rents shall be paid to themselves, the people, for public purposes, and for behoof and benefit of them, the entire general people. It has been said to me that such a war, on the principles I propose, would be looked on with detestation by Europe. I assert the contrary. I say such a war would propagate itself throughout Europe. Mark the words of this prophecy. The principle I propound goes to the foundations of Europe, and sooner or later will cause Europe to outrise. Mankind will yet be masters of the earth. The right of the people to make the laws. This produced the first great modern earthquake, whose latent shocks, even now, are heaving in the heart of the world. The right of the people to own the land. This will produce the next. Train your hands, and your sons' hands, gentlemen of the earth, for you, and they will yet have to use them. The paragraph is significant, as demonstrating that Fintan Lalor, like all the really dangerous revolutionists of Ireland, advocated his principles as part of the creed of the democracy of the world, and not merely as applicable only to the incidents of the struggle of Ireland against England. But this latter is the interpretation which the middle-class politicians and historians of Ireland have endeavoured to give his teachings after the failure of their attempt, continued for half a century, to ignore or suppress all reference to his contribution to Irish revolutionary literature. The working-class democracy of Ireland will, it is to be hoped, be, for their part, as assertive of the universality of Lalor's sympathies as their bourgeois compatriots are in denying it. That working class would be uselessly acquiescing in the smirching of its own record, were it to permit emasculation of the message of this Irish apostle of revolutionary socialism. And, in emphasizing the catholicity of his sympathies as well as the keenness of his insight into the social structure, that Irish working class will do well to confront the apostate patriotism of the politicians and anti-socialists of Ireland with the following brilliant passage from the work already quoted, and thus show how Lalor answered the plea of those who begged him to moderate or modify his position, to preach it as a necessity of Ireland's then desperate condition, and not as a universal principle. I attest and urge the plea of utter and desperate necessity to fortify her, Ireland's, claim, but not to found it. I rest it on no temporary and passing conditions, but on principles that are permanent and imperishable and universal, available to all times and to all countries as well as to our own. I pierce through the upper stratum of occasional and shifting circumstances to bottom and base on the rock below. I put the question in its eternal form, the form in which, how often soever suppressed for a season, it can never be finally subdued, but will remain and return, outliving and outlasting the cowardice and corruption of generations. I view it as ages will view it, not through the mists of a famine, but by the living lights of the firmament. By such lights the teachings of Fintan Lalor are being viewed today, with the result that, as he recedes from us in time, his grandeur as a thinker is more and more recognized, his form rises clearer and more distinct to our view, as the forms of the petty agitators and phrase-mongering rebels who seem to dominate the scene at that historic period sink into their proper place, as unconscious factors in the British imperial plan of conquest by famine. Cursed by the fatal gift of eloquence, our Irish Girondins of the Confederation enthralled the Irish people and intoxicated themselves out of the possibility of serious thinking. Drunken with words, they failed to realize that the ideas originating with Fintan Lalor, and in part adopted and expounded with such dramatic power by Mitchell, were a more serious menace to the hated power of England than any that the dream of a union of classes could ever materialize on Irish soil. The bones of the famine victims, whitening on every Irish hill and valley, or tossing on every wave of the Atlantic, were the price Ireland paid for the eloquence of its rebels, and their scornful rejection of the socialistic teachings of its thinkers. Chapter 15. Some more Irish pioneers of the socialist movement. Either the Sermon on the Mount can rule this world or it cannot. The devil has a right to rule if we let him, but he has no right to call his rule Christian civilization. John Boyle O'Reilly. Looking backward to that eventful period, after 48, we can now see that all hopes of a revolutionary movement had perished for that generation, had been strangled in the love embraces of our Girondins, but that fact naturally was not so apparent to the men of the time. Hence it is not to be wondered at that journalistic activity on the part of the revolutionists did not cease with the suppression of the United Irishman, the Irish Tribune, or the Irish Felon. A small fugitive publication entitled The Irish National Guard, published apparently by a body of courageous Dublin workingmen of advanced opinions, also led a checkered existence championing the cause of revolution, and in January, 1849, another paper, The Irishman, was set on foot by Bernard Fulham, who had been business manager of the Nation. Fulham also started a new organization, the Democratic Association, which is described as an association with aims almost entirely socialistic and revolutionary. This association also spread amongst the Irish workers in Great Britain, and had the cordial support and endorsement of Fergus O'Connor, who saw in it the realization of his long-hoped-for dream of a common programme uniting the democracies of Ireland and Great Britain. But the era of revolution was past for that generation in both countries, and it was too late for the working-class revolutionists to repair the harm the middle-class doctrinaires had done. The paper died in May, 1850, after an existence of 17 months. Among its contributors was Thomas Clark Luby, afterwards one of the chief writers on the staff of the Irish People, organ of the Fenian Brotherhood, a fact that explains much of the advanced doctrine advocated by that journal. Another of the staff of the Irishmen in those days was Joseph Brennan, whom we have already quoted as writing in the Irish Tribune. Brennan finally emigrated to America and contributed largely to the pages of the New Orleans Delta, many of his poems in that journal showing the effects of his early association with the currents of social revolutionary thought in Ireland. Before leaving this period, a few words should be said of the impress left upon the labour movement of Great Britain by the working-class Irish exiles. An English writer, H.S. Foxwell, has said that socialist propagandism has been mainly carried on by men of Celtic or Semitic blood, and, however true that may be, as a general statement, it is at least certain that to the men of Celtic blood the English-speaking countries are indebted for the greater part of the early propaganda of the socialist conception of society. We have already referred to Fergus O'Connor, another Irishman who carved his name deep on the early structures of the labour and socialist movement in England as an author and Chartist leader was James Brontë O'Brien. Among his best-known works are Rise, Progress, and Phases of Human Slavery, How It Came into the World, and How It May be Made to Go Out of It, published in 1830, Address to the Oppressed and Mystified People of Great Britain, 1851, European Letters, and the Pages of the National Reformer, which he founded in 1837. At first an advocate of physical force, he in his later days gave himself almost exclusively to the development of a system of land banks, in which he believed he had found a way to circumvent the political and military power of the capitalist class. Brontë O'Brien is stated to have been the first to coin in English the distinctive title of Social Democrat, as an appellation for the adherents of the new order. An earlier Irish apostle of the socialist movement of the working class, John Doherty, is much less known to the present generation than O'Brien, yet his methods bore more of the marks of constructive revolutionary statesmanship, and his message was equally clear. He appears to have been an almost dominant figure in the labour movement of England and Ireland between the years 1830 and 1840, spent little time in the development of socialist theories, but devoted all his energies to organizing the working class and teaching it to act on its own initiative. He was General Secretary of the Federation of Spinning Societies, which aimed to unite all the textile industries in one great national industrial union and was widespread throughout Great Britain and Ireland. He founded a national association for the protection of labor, which directed its efforts towards building up a union of the working class, effective alike for economic and political ends, and reached to 100,000 members, the Belfast trades applying in a body for affiliation. He founded and edited a paper, The Voice of the People, in 1831, which, although 7 pence per copy, attained to a circulation of 30,000, and is described as giving great attention to radical politics, and the progress of revolution on the continent. In his History of Trades Unionism, Sidney Webb quotes Francis Place, the best informed man in the labour movement in the England of his day, as declaring that, during the English Reform Bill crisis in 1832, Doherty, instead of being led astray, as many labour leaders were, to rally to the side of the middle-class reformers, was advising the working class to use the occasion for a social revolution. This was indeed the keynote of Doherty's message: whatever was to be done by the working class. He is summed up as of wide information, great natural shrewdness, and far-reaching aims. He was born in Larne in 1799. Another Doherty, Hugh, attained to some prominence in socialistic circles in England, and we find him in 1841 in London editing a socialist paper, The Phalanx, which devoted itself to the propagation of the views of the French socialist Fourier. It had little influence on the labor movement owing to its extremely doctrinaire attitude, but appears to have had circulation and correspondence in the United States. It was one of the first journals to be set up by a typesetting machine, and one of its numbers contains a minute description of the machine, which forms curious reading today. In general, the effect upon the English labour movement of the great influx of Irish workers seems to us to have been beneficial. It is true that their competition for employment had at first a seriously evil effect upon wages, but, on the other hand, a study of the fugitive literature of the movement of that time shows that the working-class Irish exiles were present and active in the ranks of militant labour in numbers out of all proportion to the ratio they bore to the population at large. And always they were the advanced, the least compromising, the most irreconcilable element in the movement. Of course the socialist sectarians and philosophers did not love the Irish Charles Kingsley, that curious combination of prelate, socialist, chauvinist, and virulent bigot, can scarcely remain within the bounds of decent language when he brings an Irishman into the thread of his narrative, but the aversion was born out of their fear of the Irish workers' impatience of compromise and eagerness for action. And hence, the very qualities which endeared the Irish worker to the earnest rebel against capitalist iniquity estranged him from the affections of those whose social position enabled them to become the historians of his movements. Chapter 16. The working class, the inheritors of the Irish ideals of the past, the repository of the hopes of the future. Is a Christian to starve, to submit, to bow down as at some high consecrated behest, hugging close the old maxims, that weakness is strength, and whatsoever is the best? Oh, texts of debasement! Oh, creed of deep shame! Oh, gospel of infamy treble! Who strikes when he's struck, and takes when he starves, in the eyes of the Lord is no rebel. J. F. O'Donnell. This book does not aspire to be a history of labour in Ireland, it is rather a record of labour in Irish history. For that reason the plan of the book has precluded any attempt to deal in detail with the growth, development, or decay of industry in Ireland, except as it affected our general argument. That argument called for an explanation of the position of labour in the great epochs of our modern history, and with the attitude of Irish leaders towards the hopes, aspirations, and necessities of those who live by labour. Occasionally, as when analysing the prosperity of Grattan's Parliament, and the decay of Irish trade following the Legislative Union of 1800, we have been constrained to examine the fundamental causes which make for the progress, industrially or commercially, of some nations and the retrogression of others. For this apparent digression no apology is made, and none is called for. It was impossible to present our readers with a clear idea of the historical position of labor at any given moment without explaining the economic and political causes which contributed to make possible or necessary its attitude. For the same reason it has been necessary sometimes to retrace our footsteps over some period already covered, in order to draw attention to a phase of the subject, the introduction of which in the previous narrative would have marred the view of the question then under examination. Thus the origin of trade unionism in Ireland has not been dealt with, although in the course of our study we have shown that the Irish trades were well organized. Nor are we now prepared to enter upon that subject. Perhaps at some more propitious moment we will be enabled to examine the materials bearing upon the matter, and trace the growth of the institution in Ireland. Sufficient for the present to state that trades guilds existed in Ireland as upon the Continent and England, during Roman Catholic, pre-Reformation days, that after the Reformation those trade guilds became exclusively Protestant, and even anti-Catholic, within the English Pale, that they continued to refuse admission to Catholics even after the passage of the Catholic Emancipation Act, and that these old trade guilds were formally abolished by law in 1840. But the Catholic and Protestant workmen who were excluded from guild membership, Episcopalians only being eligible, did nevertheless organize themselves, and it was their trade unions which dominated the labor world to the wrath of the capitalists and landlords, and the chagrin of the governments. One remarkable and instructive feature of their organization in town and country was the circumstance that every attempt at political rebellion in Ireland was always preceded by a remarkable development of unrest, discontent, and class consciousness amongst their members, demonstrating clearly that, to the mind of the thoughtful Irish worker, political and social subjection were very nearly related. In the Dublin Chronicle, January 28, 1792, there is a record of a great strike of the journeymen tailors of Dublin, in the course of which, it is stated, armed tailors went to the workrooms of Messrs. Miller, Ross Lane, Leet, Merchants Quay, Walsh, Castle Street, and Ward, Cope Street, attacked certain scabs who were working there, cut off the hands of two, and threw others in the river. In another and later issue of the same journal there is a record of how a few coal porters, dock labourers, were seized by His Majesty's press gang with the intention of compelling them to serve in the navy, and how the organised quay labourers, on hearing of it, summoned their members, and marching upon the guard-house where the men were detained, attacked it, defeated the guard, and released their comrades. In the same paper, January 3, 1793, there is a letter from a gentleman resident at Carrickmacross, Co. Monaghan, describing how an armed party of defenders paraded through that town on its way to Ardee, how the army was brought out to attack them and a number were killed. On January 24, 1793, another correspondent tells how a battle took place between Baileyborough and Kingscourt, Co. Cavan, between those deluded persons styling themselves defenders and a part of the army, when 18 labourers were killed, 5 badly wounded, and 30 taken prisoners and lodged in Cavan jail. There is also on July 23, 1793, the following account of a battle at Limerick. Last night we hear that an express arrived from Limerick with the following intelligence that on Saturday night a mob of 7 or 8,000 attacked that city and attempted to burn it, that the army, militia, and citizens were obliged to join to repel these daring offenders, and to bring the artillery into the streets, and that after a severe and obstinate resistance the insurgents were dispersed with a loss of 140 killed and several wounded. Similar battles between the peasantry and the soldiery, aided by the local landlords, occurred in the county Wexford. In the reports of the Secret Committee of the House of Lords, 1793, speaking of the defenders, who, as we have stated before, were the organised labourers striving to better their condition by the only means open to them, it says they first appeared in the county Louth, soon spread through the counties of Meath, Cavan, Monaghan and parts adjacent, and their measures appear to have been concerted and conducted with the utmost secrecy and a degree of regularity and system not usual to people in such mean condition, and as if directed by men of a superior rank. All this, be it noted, was on the eve of the revolutionary struggle of 1798, and shows how the class struggle of the Irish workers formed the preparatory school for the insurrectionary effort. The long drawn-out struggle of the fight against tithes and the militant spirit of the Irish trades and ribbonmen we have already spoken of, as providing the revolutionary material for 1848, which Smith O'Brien and his followers were unfit to use. For the next revolutionary period, that known as the Fenian Conspiracy, the same coincidence of militant class feeling and revolutionary nationalism is deeply marked. Indeed, it is no wonder that the real nationalists of Ireland, the separatists, have always been men of broad human sympathies and intense democracy, for it has ever been in the heart of the working class at home that they found their most loyal support, and in the working class abroad their most resolute defenders. The Fenian Brotherhood was established in 1857, according to the statement of John O'Mahony, one of its 2 chiefs, James Stevens being the other. Of O'Mahony, John O'Leary says, in his recollections of Fenians and Fenianism, that he was an advanced Democrat of socialistic opinions, and W. A. O'Connor, in his History of the Irish People, declares that both O'Mahony and Stevens had entered into the secret societies of France, O'Mahony from mere sympathy. A further confirmation of this view of the character of the men responsible for the Fenian Society is found in a passage in a journal established in the interests of Fenianism, and published in London after the suppression of the organ of the Brotherhood, the Irish People, in Dublin, in 1865. This journal, The Flag of Ireland, quoting from the Paris correspondent of the Irishman, says on October 3, 1868. It took its rise in the Latin quarter of the city when John O'Mahony, Michael Doheny, and James Stevens were here in exile after 48. This was the triumvirate from whose plotting brains the idea of Fenianism sprung. O'Mahony, deep in lore of Ireland and loving her traditions, found its name for the new society. Doheny, with his dogged, acute, and vigorous character, stamped it with much of the force that helped it into life, but to Stevens is due the direction it took in line of sympathy with the movements of the revolution on the continent. He saw that the Irish question was no longer a question of religion. His common sense was too large to permit him to consider it a question of race even. He felt it was the old struggle which agitated France at the end of last century, transferred to new ground. The opposing forces were the same, with this difference, that in Ireland the people had not the consolation in all cases of saluting their tyrants as their countrymen. The circumstances that the general chosen by Stevens to be the commander-in-chief of the Irish Republican Army was no less a character than General Clisserit, afterwards commander-in-chief of the Federals during the Commune of Paris, says more for the principles of the men who were the brains of the Fenian movement than any testimony of subordinates. Coincident with the inception of Fenianism, 1857, commenced in Ireland a determined labour agitation which culminated in a vigorous movement amongst the baker journeymen against night labour and in favour of a reduction of the working hours. Great meetings were held all over the country during the years 1858–60, in which the rights of labour were most vehemently asserted and the tyranny of the Irish employers exposed and denounced. In Wexford, Kilkenny, Clonmel, and Waterford night work was abolished and day labour established. The movement was considered so serious that a parliamentary committee sat to investigate it. From its report, as quoted by Karl Marx in his great work on Capital, we take the following excerpts. In Limerick, where the grievances of the journeymen are demonstrated to be excessive, the movement had been defeated by the opposition of the master bakers, the miller bakers being the greatest opponents. The example of Limerick led to a retrogression in Ennis and Tipperary. In Cork, where the strongest possible demonstration of feeling took place, the masters, by exercising their power of turning men out of employment, have defeated the movement. In Dublin the master bakers have offered the most determined opposition to the movement, and, by discountenancing as much as possible the journeymen promoting it, have succeeded in leading the men into acquiescence in Sunday work and night work, contrary to the convictions of the men. The committee believe that the hours of labor are limited by natural laws which cannot be violated with impunity. That for master bakers to induce their workmen by the fear of losing employment, to violate their religious convictions and their better feelings, to disobey the laws of the land, and to disregard public opinion, is calculated to provoke ill feeling between workmen and masters and affords an example dangerous to religion, morality, and social order. The committee believe that any constant work beyond 12 hours a day encroaches on the domestic and private life of the working man, and leads to disastrous moral results, interfering with each man's home, and the discharge of his family duties as son, brother, husband, or father. That work beyond 12 hours has a tendency to undermine the health of the working man, and so leads to premature old age and death, to the great injury of families of working men, thus deprived of the care and support of the head of the family when most required. The reader will observe that the cities where this movement was strongest, where the workers had made the strongest fight and class feeling was highest, were the places where Fenianism developed the most. It is a matter of historical record that Dublin, Cork, Wexford, Clonmel, Kilkenny, Waterford, and Ennis and their respective counties were the most responsive to the message of Fenianism. Richard Pigott, who, before he succumbed to the influence of the gold offered by the London Times, had a long and useful career as responsible figurehead for advanced journals in Ireland, and who in that capacity acquired a thorough knowledge of the men and movements for whom he was sponsor, gives in his recollections of an Irish journalist this testimony as to the personnel of Fenianism, a testimony, it will be observed, fully bearing out our analysis of the relation between the revolutionary movement and the working class. It is notorious that Fenianism was regarded with unconcealed aversion, not to say deadly hatred, not merely by the landlords and the ruling class, but by the Catholic clergy, the middle-class Catholics, and the great majority of the farming classes. It was in fact only amongst the youngest and most intelligent of the laboring class, of the young men of the large towns and cities engaged in the humbler walks of mercantile life, of the artisan and working classes, that it found favor. Karl Marx quotes from reports of the poor law inspectors on the wages of agricultural labourers in Dublin, 1870, to show that between the years 1849 and 1869, while wages in Ireland had risen 50 or 60%, the prices of all necessaries had more than doubled. He gives the following extract from the official accounts of an Irish workhouse. Average weekly cost per head. These facts demonstrate that in the period during which the Fenian movement obtained its hold upon the Irish masses in the cities, the workers were engaged in fierce struggles with their employers, and the price of all necessaries of life had increased twofold, two causes sufficient to produce revolutionary ferment, even in a country without the historical justification for revolution possessed by Ireland. Great Britain was also in the throes of a fierce agitation as a result of the terrible suffering of the working class resultant from the industrial crisis of 1866–67. The Morning Star, London paper, stated that in 6 districts of London, 15,000 workmen were in a state of destitution with their families. Reynolds newspaper, on January 20, 1867, quoted from a large poster, which it says was placarded all over London, the words "Fat oxen, starving men, the fat oxen from their palaces of glass, have gone to feed the rich in their luxurious abode, while the starving poor are left to rot and die in their wretched dens," and commented that this reminds one of the secret revolutionary associations which prepared the French people for the events of 1789. At this moment, while English workmen with their wives and children are dying of cold and hunger, there are millions of English gold, the produce of English labor, being invested in Russian, Spanish, Italian, and other foreign enterprises. And the London Standard of April 5, 1866, stated, "A frightful spectacle was to be seen yesterday in one part of the metropolis. Although the unemployed thousands of the East End did not parade with their black flags en masse, the human torrent was imposing enough. Let us remember what these people suffer. They are dying of hunger. That is the simple and terrible fact. There are 40,000 of them. In our presence, in one quarter of this wonderful metropolis, are packed next door to the most enormous accumulation of wealth the world ever saw. Cheek by jowl with this are 40,000 helpless, starving people. These thousands are now breaking in upon the other quarters. This state of hunger and revolt in Great Britain offers an explanation of the curious phenomenon mentioned by A. M. Sullivan in New Ireland, that the Home Rule or constitutional journals held their own easily in Ireland itself against the Irish people, but in Great Britain the Fenian journal simply swept the field clear of its Irish competitors. The Irish working class exiles in Great Britain saw that the nationalist aspirations of their race pointed to the same conclusion, called for the same action, as the material interests of their class, viz., the complete overthrow of the capitalist government and the national and social tyranny upon which it rested. Any thoughtful reader of the poems of J. F. O'Donnell, such, for instance, as An Artisan's Garret, depicting in words that burn, the state of mind of an unemployed Fenian artisan of Dublin, beside the bedside of his wife dying of hunger, or the sweetly pleading poetry of J. K. Casey, Leo, cannot wonder at the warm reception journals containing such teaching met in Great Britain amidst the men and women of Irish race and of a subject class. Just as 98 was an Irish expression of the tendencies embodied in the First French Revolution, as 48 throbbed in sympathy with the democratic and social upheavals on the continent of Europe and England, so Fenianism was a responsive throb in the Irish heart to those pulsations in the heart of the European working class which elsewhere produced the International Working Men's Association. Branches of that association flourished in Dublin and Cork until after the Paris Commune, and it is an interesting study to trace the analogy between the course of development of the socialist movement of Europe after the Commune and that of the Irish revolutionary cause after the failure of '67. In both cases we witness the abandonment of insurrectionism and the initiation of a struggle in which the revolting class, while aiming at revolution, consistently refused the arbitrament of an armed struggle. When the revolutionary nationalists threw in their lot with the Irish Land League and made the land struggle the basis of their warfare, they were not only placing themselves in touch once more with those inexhaustible quarries of material interests from which all the great Irish statesmen from St. Lawrence O'Toole to Wolfe Tone drew the stones upon which they built their edifice of a militant patriotic Irish organization, but they were also, consciously or unconsciously, placing themselves in accord with the principles which underlie and inspire the modern movement of labor. This fact was recognized at the time by most dispassionate onlookers. Thus, in a rather amusing book published in France in 1887 under the title of Chez Paddy, Englished as Paddy at Home, the author, a French aristocrat, Baron de Montmorency, giving an account of a tour in Ireland in 1886, in the course of which he made the acquaintance of many of the Land League leaders, as well as visited at the mansions of a number of the landlords, makes this comment. For in fact, however they may try to dissimulate it, the Irish claims, if they do not yet amount to communism as their avowed object, and they may still retain a few illusions upon that point, still it is quite certain that the methods employed by the Land League would not be disowned by the most advanced communists. It was a recognition of this fact which induced the Irish World, the chief advocate of the Land League in America, to carry the subtitle of American Industrial Liberator, and to be the mouthpiece of the nascent labor movement of those days, as it was also a recognition of this fact which prompted the Irish middle-class leaders to abandon the land fight, and to lend their energies to an attempt to focus the whole interest of Ireland upon a parliamentary struggle as soon as ever a temporary setback gave them an opportunity to counsel a change of tactics. They feared to call into existence a spirit of inquiry into the rights of property which would not halt at a negation of the sacredness of fortunes founded upon rent, but might also challenge the rightfulness of fortunes drawn from profit and interest. They instinctively realized that such an inquiry would reveal that there was no fundamental difference between such fortunes, that they were made, not from land in the one case nor workshops in the other, but from the social subjection of the non-possessing class, compelled to toil as tenants on the land or as employees in workshop or factory. For the same reason the Land League, which was founded in 1879 at Irish Town, Comayo, at a meeting held to denounce the exact ions of a certain priest in his capacity as a rack-renting landlord, had at the outset to make headway in Ireland against the opposition of all the official Home Rule press, and in Great Britain amongst the Irish exiles to depend entirely upon the championship of poor labourers and English and Scottish socialists. In fact, those latter were, for years, the principal exponents and interpreters of Land League principles to the British masses, and they performed their task unflinchingly at a time when the respectable moneyed men of the Irish communities in Great Britain cowered in dread of the displeasure of their wealthy British neighbours. Afterwards, when the rising tide of victorious revolt in Ireland compelled the Liberal Party to give a half-hearted acquiescence to the demands of the Irish peasantry, and the Home Rule, Liberal alliance was consummated, the Irish businessmen in Great Britain came to the front and succeeded in worming themselves into all the places of trust and leadership in the Irish organizations. One of the first and most bitter fruits of that alliance was the use of the Irish vote against the candidates of the Socialist and Labour parties. Despite the horrified and energetic protests of such men as Michael David, the solid phalanx of Irish voters was again and again hurled against the men who had fought and endured suffering, ostracism, and abuse for Ireland, at a time when the Liberal government was packing Irish jails with unconvicted Irish men and women. In so manoeuvring to wean the Irish masses in Great Britain away from their old friends, the Socialist and Labour clubs, and to throw them into the arms of their old enemies the Liberal capitalists, the Irish bourgeois politicians were very astutely following their class interests, even while they cloaked their action under the name of patriotism. Obviously a union of Irish patriotism and socialist activity, if furthered and endorsed by Irish organizations in Great Britain, could not long be kept out of, or if introduced could not well be fought in, Ireland. Hence their frantic and illogical endeavor to twist and distort the significance of Irish history, and to put the question of property, its ownership and development, out of order in all discussions on Irish nationality. But that question so dreaded rises again, it will not lie down, and cannot be suppressed. The partial success of the Land League has effected a change in Ireland, the portent of which but few realize. Stated briefly, it means that the recent land acts, acting contemporaneously with the development of transatlantic traffic, are converting Ireland from a country governed according to the conception of feudalism into a country shaping itself after capitalistic laws of trade. Today the competition of the trust-owned farms of the United States and the Argentine Republic is a more deadly enemy to the Irish agriculturist than the lingering remnants of landlordism or the bureaucratic officialism of the British Empire. Capitalism is now the enemy, it reaches across the ocean, and, after the Irish agriculturist has gathered his harvest and brought it to market, he finds that a competitor living 3,000 miles away under a friendly flag has undersold and beggared him. The merely political heresy under which middle-class doctrinaires have for nearly 250 years cloaked the Irish fight for freedom has thus run its course. The fight made by the Irish septs against the English Pale and all it stood for, the struggle of the peasants and labourers of the 18th and 19th centuries, the great social struggle of all the ages will again arise and reshape itself to suit the new conditions. The war which the Land League fought, and then abandoned, before it was either lost or won, will be taken up by the Irish toilers on a broader field with sharper weapons, and a more comprehensive knowledge of all the essentials of permanent victory. As the Irish septs of the past were accounted Irish or English according as they rejected or accepted the native or foreign social order, as they measured their oppression or freedom by their loss or recovery of the collective ownership of their lands, so the Irish toilers henceforward will base their fight for freedom not upon the winning or losing the right to talk in an Irish parliament, but upon their progress towards the mastery of those factories, workshops, and farms upon which a people's bread and liberties depend. As we have again and again pointed out, the Irish question is a social question. The whole age-long fight of the Irish people against their oppressors resolves itself, in the last analysis, into a fight for the mastery of the means of life, the sources of production, in Ireland. Who would own and control the land? The people or the invaders, and if the invaders, which set of them the most recent swarm of land thieves, or the sons of the thieves of a former generation? These were the bottom questions of Irish politics, and all other questions were valued or deprecated in the proportion to which they contributed to serve the interests of some of the factions who had already taken their stand in this fight around property interests. Without this key to the meaning of events, this clue to unravel the actions of great men, Irish history is but a welter of unrelated facts, a hopeless chaos of sporadic outbreaks, treacheries, intrigues, massacres, murders, and purposeless warfare. With this key all things become understandable and traceable to their primary origin. Without this key the lost opportunities of Ireland seem such as to bring a blush to the cheek of the Irish worker. With this key Irish history is a lamp to his feet in the stormy paths of today. Yet plain as this is to us today, it is undeniable that for 200 years at least all Irish political movements ignored this fact, and were conducted by men who did not look below the political surface. These men, to arouse the passions of the people, invoked the memory of social wrongs, such as evictions and famines, but for these wrongs proposed only political remedies, such as changes in taxation or transference of the seat of government, class rule, from one country to another. Hence they accomplished nothing, because the political remedies proposed were unrelated to the social subjection at the root of the matter. The revolutionists of the past were wiser, the Irish socialists are wiser today. In their movement the North and the South will again clasp hands, again will it be demonstrated, as in '98, that the pressure of a common exploitation can make enthusiastic rebels out of a Protestant working class, earnest champions of civil and religious liberty out of Catholics, and out of both a united social democracy. Labour in Irish History was published in November 1910. Articles from the book first appeared in the Harp and Workers' Republic. 1. Poynting's law made the Dublin Parliament subordinate to the Parliament in London. 21. Sweatshops behind the orange flag. For nearly a century the question of home government has barred with triple steel every door of progress. It has paralyzed the energies of the country, and diverted the currents of national activity into the unfruitful charmers of incessant political struggle. But, indeed, it could not fail to be otherwise. For 100 years the vast body of the Irish people had neither sympathy with, nor confidence in, the executive and administrative government of Ireland. That government has no natural root in the soil of Ireland. Bureaucratic government cannot soar on ample wings. 42 boards, without correlation or connection, and almost without responsibility, control the destinies of Ireland. The above extract from the Manifesto of Ulster Liberal Protestants, issued on December 5, 1910, will serve as a text for my article this week. I would especially direct the attention of the thoughtful reader to the opening phrase in the quotation. For nearly a century the question of home government has barred with triple steel every door of progress. How true this is everyone acquainted with the inner life of Ireland, its civic and social life as distinguished from its political partisanship, can testify. Ireland is a land of contradictions. Just as it is true that the perfervid orators of the United Irish League, who screech most vehemently for national freedom, are in domestic affairs in Ireland the allies and champions of social reaction and the enemies of intellectual freedom, so also it is true that true blue loyalist leaders, who on every platform assert their unquenchable enthusiasm for the cause of Protestant liberty, are the slimiest enemies of the social advancement of the Protestant working class. It may be news to some of your readers, but it is an undoubted fact that the Catholic labourers in the Catholic districts of Ulster reap the advantage of the Acts empowering boards of guardians to erect labourers' cottages to a degree far in excess of any advantage given to the Protestant agricultural labourers in the Protestant districts. The enemies of Home Rule and Popery are, it appears, also enemies of low rents and sanitary cottages for their labourers. Where his mind is not obsessed with the fear of compromising the national demand, the Irish Catholic labourer seems to be enough of a democrat to insist upon his social rights as against his Catholic employer or representative, but his Protestant fellow worker in the North seemingly allows a blatant parade of loyalty to our Protestant institutions to compensate for all manner of treachery to the cause of labour. I have pointed out before that the harmless act to empower a public provision for the feeding of necessitous school children was kept out of Ireland with the connivance if not directly at the desire of the Home Rule party. Let me add that the Ulster beaters of the Orange Drum were equally guilty in that respect. Public meetings to demand the application of this Act to Ireland have already been held in Dublin and Cork. The Dublin Trades Council has acted, a general committee composed of representatives from the Socialist Party of Ireland, the Daughters of Erin, and the Trades Council have held a public meeting in the Mansion House in furtherance of this object, and induced the Lord Mayor of the city to preside in person, and the Dublin Corporation have unanimously passed a resolution calling for this Act for Ireland. But Belfast and Derry have not moved. The Orange orators are too busy dancing imaginary war dances on the banks of the Boyne to trouble about the starving children of Belfast, or of the city by the Foyle. The Corporation of Catholic Cork granted me the use of their city hall for a public meeting for this purpose, as have also the Urban District Council at Queenstown. But the cries of the starving children of Ulster cannot pierce the loyal ears attuned to the after-dinner oratorical efforts of Mr. McMorty, or the poisonous, religious, rancorous ravings of Sir Edward Carson. But perhaps it will be argued that the prosperity of Belfast is so great that such an act would be quite unnecessary, and did not Mr. McMorty rise in his place in the House of Commons and work in a free advertisement for workers in the linen trade of that city, by telling of the great demand for workers there, and of its great and abundant prosperity? I extract from the Belfast Newsletter, a rabidly loyalist paper, of September 8, 1910, the following short report of a speech delivered in the Ulster Hall, Belfast, by Miss Mary Galway, Secretary of the Mill Workers, on the conditions of sweated-out workers in the linen industry in Belfast. It shows how the godly Protestant employers of Belfast sweat and rob the godly Protestant workers, and how zeal for the empire is made a cloak to trick out a mad desire to amass wealth by grinding the faces of the poor. Miss Galway then displayed samples of the work done in the home, and gave figures regarding the rate of pay. She said for clipping cotton pocket handkerchiefs with 120 clips on each a sum of 1d per dozen was paid, and it took an expert worker 5 hours to clip 12 dozen. For thread drawing pure linen handkerchiefs supplied by one of the best and oldest firms in the city, 1d. Per dozen was paid, and 6 dozen could be drawn in 1 hard day's work. A widow with 7 children could earn at most 4 per week at hand-spoke work, the rate of payment being 1/3 per dozen handkerchiefs. For clipping the threads on an elaborately embroidered bedspread, 88 ins. By 100 ins, 3/4d. was paid, and it took fully an hour to do that work. Another woman was engaged 3 long days embroidering a linen tiakloth, 45 ins. By 43 ins, for which she was paid 8d. Thread drawing of pillowcases was paid at the rate of 4d. per dozen, and 4 could be done in an hour. On a cotton handkerchief there were 112 dots, and the worker was paid 6d. per dozen handkerchiefs, while at shirt making an expert worker could earn about 1/3 in 14 hours. She could quote other instances showing the long hours and wretched pay of these workers, and yet they were asked was there any sweating? Since then, in answer to his unctuous self-congratulations in Parliament, Miss Galway has challenged Mr. M. Morty, MP, to take a walk with her to houses within 15 minutes of the Belfast City Hall, and she would show him still more outrageous cases of sweating, but no acceptance is yet forthcoming. But when election time rolls around, the smug representative of Orangism will beat the big drum of saving the Union before the working class voters, and with that discord in their ears they will be deaf to the cry of the helpless victims of capitalist oppression. Oh, words of burning truth! For nearly a century the question of home government has barred with triple steel every door of progress. The question of home government, the professional advocacy of it, and the professional opposition to it, is the greatest asset in the hands of reaction in Ireland, the never-failing decoy to lure the workers into the bogs of religious hatreds and social stagnation. The Protestant workers of Belfast are essentially democratic in their instincts, but not a single Belfast Loyalist MP voted for the Old Age Pensions Act. The Loyalist M.P.S. knew that the beating of the orange drum would drown every protest within their constituencies. The development of democracy in Ireland has been smothered by the Union. Remove that barrier, throw the Irish people back upon their own resources, make them realize that the causes of poverty, of lack of progress, of arrested civic and national development, are then to be sought for within and not without, are in their power to remove or perpetuate, and ere long that spirit of democratic progress will invade and permeate all our social and civic institutions. Believing that that day is approaching, the Socialist Party of Ireland seeks to prepare for it by laying now the foundations of that socialist movement, whose duty it will be to guide and direct the efforts of labour in Ireland, to find and fashion a proper channel of expression and instrument of emancipation. That labour movement of the future, as well as the socialist movement of today, must indeed draw inspiration from the successes of our comrades abroad, but must also shape its course to suit the conditions within our own shores. The Socialist Party of Ireland recognizes and most enthusiastically endorses the principle of internationalism, but it realizes that that principle must be sought through the medium of universal brotherhood rather than by self-extinction of distinct nations within the political maw of overgrown empires. When once all the socialists in Ireland recognize this principle, and unite with us, they will have cause to wonder at the readiness with which the workers of Ireland will respond to the socialist appeal. If all the socialists in Ireland who waste their time in cursing the unprogressiveness of the Irish workers, had only sufficient moral courage to declare themselves, they would be astonished at the multitude of their numbers, and would then realize that they were strong enough to ensure respect and toleration. Until they do, we will be compelled to see Irish Tory employers hiding their sweatshops behind orange flags, and Irish Home Rule landlords using the green sunburst of Erin to cloak their rack renting in the festering slums of our Irish towns. Forward, March 11, 1911. 22. Ireland, Karl Marx and William Walker. A few days ago, when conversing with an astute observer of things socialistic in Ireland, I asked him, as he was neither of Belfast nor Dublin, what he thought of my appeal for socialist unity in Ireland. He replied, much to my astonishment, that I had mistaken the nature of the real objection certain dominating elements in Belfast felt towards such a course. You will find, he said, that their real objection is not based upon internationalism, but is based upon parochialism. When reading Comrade Walker's astounding article, I felt how true the above statement had been. Beginning with the absolutely false statement that I had utilized the first 2 paragraphs of my article to attack Belfast and all within its borders, for the refutation of which statement I refer the reader to the article itself, he next proceeded to overwhelm us with a mass of tawdry rhetoric, cheap and irrelevant schoolboy history, and badly digested political philosophy, all permeated with an artfully instilled appeal to religious prejudice and civic sectionalism carefully calculated to make Belfast wrap itself around in a garment of self-righteousness, and to look with scorn upon its supposed weaker Irish brethren. All this is, of course, in the approved Walker style. But it does not touch the fringe of the question at issue. That question, as readers of Forward will remember, I propounded as follows. There are in Ireland 2 socialist parties, there should only be one. The only real dividing issue, apart from personal elements, is the question of recognizing Ireland as entitled to self-government. Any Irish socialist who recognizes Ireland's right to self-government should logically embody his political activities in a form of organization based upon the principle of Irish self-government. I proposed, therefore, that the 2 socialist organizations in Ireland should each recognize that basis, and then sit down in convention to frame a program and policy for such a party suited to the present and impending political situation of the country. Further, I pointed out that the trade unions movement in Ireland was considering the advisability of establishing a Labour Party, and that the same elements which keep the Belfast ILP from recognizing officially the right of Ireland to self-government had acted and voted last year in the Irish Trades Congress against a proposition to establish a Labour Party in Ireland, and were about to do the same this year. This, I contended, and still contend, was and is a crime against the international labor movement, a crime committed in the name of internationalism, prostituting the name in the act of invoking it. Now, how does Comrade Walker meet this friendly appeal for socialist unity? First, he declares that I am obsessed with an antipathy to Belfast and the Black North, and proceeds to give a long defense of Protestants and glorification of Protestant rebels in Ireland. The first sturdy Protestant Democrat is Lord Charlemont, an aristocratic poltroon, who deserted, denounced, and betrayed the Irish Volunteers when they proposed to use their organization to obtain a democratic extension of the suffrage and religious toleration. That he should be cited by Comrade Walker as a Democrat proves that there is a kink somewhere, either in Walker's conception of democracy, or in his knowledge of Irish history. But friend William blunders on from absurdity to absurdity. Remember that he is opposed to self-government to Ireland, and then admire his colossal nerve in citing the glorious example of sturdy Protestant Democrats, who gave their whole lives in battling, suffering, and sacrifice for the cause of national freedom, which Comrade Walker rejects. He cites Theobald Wolfe Tone. Wolfe Tone recognized that national independence was an essential element of democracy, and declared that to break this connection with England, the abiding cause of all our woes, was his object. He cited Fintan Lalor. Lalor declared that the Irish people should fight for full and absolute independence for this island, and for every man in it. Lalor was not a Protestant, but our comrade also cites Lalor's contemporary, Mitchell, whom he wrongly declares a Presbyterian. He was instead a Unitarian. Mitchell summed up his political ideal in these words: "We want Ireland, not for the peers nor for the nominees of peers in College Green, but Ireland for the Irish people, an Irish republic, one and indivisible." Comrade Walker also cites Joseph Gillies Biggar, a sturdy and uncompromising Home Ruler. In fact, practically all the sturdy Protestant Democrats he cites are men who would have treated with contempt Walker's pitiful straddle in Irish politics. They are all men to whom he would have been opposed were he living in their time. He minds us of this section by quoting, among the names of Irish rebels, Grattan, Butt, and Shaw, a quotation that must have brought a grin to the face of anyone who read it and had even a rudimentary knowledge of Irish history. In passing, let me remark that the names cited by Comrade Walker but confirm my point. We do not care so much what a few men did, as what did the vast mass of their co-religionists do? The vast mass of the Protestants of Ulster, except during the period of 1798, were bitter enemies of the men he has named, and during the bitter struggle of the Land League, when the peasantry in the other provinces were engaged in a life and death struggle against landlordism, the sturdy Protestant democracy of the North was electing landlords, and the nominees of landlords, to every Protestant constituency in Ulster. When Comrade Walker is doing propaganda work in Belfast, he does not fail to remind his hearers of their remissness in such matters. Why, then, does he mount another horse in his letter to Forward? All these men will live in history because they threw in their lot with the other provinces in a common struggle for political freedom. In the exact measure that we admire and applaud them, must we condemn and deplore the sectional and parochial action of Comrade Walker. But, he says in his peroration, my place of birth was accidental, but my duty to my class is worldwide. Fine, man. Grand. On a platform, delivered in your best style, it would sound heroic. In cold print, it smells of claptrap. If the place of your birth was accidental, was not the fact of your birth in the working class an accident also? You might have been born in Buckingham Palace a prince of the blood royal, or even a princess, for all you had to do with it. I do not care where you were born. We have had Jews, Russians, Germans, Lithuanians, Scotsmen, and Englishmen in the SPI, but I do care where you are earning your living, and I hold that every class-conscious worker should work for the freedom of the country in which he lives, if he desires to hasten the political power of his class in that country. Our comrade says, in his genial style, that these are reactionary doctrines alien to any brand of socialism he ever heard of. He must be singularly ignorant of classical socialist literature. Karl Marx was not much of a reactionist, and he knew a thing or two about socialism. Let me then quote, for Comrade Walker, the opinion of Karl Marx on socialism and Ireland. I quote from a letter sent to his friend, Kugelman, on November 29, 1869, from Toulon, and reprinted in the Nuiside of 1902. Read. I have more and more arrived at the conviction, though this conviction has not entered the mind of the English working class, that we shall never be able to do in England anything decisive if we do not resolutely separate its policy in all that concerns Ireland from the policy of the dominant classes, so that not only will she be able to make common cause with the Irish, but will even be able to take the initiative in dissolving the Union founded in 1801, and replacing it by an independent federative bond. And this aim should be followed not as a matter of sympathy with Ireland, but as a necessity based on the interest of the English proletariat. Each of the movements in England remains paralysed by the struggle with the Irish, who even in England form a considerable proportion of the working class. And it is not only the social evolution established in England which is retarded by these relations with Ireland, but also its external policy, notably with Russia and the United States. Written in 1869, Comrade Walker, but reads like a statement of what is happening today. At every international socialist congress a separate vote and recognition is given to such subject nations as Finland, Poland, and the various nationalities within the Russian Empire. At Stuttgart a reception and message of sympathy was given to a delegate from India, speaking not on behalf of the Indian workers, but primarily on behalf of Indian nationalism. And at the Paris Congress of 1900, the delegates from the Irish Socialist Party were seated, and given the same votes as the delegates of independent nationalities, such as Germany or England. At Stuttgart, Comrade Babel declared that one consequence of the growth of socialism would be a renaissance of national culture and sympathies in countries now politically suppressed, and he welcomed such a renaissance on the ground that the civilization of the future would be all the richer from the presence of so many distinctive forms of intellectual growth arising from different racial and national developments. Such, in brief, is the real position of international socialism towards subject nations. It is a concept based upon the belief that civilization needs free nations just as the nations need free individual citizens, that the internationalism of the future will be based upon the free federation of free peoples and cannot be realized through the subjugation of the smaller by the larger political unit. But Comrade Walker says these are words, and means that the SPI desires the Irish to divorce themselves from all trade unions, friendly societies, and cooperative societies across the water. Not necessarily. If we look at the two nations across the Atlantic, we can see that every trade union and friendly society which does business in the United States also does business in Canada and vice versa, yet the two nations are independent politically of each other. Why can England and Ireland not be as industrially intermingled, and yet politically separate? Our comrade is sore over my attitude towards his election campaign in North Belfast. But he should have reminded the readers of forward of his attitude in that campaign. He should have told them that he pledged himself to oppose Home Rule and religious equality. That he pledged himself to oppose any alteration in the coronation oath, that oath which the King of England recently objected to take because of its stupid reactionary intolerance. The oath was too much even for a royal stomach, but Comrade Walker pledged himself to maintain it. He should have reminded his readers that in the 17th and 18th centuries the ferocious bigotry of the governing class placed upon the Statute Book of Ireland laws against Roman Catholics so atrocious that they are regarded by modern sentiment as the very incarnation of sectarian malevolence, and that he promised to maintain them in his answer to the following question: will you resist every attack upon the legislative enactments provided by our forefathers as necessary safeguards against the political encroachments of the papacy? Answer by W. Walker: yes. We progress as we get away from the bigotry of our forefathers, but Comrade Walker was willing to make their bigotry our standard of legislation. In a country overwhelmingly of our religious faith, he pledged himself to oppose the entry of members of that faith into certain political and legal offices. He pledged himself to make an effort to obtain a redistribution of parliamentary seats for the purpose of diminishing the extravagant representation of Ireland by means of which the Roman Catholics and disloyal party has hindered the business of the House of Commons, and he declared that Protestantism means protesting against superstition, hence true Protestantism is synonymous with labor, thus leaving it to be inferred that if a Catholic embraced the cause of labor, he also embraced the Protestant religion. Well, Comrade Walker may feel scandalized at my statement that I am glad of his defeat, but I refuse to endorse the idea that because a man styles himself independent labor or even socialist, he has a right to be a renegade to every other principle of progress. When he has purged himself of such reactionary ideas, as other men have done since the same election, I will gladly support him in his contest for a parliamentary seat in an Irish House of Commons. Finally, the fact remains, and we may yet have to appeal to the tribunal of the international labor movement on the question, that Comrade William Walker, a member of the executive of the Labour Party, is vehemently opposing the formation of a Labour Party in Ireland. We may have to ask the aforesaid tribunal whether Comrade Walker, in such action, has the support of his executive, or is speaking with their mandate in thus doing the work of the enemy, joining with the bigoted Orangeman, and the equally bigoted follower of Mr. Redmond to stifle the aspirations of the more militant section of the Irish working class for a party of its own, to fight its battles against the common enemy. I, for one, do not believe that any one of the men whose genius have made the socialist movement what it is, would hail the uprise of a Labour Party in Ireland, and the consolidation of our socialist forces, with anything save joy and satisfaction. Forward, June 10, 1911. 23. Direct action in Belfast. We have just had, and taken, the opportunity in Belfast to put into practice a little of what is known on the continent of Europe as direct action. Direct action consists in ignoring all the legal and parliamentary ways of obtaining redress for the grievances of labor, and proceeding to rectify these grievances by direct action upon the employer's most susceptible part, his purse. This is very effective at times, and saves much needless worry, and much needless waste of union funds. Direct action is not liked by lawyers, politicians, or employers. It keeps the two former out of a job, and often leaves the latter out of pocket. But it is useful to labor, and if not relied upon too exclusively, or used too recklessly, it may yet be made a potent weapon in the armory of the working class. The circumstances under which we came to put in practice the newest adaptation of it in Belfast were as follows. A dock labourer named Keenan was killed at the unloading of a ship owing to a bag being released by one of the carriers a moment too soon. Flying down the chute, it struck Keenan, knocking him to the ground and killing him. The accident happened owing to the practice of the stevedores of backing in a team of horses about 10 minutes before the meal hour, and demanding that the men rush the work in order to load the vans before quitting for their meals. It was in this perfectly needless rush the sad affair happened. What was our surprise to read in the report of the inquest that the solicitor for the merchant insinuated that the man was killed because he was a non-union man, that in short he was murdered by the union members. As a matter of fact, he had promised to join, and, being an old dock labourer, had been given a few days' grace in which to come up to our offices and make good. All the papers of Belfast gave prominence to this extraordinary allegation, as one journal called it, and the matter was commented upon freely throughout the city. After due deliberation, thinking over all the possible means of redress for this foul libel, we resolved to take the matter into our own hands, and put a little pressure upon the purse of the man who employed this libeller to slander the Union. Accordingly, at dinner time we told the men employed on the ship in question, the Nile, not to resume work until the merchant repudiated the libel or disclaimed all responsibility therefor. The men stood by loyally, and immediately all the forces of capital and law and order were on the alert. The news spread around the docks as on a wireless telegraph, and both sides were tense with expectancy. While we were thus waiting and watching, the stevedore of the Nile sent for the merchant, and asked me through one of his foremen to wait on the spot for him. I waited, but whilst I waited, one very officious harbour official ordered me off the harbour estate. The harbour of Belfast, unlike Dublin or Liverpool, is practically enclosed property. I informed Mr. Constable that there was no meeting in progress, and that I was only waiting an answer to our request for a disclaimer from the merchant. He then became rude and domineering, and eventually began to use force. I then told him that if I, as a union official, could not speak to the men individually on the harbour estate, we would take the men off where we could talk to them. So we gave the word and called off every man in the low docks. In 10 minutes, 600 men responded and left the docks empty. In 10 minutes more, a district superintendent, merchants, managers, detectives, and harbour underlings generally were rushing frantically up to the union rooms begging for the men to go back, and everything would be arranged. Well, everything was arranged within an hour. The offending solicitor, after many hoity-toity protests that he would not be dictated to by the dockers, climbed gracefully down and dictated a letter to the press disclaiming any intention to impute evil actions to the union members, and the letter accordingly appeared in all the Belfast papers. In addition, the harbour master assured us that he regretted the action of the constable, which would not be allowed to happen again, and that we would be given full liberty to go anywhere in the docks or ships at all times. It was all a great object lesson, and has had its full effect on the minds of the Belfast workers. It has taught them that there are other ways than by means of expensive lawsuits to vindicate the character and rights of the toilers, and as a result it has given dignity and self-respect to the members of the Union. The Irish Worker, September 16, 1911. 24. Visit of King George V. Fellow workers. As you are aware from reading the daily and weekly newspapers, we are about to be blessed with a visit from King George V. Knowing from previous experience of royal visits, as well as from the coronation orgies of the past few weeks, that the occasion will be utilized to make propaganda on behalf of royalty and aristocracy against the oncoming forces of democracy and national freedom, we desire to place before you some few reasons why you should unanimously refuse to countenance this visit, or to recognize it by your presence at its attendant processions or demonstrations. We appeal to you as workers, speaking to workers, whether your work be that of the brain or of the hand, manual or mental toil, it is of you and your children we are thinking, it is your cause we wish to safeguard and foster. The future of the working class requires that all political and social positions should be open to all men and women, that all privileges of birth or wealth be abolished, and that every man or woman born into this land should have an equal opportunity to attain to the proudest position in the land. The socialist demands that the only birthright necessary to qualify for public office should be the birthright of our common humanity. Believing as we do that there is nothing on earth more sacred than humanity, we deny all allegiance to this institution of royalty, and hence we can only regard the visit of the king as adding fresh fuel to the fire of hatred with which we regard the plundering institutions of which he is the representative. Let the capitalist and landlord class flock to exalt him, he is theirs, in him they see embodied the idea of caste and class, they glorify him and exalt his importance that they might familiarize the public mind with the conception of political inequality, knowing well that a people mentally poisoned by the adulation of royalty can never attain to that spirit of self-reliant democracy necessary for the attainment of social freedom. The mind accustomed to political kings can easily be reconciled to social kings, capitalist kings of the workshop, the mill, the railway, the ships, and the docks. Thus coronation and king's visits are by our astute, never sleeping masters made into huge imperialist propagandist campaigns in favor of political and social schemes against democracy. But if our masters and rulers are sleepless in their schemes against us, so we, rebels against their rule, must never sleep in our appeal to our fellows to maintain as publicly our belief in the dignity of our class in the ultimate sovereignty of those who labor. What is monarchy? From whence does it derive its sanction? What has been its gift to humanity? Monarchy is a survival of the tyranny imposed by the hand of greed and treachery upon the human race in the darkest and most ignorant days of our history. It derives its only sanction from the sword of the marauder, and the helplessness of the producer, and its gifts to humanity are unknown, save as they can be measured in the pernicious examples of triumphant and shameless iniquities. Every class in society save royalty, and especially British royalty, has through some of its members contributed something to the elevation of the race. But neither in science, nor in art, nor in literature, nor in exploration, nor in mechanical invention, nor in humanizing of laws, nor in any sphere of human activity has a representative of British royalty helped forward the moral, intellectual, or material improvement of mankind. But that royal family has opposed every forward move, fought every reform, persecuted every patriot, and intrigued against every good cause. Slandering every friend of the people, it has befriended every oppressor. Eulogized today by misguided clerics, it has been notorious in history for the revolting nature of its crimes. Murder, treachery, adultery, incest, theft, perjury, every crime known to man has been committed by someone or other of the race of monarchs from whom King George is proud to trace his descent. His blood has crept through scoundrels since the flood. We will not blame him for the crimes of his ancestors if he relinquishes the royal rights of his ancestors, but as long as he claims their rights by virtue of descent, then, by virtue of descent he must shoulder the responsibility for their crimes. Fellow workers, stand by the dignity of your class. All these parading royalties, all this insolent aristocracy, all these groveling, dirt-eating capitalist traitors, all these are but signs of disease in any social state, diseases which a royal visit brings to a head and spews in all its nastiness before our horrified eyes. But as the recognition of the disease is the first stage towards its cure, so that we may rid our social state of its political and social diseases, we must recognize the elements of corruption. Hence, in bringing them all together and exposing their unity, even a royal visit may help us to understand, and understanding, help us to know how to destroy the royal, aristocratic, and capitalistic classes who live upon our labor. Their workshops, their lands, their mills, their factories, their ships, their railways must be voted into our hands who alone use them. Public ownership must take the place of capitalist ownership, social democracy replace political and social inequality, the sovereignty of labor must supersede and destroy the sovereignty of birth and the monarchy of capitalism. Ours be the task to enlighten the ignorant among our class, to dissipate and destroy the political and social superstitions of the enslaved masses, and to hasten the coming day when, in the words of Joseph Brennan, the fearless patriot of '48, all the world will maintain the right divine of labor. To be first of earthly things. That the thinker and the worker are manhood's only kings. July 1911. 25. Some rambling remarks. The struggle emancipates. No one at all acquainted with Ireland at the present can doubt that the country is feeling the throbs accompanying the birth of great movements. Everywhere there are stirrings of new life, intellectual, artistic, industrial, political, racial, social stirrings are to be seen and felt on every hand, and the nation is moved from end to end by the yeast-like pulsations of new influences. Amid such a renaissance it would, indeed, be a strange phenomenon if labor remained passive, if labor alone moved in the old ruts and failed to respond to the call for a new adventuring of the spirit. Such a lack of response would argue a lifelessness of attitude, a blindness of mental outlook in the part of the toilers which would go far to neutralize and discount the value of the higher aspirations of the rest of the nation. Considering the state of slavery in which the masses of the Irish workers are today, some few aspects of which we have already noted in these columns, a state of restlessness, of divine discontent, on the part of labor in Ireland is an absolutely essential prerequisite for the realization of any spiritual uplifting of the nation at large. With a people degraded, and so degraded as to be unconscious of their degradation, no upward march of Ireland is possible. With a people restless under injustice, conscious of their degradation, and resolved, if need be, to peril life itself in order to end such degradation, though thrones and empires fall as a result, with such a people all things are possible, to such a people all things must bend and flow. A large nation may become great by the sheer pressure of its magnitude, the greatness of its numbers, as Russia today. A small nation, such as Ireland, can only become great by reason of the greatness of soul of its individual citizens. It is, therefore, a matter of sincere congratulation to every lover of the race that the workers of Ireland are today profoundly discontented, and, so far from being apathetic in their slavery, are instead rebellious, even to the point of rashness. Discontent is the fulcrum upon which the lever of thought has ever moved the world to action. A discontented working class. What a glorious promise for the future! Ireland has today within her bosom two things that must make the blood run with riotous exultation in the veins of every lover of the Irish race: a discontented working class, and the nucleus of a rebellious womanhood. I cannot separate these two things in my mind. To me they are parts of the one great whole, different regiments of the one great army of progress. To neither will it be possible to realize its ideals without first trampling underfoot, riding roughshod over, all the false conventions, soul-shriveling prejudices, and subtle hypocrisies with which a tyrannical society has poisoned the souls and warped the intellect of mankind. Apart from the material, political, and industrial forms in which the laborer or the woman may clothe their respective struggles, there is, in the fact of the struggle itself, in both cases, an emancipating influence which cannot be expressed in words, much less formulated in programs. The struggle emancipates, let who will claim the immediate petty triumph. We of the working class have much to be thankful for in the fact that in the upward march in which we are engaged, we are permitted to reap advantages of a material nature at each stage of our journey. If our wages are not increased, our toil lightened, our hours lessened, our conditions improved as a result of the daily conflict in which we are engaged, we know that it is because of some faltering on the part of ourselves or our fellow workers, some defalcation on the part of some being of our army, and not a necessary or unavoidable part of the conflict itself. The modern labor movement knows that a victory of any kind for the working class is better for the cause, more potent for ultimate victory, than a correct understanding of economic theory by a beaten labor army. The modern labor movement is suspicious of theorizing that shirks conflict, and seeks to build up the revolutionary army of social reconstruction by means of an army that fights and wins concessions for the fighters while it is fighting. Every victory won by labor for labor helps to strengthen the bent back and enlarge the cramped soul of the laborer. Every time the laborer, be it man or woman, secures a triumph in the battle for juster conditions, the mind of the laborer receives that impulse towards higher things that comes from the knowledge of power. Here and there, to some degraded individuals, the victories of labor mean only increased opportunities for drink and degeneracy, but on the whole it remains true that the fruits of the victories of the organized working class are as capable of being stated in terms of spiritual uplifting as in the material terms of cash. Let us then, with glad eyes, face the future. Ireland salutes the rising sun, and within Ireland labor moves with the promise and potency of growing life and consciousness, a life and consciousness destined to grow and expand until the glad day when he who in this green isle says labor must say Ireland, and he who says Ireland must necessarily be planning for the glorification and ennobling of labor. The Irish Worker, December 25, 1912. 26. July the 12th. As this Saturday is the 12th of July, and as I am supposed to be writing about the north of Ireland in particular, it becomes imperative that I say something about this great and glorious festival. The anniversary of the Battle of the Boyne is celebrated in Belfast by what is locally known as an Orange Walk. The brethren turn out and take possession of the principal streets of the city, and for the space of some hours they pass in processional order before the eyes of the citizens, bearing their banners, wearing their regalia, carrying symbols emblematic of the gates of Derry, and to the accompaniment of a great many bands. Viewing the procession as a mere teague, to use the name the brethren bestow on all of Catholic origin, I must confess that some parts of it are beautiful, some of it ludicrous, and some of it exceedingly disheartening. The regalia is often beautiful. I have seen representations of the gates of Derry that were really a pleasure to view as pieces of workmanship, and similar representations erected as orange arches across dingy side streets that, if we could forget their symbolism, we would admire as real works of art. The music is a fearful and wonderful production, seemingly being based upon a desire to produce the maximum of sound in the minimum of space. Every Orange Lodge in the north of Ireland, and many from the south, make it a point to walk, and as each lodge desires to have a band without any regard to its numbers, the bands are often so near that even the most skillful manipulator cannot prevent a blending of sounds that can scarcely be called harmonious. I have stood on the sidewalk listening to a band, whose instruments were rendering Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, whilst another one about 20 yards off was splitting the air with Dolly's Bray, oh Dolly's Bray. Oh, Dolly's Bray no more. The song we sang was Kick the Pope. Right over Dolly's Bray. But the discord of sound allied to the discord of sentiment implied in a longing to fly to the bosom of Jesus, and at the same time to kick the Pope, did not appear to strike anyone but myself. For that matter, a sense of humor is not one of the strong points in an Orangeman's nature. The dead walls of Belfast are decorated with a mixture of imprecations upon Fenians and the Pope, and invocations of the power and goodness of the Most High, interlarded with quotations from the New Testament. This produces some of the most incongruous results. What would the readers of Forward say to seeing written up on the side of a wall off one of the main streets, the attractive legend, God is love. Hell roast the Pope. Of course, the juxtaposition of such inscriptions on the walls appears absurd, and yet the juxtaposition of sentiments as dissimilar is common enough in the minds of all of us, I suppose. To anyone really conversant with the facts bearing upon the relations of the religious in Ireland, and the part played by them in advancing or retarding the principles of civil and religious liberty, the whole celebration appears to be foolish enough. The belief sedulously cultivated by all the orators, lay and clerical, as well as by all the newspapers is, that the defense of Derry and the Battle of the Boyne were great vindications of the principles of civil and religious liberty, which were menaced by the Catholics and defended by the Protestants of all sects. The belief we acquire from a more clear study of history in Ireland is somewhat different. Let me tell it briefly. In the reign of James I, the English government essayed to solve the Irish problem, which, then as now, was their chief trouble, by settling Ireland with planters from Scotland and England. To do this, 2 million acres were confiscated, i.e., stolen from the Irish owners. Froude, the historian, says, of these, 1.5 million, bog forest and mountain, were restored to the Irish. the 500,000 of fertile acres were settled with families of Scottish and English Protestants. A friendly speaker, recently describing these planters before a meeting of the Belfast Liberal Association, spoke of them as hardy pioneers, born of a sturdy race, trained to adversity, when brought face to face with dangers of a new life in a hostile country, soon developed that steady, energetic, and powerful character which has made the name of Ulster respected all over the world. And a writer in the 17th century, the son of one of the ministers who came over with the first plantation, Mr. Stewart, is quoted by Lecky in his History of England in the 18th century, 1892, as saying, "From Scotland came many, and from England not a few, yet all of them generally the scum of both nations, who from debt, or breaking the law or fleeing from justice, or seeking shelter, come hither, hoping to be without fear of man's justice in a land where there was nothing, or but little as yet, of the fear of God. On all hands atheism increased, and disregard of God, iniquity abounded, with contentious fighting, murder, adultery." The reader can take his choice of these descriptions. Probably the truth is that each is a fairly accurate description of a section of the planters, and that neither is accurate as a picture of the whole. But while the plantation succeeded from the point of view of the government in placing in the heart of Ulster a body of people who, whatever their disaffection to that government, were still bound by fears of their own safety to defend it against the natives, it did not bring either civil or religious liberty to the Presbyterian planters. The Episcopalians were in power, and all the forces of government were used by them against their fellow Protestants. The planters were continually harassed to make them adjure their religion, fines were multiplied upon fines, and imprisonment upon imprisonment. In 1640, the Presbyterians of Antrim, Down, and Tyrone, in a petition to the English House of Commons, declared that, "Principally through the sway of the prelacy with their factions our souls are starved, our estates are undone, our families impoverished, and many lives among us cut off and destroyed. Our cruel taskmasters have made us who were once a people to become as it were no people, an astonishment to ourselves, the object of pity and amazement to others." What might have been the result of this cruel, systematic persecution of Protestants by Protestants we can only conjecture, since in the following year, 1641, the Great Irish Rebellion compelled the persecuting and persecuted Protestants to join hands in defense of their common plunder against the common enemy, the original Irish owners. In all the demonstrations and meetings which take place in Ulster under Unionist party auspices, all these persecutions are alluded to as if they had been the work of Papists, and even in the Presbyterian churches and conventions, the same distortion of the truth is continually practiced. But they are told, all this persecution was ended when William of Orange, and our immortal forefathers, overthrew the Pope and Popery at the Boyne. Then began the era of civil and religious liberty. So runs the legend implicitly believed in Ulster. Yet it is far, very far, from the truth. In 1686 certain continental powers joined together in a league, known in history as the League of Augsburg, for the purpose of curbing the arrogant power of France. These powers were impartially Protestant and Catholic, including the Emperor of Germany, the King of Spain, William, Prince of Orange, and the Pope. The latter had but a small army, but possessed a good treasury and great influence. A few years before a French army had marched upon Rome to avenge a slight insult offered to France, and His Holiness was more than anxious to curb the Catholic power that had dared to violate the center of Catholicity. Hence his alliance with William, Prince of Orange. King James II, of England, being insecure upon his throne, sought alliance with the French monarch. When, therefore, the war took place in Ireland, King William fought, aided by the arms, men, and treasures of his allies in the League of Augsburg, and part of his expenses at the Battle of the Boyne was paid for by His Holiness, the Pope. Moreover, when news of King William's victory reached Rome, a Te Deum was sung in celebration of his victory over the Irish adherents of King James and King Louis. Therefore, on Saturday the Orangemen of Ulster, led by King Carson, will be celebrating the same victory as the Pope celebrated 223 years ago. Nor did the victory at the Boyne mean civil and religious liberty. The Catholic Parliament of King James, meeting in Dublin in 1689, had passed a law that all religions were equal, and that each clergyman should be supported by his own congregation only, and that no tithes should be levied upon any man for the support of a church to which he did not belong. But this sublime conception was far from being entertained by the Williamites who overthrew King James and superseded his parliament. The Episcopalian Church was immediately re-established, and all other religions put under the ban of the law. I need not refer to the penal laws against Catholics, they are well enough known. But sufficient to point out that England and Wales have not yet attained to that degree of religious equality established by Acts 13 and 15 of the Catholic Parliament of 1689, and that date was the last in which Catholics and Protestants sat together in Parliament until the former compelled an Emancipation Act in 1829. For the Presbyterians, the victory at the Boyne simply gave a freer hand to their Episcopalian persecutors. In 1704 Derry was rewarded for its heroic defense by being compelled to submit to a Test Act, which shut out of all offices in the law, the army, the navy, the customs and excise, and municipal employment, all who would not conform to the Episcopalian Church. The aldermen and 14 burgesses are said to have been disfranchised in the maiden city by this iniquitous act, which was also enforced all over Ireland. Thus, at one stroke, Presbyterians, Quakers, and all other dissenters were deprived of that which they had imagined they were fighting for at Derry, Orem, and the Boyne. Presbyterians were forbidden to be married by their own clergymen, the ecclesiastical courts had power to fine and imprison offenders, and to compel them to appear in the parish church and make public confession of fornication, if so married. At Lisbon and Tullilash, Presbyterians were actually punished for being married by their own ministers. Some years later, in 1712, a number of Presbyterians were arrested for attempting to establish a Presbyterian meeting house in Belturbet. The marriage of a Presbyterian and an Episcopalian was declared illegal, and in fact the ministers and congregations of the former church were treated as outlaws and rebels, to be fined, imprisoned, and harassed in every possible way. They had to pay tithes for the upkeep of the Episcopalian ministers, were fined for not going to the Episcopalian church, and had to pay church cess tax for buying sacramental bread, ringing the bell, and washing the surplices of the Episcopalian clergymen. All this, remember, in the generation immediately following the Battle of the Boyne. The reader should remember what is generally slurred over in narrating this part of Irish history, that when we are told that Ulster was planted by Scottish Presbyterians, it does not mean that the land was given to them. On the contrary, the vital fact was, and is, that the land was given to the English noblemen and to certain London companies of merchants who had lent money to the crown, and that the Scottish planters were only introduced as tenants of these landlords. The condition of their tenancy virtually was that they should keep Ireland for the English crown, and till the land of Ireland for the benefit of the English landlord. That is in essence the demand of the Unionist party leaders upon their followers today. In the past, as the landlords were generally English and Episcopalian, they all, during the 18th century, continually inserted clauses in all their leases forbidding the erection of Presbyterian meeting houses. As the uprise of democracy has contributed to make this impossible today in Ireland, the landlord and capitalist class now seek an alliance with these Protestants they persecuted for so long in order to prevent a union of the democracy of all religious faiths against their lords and masters. To accomplish this, they seek insidiously to pervert history and to inflame the spirit of religious fanaticism. The best cure I know of for that evil is a correct understanding of the events they so distort in their speeches and sermons. To this end I have ever striven to contribute my mite, and while I know that the sight of the thousands who, on July 12, will march to proclaim their allegiance to principles of which their order is a negation will be somewhat disheartening, I also know that even amongst the Orange hosts, the light of truth is penetrating. In conclusion, the fundamental, historical facts to remember are that the Irish Catholic was despoiled by force. The Irish Protestant toiler was despoiled by fraud. The spoliation of both continues today under more insidious but more effective forms. And the only hope lies in the latter combining with the former in overthrowing their common spoilers, and consenting to live in amity together in the common ownership of their common country, the country which the spirit of their ancestors or the devices of their rulers have made the place of their origin, or the scene of their travail. I have always held, despite the fanatics on both sides, that the movements of Ireland for freedom could not and cannot be divorced from the worldwide upward movements of the world's democracy. The Irish question is a part of the social question. The desire of the Irish people to control their own destinies is a part of the desire of the workers to forge political weapons for their own enfranchisement as a class. The Orange fanatic and the capitalist-minded Home Ruler are alike in denying this truth. Ere long, both of them will be but memories, while the army of those who believe in that truth will be marching and battling on its conquering way. Forward, July 12, 1913. 27. To the Linen Slaves of Belfast, Manifesto of the Irish Women Workers' Union. Fellow workers, your condition, and the condition of the sweated women of all classes of labour in Belfast, has recently become the subject of discussion on all the political platforms of England, and of long articles in all the most widely read newspapers and magazines of both countries. Almost unanimously they agree in condemning the conditions under which you work, your miserable wages, the abominable system of fining which prevails, and the slaughtering speed at which you are driven. It is pointed out that the conditions of your toil are unnecessarily hard, that your low wages do not enable you to procure sufficiently nourishing food for yourselves or your children, and that as a result of your hard work, combined with low wages, you are the easy victims of disease, and that your children never get a decent chance in life, but are handicapped in the race of life before they are born. All this is today admitted by every right-thinking man and woman in these islands. Many Belfast mills are slaughterhouses for the women and penitentiaries for the children. But while all the world is deploring your conditions, they also unite in deploring your slavish and servile nature in submitting to them. They unite in wondering of what material these Belfast women are made, who refuse to unite together and fight to better their conditions. Irish men have proven themselves to be heroes in fighting to abolish the tyranny of landlordism. Irish women fought heroically in the same cause. Are the Irish working women of Belfast not of the same race? Can they not unite to fight the slavery of capitalism as courageously as their sisters on the farms of Ireland united to fight the slavery of Irish landlordism? Public opinion in these islands is anxious to help you, but public opinion cannot help you unless you are ready to help yourselves. Especially do we appeal to the spinners, piecers, layers, and doffers. The slavery of the spinning room is the worst and least excusable of all. Spinning is a skilled trade, requiring a long apprenticeship, alert brains, and nimble fingers. Yet for all this skill, for all those weary years of learning, for all this toil in a superheated atmosphere, with clothes drenched with water, and hands torn and lacerated as a consequence of the speeding up of the machinery, a qualified spinner in Belfast receives a wage less than some of our pious mill owners would spend weekly upon a dog. And yet the spinning room is the key to the whole industry. A general stoppage in the spinning rooms of Belfast would stop all the linen industry, factories, and ware rooms alike. Reelers and spinners united control the situation. Disorganized as they are today, they are the helpless slaves of soulless employers. United as they might be, as they ought to be, as we are determined they shall be, they could lift themselves into the enjoyment of prosperity and well-paid healthful labor. As a first step to that end, we wish to propose a program of industrial reform to be realized in the near future, and we invite all our toiling sisters to enroll in our society, the Irish Textile Workers' Union, whose Belfast headquarters is at 50, York Street, in order that we may unitedly, and at a given moment, fight for its success. We demand that the entire linen industry be put under the Sweated Industries Act, which gives power to a trades board on which employees and employers are represented, to fix the minimum wages for the whole. Under that act the wages of women in the clothing operatives trade has been already fixed at a minimum wage of 3d per hour. Until the extension to the linen industry of that act, we demand and pledge ourselves as a union to fight for a minimum wage of 3d per hour for all qualified spinners, proportionate increases for all lower grades in the spinning room, and increases in the piece rates for the reeling room and all departments in piecework, abolition of fines for lost time, all stoppages to be at the same rates as the daily pay per hour. We also demand from government the appointment of a competent woman inspector for the Belfast district exclusively, in order that the inspection of our mills, factories, and warerooms may be a constant reality, instead of the occasional farce it is today. United action can secure every point on this modest programme within less than a year. It depends upon you, the working women of Belfast. If you have courage enough, faith enough in yourselves and in each other, you can win. Most of this program can be won by direct industrial action, by a general strike for it if need be. The rest will be conceded by government as soon as you show yourselves in earnest in your demands for it. To make easy the work of organizing, we are prepared to establish an office or women's club room in each district, if the request for the same is made by a sufficient number of members. Take advantage of this offer, give in your name to us at this office, or to any of your collectors, and we will welcome you as sisters, and enroll you as comrades in the coming battle for juster conditions. Should this manifesto come into the hand of any not themselves sufferers, but willing to help in the coming battle, if they communicate with us we shall be prepared to enroll them as auxiliaries, and welcome their help. Sisters and fellow workers, talk this matter over, do not be frightened by the timid counsels and fears of weaklings. Be brave. Have confidence in yourselves. Talk about success, and you will achieve success. 1913. 28. Northeast Ulster. A Dublin comrade once remarked to the writer of these notes that as two things cannot occupy the same space at the same time, so the mind of the working class cannot take up two items at the same time. Meaning thereby that when that working class is obsessed with visions of glory, patriotism, war, loyalty, or political or religious bigotry, it can find no room in its mind for considerations of its own interests as a class. Somewhere upon these lines must be found the explanation of the fact that whereas Dublin and nationalist Ireland generally is seething with rebellion against industrial conditions and manifesting that rebellion by a crop of strikes, in Belfast and the quarter dominated by the loyalist element, class feeling or industrial discontent is at present scarcely manifested at all. For Dublin and its nationalist allies, the Home Rule question has long gone beyond the stage of controversy. It is regarded as out of the region of dispute, and consequently the mind of the working class is no more excited over that question than it can be considered to be excited over the general proposition that the whole is greater than its parts. In Northeast Ulster, on the other hand, the question of Home Rule is not a settled question in men's minds, much less settled politically, and hence its unsettled character makes it still possible for that question to so possess the minds of the multitude that all other questions such as wages, hours, and conditions of labor must take a subordinate place and lose their power to attract attention, much less to compel action. According to all socialist theories, Northeast Ulster, being the most developed industrially, ought to be the quarter in which class lines of cleavage, politically and industrially, should be the most pronounced and class rebellion the most common. As a cold matter of fact, it is the happy hunting ground of the slave driver and the home of the least rebellious slaves in the industrial world. Dublin, on the other hand, has more strongly developed working class feeling, more strongly accentuated instincts of loyalty to the working class than any city of its size in the globe. I have explained before how the perfectly devilish ingenuity of the master class had sought its ends in Northeast Ulster. How the lands were stolen from Catholics, given to Episcopalians, but planted by Presbyterians, how the latter were persecuted by the government, but could not avoid the necessity of defending it against the Catholics, and how out of this complicated situation there inevitably grew up a feeling of common interests between the slaves and the slave drivers. As the march of the Irish towards emancipation developed, as step by step they secured more and more political rights and greater recognition, so in like ratio the disabilities of the Presbyterians and other dissenters were abolished. For a brief period during the closing years of the 18th century, it did indeed seem probably that the common disabilities of Presbyterians and Catholics would unite them all under the common name of Irishmen. Hence the rebel society of that time took the significant name of United Irishmen. But the removal of the religious disabilities from the dissenting community had as its effect, the obliteration of all political difference between the sects and their practical political unity under the common designation of Protestants, as against the Catholics, upon whom the fetters of religious disability still clung. Humanly speaking, one would have confidently predicted that as the Presbyterians and dissenters were emancipated as a result of a clamorous agitation against religious inequality, and as that agitation derived its chief force and menace from the power of Catholic numbers in Ireland, then the members of these sects would unite with the agitators to win for all an enjoyment of these rights the agitators and rebels had won for them. But the prediction would have missed the mark by several million miles. Instead, the Protestants who had been persecuted joined with the Protestants who had persecuted them against the menace of an intrusion by the Catholics into the fold of political and religious freedom, civil and religious liberty. There is no use blaming them. It is common experience in history that as each order fought its way upward into the circle of governing classes, it joined with its former tyrants in an endeavor to curb the aspirations of these orders still unfree. That in Ireland religious sects played the same game as elsewhere was played by economic or social classes does not prove the wickedness of the Irish players, but does serve to illustrate the universality of the passions that operate upon the stage of the world's history. It also serves to illustrate the wisdom of the socialist contention that as the working class has no subject class beneath it, therefore, to the working class of necessity belongs the honor of being the class destined to put an end to class rule, since in emancipating itself, it cannot help emancipating all other classes. Individuals out of other classes must and will help as individual Protestants have helped in the fight for Catholic emancipation in Ireland, but on the whole, the burden must rest upon the shoulders of the most subject class. If the northeast corner of Ireland is, therefore, the home of a people whose minds are saturated with conceptions of political activity fit only for the atmosphere of the 17th century, if the sublime ideas of an all-embracing democracy equally as insistent upon its duties as upon its rights have as yet found poor lodgment here, the fault lies not with this generation of toilers, but with those pastors and masters who deceived it and enslaved it in the past and deceived it in order that they might enslave it. But as no good can come of blaming it, so also no good, but infinite evil, can come of truckling to it. Let the truth be told, however ugly. Here, the orange working class are slaves in spirit because they have been reared up among a people whose conditions of servitude were more slavish than their own. In Catholic Ireland, the working class are rebels in spirit and democratic in feeling because for hundreds of years they have found no class as lowly paid or as hardly treated as themselves. At one time in the industrial world of Great Britain and Ireland the skilled labourer looked down with contempt upon the unskilled, and bitterly resented his attempt to get his children taught any of the skilled trades. The feeling of the Orangemen of Ireland towards the Catholics is but a glorified representation on a big stage of the same passions inspired by the same unworthy motives. An atavistic survival of a dark and ignorant past. Viewing Irish politics in the light of this analysis, one can see how futile and vain are the criticisms of the Labour Party in Parliament, which are based upon a comparison of what was done by the nationalist group in the past and what is being left undone by the Labour group today. I am neither criticizing nor defending the Labour group in Parliament, I am simply pointing out that any criticism based upon an analogy with the actions, past or present, of the Irish Party, is necessarily faulty and misleading. The Irish Party had all the political traditions and prejudices of centuries to reinforce its attitude of hostility to the government, nay, more, its only serious rival among its own constituents was a party more uncompromisingly hostile to the government than itself, the Republican or Physical Force Party. The Labour Party, on the other hand, has had to meet and overcome all the political traditions and prejudices of its supporters in order to win their votes, and knows that at any time it may lose these suffrages so tardily given. The Irish Party never needed to let the question of retaining the suffrages of the Irish electors enter into their calculations. They were almost always returned unopposed. The Labour Party knows that a forward move on the part of either Liberal or Tory will always endanger a certain portion of Labour votes. In other words, the Irish group was a party to whose aid the mental habits formed by centuries of struggle came as a reinforcement among its constituents at every stage of the struggle. But the Labour Party is a party which, in order to progress, must be continually breaking with and outraging institutions which the mental habits of its supporters had for centuries accustomed them to venerate. I have written in vain if I have not helped the reader to realize that the historical backgrounds of the movement in England and Ireland are so essentially different that the Irish socialist movement can only be truly served by a party indigenous to the soil, and explained by a literature having the same source, that the phrases and watchwords which might serve to express the soul of the movement in one country may possibly stifle its soul and suffocate its expression in the other. One great need of the movement in Ireland is a literature of its very own. When that is written, people will begin to understand why it is that the Irish Catholic worker is a good Democrat and a revolutionist, though he knows nothing of the fine-spun theories of democracy or revolution, and how and why it is that the doctrine that because the workers of Belfast live under the same industrial conditions as do those of Great Britain, they are therefore subject to the same passions and to be influenced by the same methods of propaganda, is a doctrine almost screamingly funny in its absurdity. Forward, August 2, 1913. 29. The Dublin lockout, on the eve. Perhaps before this issue of the Irish Worker is in the hands of its readers, the issues now at stake in Dublin will be brought to a final determination. All the capitalist newspapers of Friday last join in urging, or giving favourable publicity to, the views of others urging the employers of Dublin to join in a general lockout of the members of the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union. It is as well. Possibly some such act is necessary in order to make that portion of the working class which still halts undecided to understand dearly what it is that lies behind the tyrannical and browbeating attitude of the proprietors of the Dublin tramway system. The fault of the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union. What is it? Let us tell it in plain language. Its fault is this, that it found the labourers of Ireland on their knees, and has striven to raise them to the erect position of manhood. It found them with all the vices of slavery in their souls, and it strove to eradicate these vices and replace them with some of the virtues of free men. It found them with no other weapons of defense than the arts of the liar, the lickspittle, and the toady, and it combined them and taught them to abhor those arts and rely proudly on the defensive power of combination. It, in short, found a class in whom 7 centuries of social outlawry had added fresh degradations upon the burden it bore as the members of a nation suffering from the cumulative effects of 7 centuries of national bondage, and out of this class, the degraded slaves of slaves more degraded still, for what degradation is more abysmal than that of those who prostitute their manhood on the altar of profit-mongering? Out of this class of slaves, the labourers of Dublin, the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union has created an army of intelligent self-reliant men, abhorring the old arts of the toady, the lickspittle, and the crawler, and trusting alone to the disciplined use of their power to labour or to withdraw their labour to assert and maintain their right as men. To put it in other words, but words as pregnant with truth and meaning, the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union found that before its advent the working class of Dublin had been taught by all the educational agencies of the country, by all the social influences of their masters, that this world was created for the special benefit of the various sections of the master class, that kings and lords and capitalists were of value, that even flunkies, toadies, lickspittle, and poodle dogs had an honoured place in the scheme of the universe, but that there was neither honour, credit, nor consideration to the man or woman who toils to maintain them all. Against all this the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union has taught that they who toil are the only ones that do matter, that all others are but beggars upon the bounty of those who work with hand or brain, and that this superiority of social value can at any time be realized, be translated into actual fact, by the combination of the labouring class. Preaching, organizing, and fighting upon this basis, the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union has done what? If the value of a city is to be found in the development of self-respect and high conception of social responsibilities among a people, Then the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union found Dublin the poorest city in these countries by reason of its lack of these qualities. And by imbuing the workers with them, it has made Dublin the richest city in Europe today, rich by all that counts for greatness in the history of nations. It is then upon this working class so enslaved, this working class so led and so enriched with moral purposes and high aims that the employers propose to make general war. Shall we shrink from it, cower before their onset? 1,000 times no. Shall we crawl back into our slums, abase our hearts, bow our knees, and crawl once more to lick the hand that would smite us? Shall we, who have been carving out for our children a brighter future, a cleaner city, a freer life, consent to betray them instead into the grasp of the bloodsuckers from whom we have dreamt of escaping? No, no, and yet again no. Let them declare their lockout, it will only hasten the day when the working class will lock out the capitalist class for good and all. If for taking the side of the tram men we are threatened with suffering, why, we have suffered before. But let them understand well that once they start that ball rolling, no capitalist power on earth can prevent it continuing to roll, that every day will add to the impetus it will give to the working class purpose, to the thousands it will bring to the working class ranks, and every added suffering inflicted upon the workers will be a fresh obstacle in the way of moderation when the day of final settlement arrives? Yes, indeed, if it is going to be a wedding, let it be a wedding, and if it is going to be a wake, let it be a wake, we are ready for either. The Irish Worker, August 30, 1913. 30. Glorious Dublin. To the readers of Forward, possibly some sort of apology is due for the non-appearance of my notes for the past few weeks, but I am sure that they quite well understand that I was, so to speak, otherwise engaged. On the day I generally write my little screed, I was engaged on the 31st of August in learning how to walk around in a ring with about 40 other unfortunates kept 6 paces apart, and yet slip in a word or two to the poor devil in front of or behind me without being noticed by the watchful prison warders. The first question I asked was generally, say, "What are you in for?" Then the rest of the conversation ran thus: "For throwing stones at the police." "Well, I hope you did throw them and hit." "No, by God, that's the worst of it. I was pulled coming out of my own house." Pulled is the Dublin word for arrested. It was somewhat mortifying to me to know that I was the only person apparently in prison who had really committed the crime for which I was arrested. It gave me a sort of feeling that I was lowering the moral tone of the prison by coming amongst such a crowd of blameless citizens. But the concluding part of our colloquy was a little more encouraging. It usually finished in this way: "Are you in the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union?" "Of course I am." "Good. Well, if they filled all the prisons in Ireland they can't beat us, my boy." "No, thank God, they can't, we'll fight all the better when we get out." And there you have the true spirit. Baton charges, prison cells, untimely death, and acute starvation all were faced without a murmur, and in face of them all, the brave Dublin workers never lost faith in their ultimate triumph, never doubted but that their organization would emerge victorious from the struggle. This is the great fact that many of our critics amongst the British Labour leaders seem to lose sight of. The Dublin fight is more than a trade union fight, it is a great class struggle, and recognized as such by all sides. We in Ireland feel that to doubt our victory would be to lose faith in the destiny of our class. I heard of one case where a labourer was asked to sign the agreement forswearing the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union, and he told his employer, a small capitalist builder, that he refused to sign. The employer, knowing the man's circumstances, reminded him that he had a wife and 6 children who would be starving within a week. The reply of this humble labourer rose to the heights of sublimity. "It is true, sir," he said, "they will starve, but I would rather see them go out one by one in their coffins than that I should disgrace them by signing that." And with head erect he walked out to share hunger and privation with his loved ones. Hunger and privation and honor. Defeat, bah! How can such a people be defeated? His case is typical of thousands more. Take the case of the United Builders Labourers Trade Union, for instance. This was a rival union to the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. Many sharp passages had occurred between them, and the employers counted confidently upon their cooperation in the struggle, Mr. William Martin Murphy especially praising them and exulting in their supposed acquiescence in his plans. Remember also that they were a dividing society, dividing their funds at the end of each year, and therefore without any strike funds. When the members of their union were asked to sign the agreement, promising never to join or help the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, not one man consented, but all over Dublin their 2,500 members marched out to help the Itquia boys. Long ere these lines are written, they have experienced all the horrors of starvation, but with grim resolve they have tightened their belts and presented an unyielding front to the enemy. It is a pleasure to me to recall that I was a member of their union before I went to America, and that they twice ran me as their candidate for Dublin City Council before the Irish Transport and General Workers Union was dreamed of. What is true of that union is also true of most of the tradesmen. All are showing wonderful loyalty to their class. Coach builders, sawyers, engineers, bricklayers, each trade that is served by general labourers walks out along with the Irish Transport and General Workers Union boys, refuses to even promise to work with anyone who signs the employer's agreement, and, cheering, lines up along with their class. Or think of the heroic women and girls. Did they care to evade the issue, they might have remained at work, for the first part of the agreement asks them to merely repudiate the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, and as women they are members of the Irish Women Workers Union, not of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. But the second part pledges them to refuse to help the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, and in every shop, factory, and sweating hellhole in Dublin, as the agreement is presented, they march out with pinched faces, threadbare clothes, and miserable footgear, but with high hopes, undaunted spirit, and glorious resolve shining out of their eyes. Happy the men who will secure such wives, thrice blessed the nation which has such girls as the future mothers of the race. Ah, comrades, it is good to have lived in Dublin in these days. And then our friends write deprecatingly to the British press of the dislocation of trade involved in sympathetic strikes, of the perpetual conflicts in which they would involve great trade unions. To those arguments, if we can call them such, our answer is sufficient. It is this: if the capitalist class knew that any outrages upon a worker, any attack upon labor, would result in a prompt dislocation of trade, perhaps national in its extent, that the unions were prepared to spend their last copper if necessary rather than permit a brother or sister to be injured, then the knowledge would not only ensure a long cessation from industrial skirmishing such as the unions are harassed by today, it would not only ensure peace to the unions, but, what is of vastly more importance, it would ensure to the individual worker a peace from slave driving and harassing at his work such as the largest unions are apparently unable to guarantee under present methods. Mark, when I say prepared to spend their last copper if necessary, I am not employing merely a rhetorical flourish, I am using the words literally. As we believe that in the socialist society of the future the entire resources of the nation must stand behind every individual, guaranteeing him against want, so today our unions must be prepared to fight with all their resources to safeguard the rights of every individual member. The adoption of such a principle, followed by a few years of fighting on such lines to convince the world of our earnestness, would not only transform the industrial arena, but would revolutionize politics. Each side would necessarily seek to grasp the power of the state to reinforce its position, and politics would thus become what they ought to be, a reflex of the industrial battle, and lose the power to masquerade as a neutral power detached from economic passions or motives. At present I regret to say labor politicians seem to be losing all reality as effective aids to our struggles on the industrial battlefield, are becoming more and more absorbed in questions of administration or taxation, and only occasionally, as in the miners' national strike, really rise to a realization of their true role of parliamentary outposts of the industrial army. The parliamentary tail in Britain still persists in wagging the British industrial dog. Once the dog really begins to assert his true position, we will be troubled no more by carping critics of labor politics, nor yet with labor politicians' confessions of their own impotence in such great crises as that of the railway strike or the Johannesburg massacres. Nor yet would we see that awful spectacle we have seen lately of labor politicians writing to the capitalist press to denounce the methods of a union which, with 20,000 men and women locked out in one city, is facing an attempt of 400 employers to starve its members back into slavery. And thou, Brutus, that you should play the enemy's game at such a crisis. Every drop of ink you spilled in such an act stopped a loaf of bread on its way to some starving family. Forward, October 4, 1913. 31. How to release Jim Larkin. We have always held that when we are at war we should fight according to the rules of war, and that means that the first aim and object of all our activities ought to be to disable and destroy the enemy. Everyone familiar with the history of working-class revolts in the past knows that these revolts generally failed through the fact that the revolutionists tried to practice their ideas of humanity before the war was over and their victory assured. They, in short, wished to practice peace in the midst of war. The enemy, the possessing governing classes, on the other hand, having no scruples of conscience and desiring only their own victory, proceeded ruthlessly to the work of extermination, and so naturally and inevitably the established order won over the working-class idealists. We do not propose to make that mistake. We are at war. Our enemy is the governing class, the political force of that enemy is the liberal government. Next year it may be the conservative government, and Sir Edward Carson may be again prosecuting Irish rebels as he did in the past, but this year and this moment it is the liberal government that fills the jury box with employers to try strike leaders, that sets policemen to ride roughshod over the law guaranteeing the right of peaceful picketing, who orders the bludgeoning of men and women in the streets of Dublin, that has turned Dublin into an armed camp, in which the citizens walk about in terror of their lives in the presence of uniformed bullies. In short, it is the liberal government that has lent itself to the employers to imprison, bludgeon, and murder the Dublin working class. Therefore, the liberal government must go. Larkin is in prison, jailed by this cowardly gang. We appeal to the workers everywhere in these islands to vote against the nominees of that government at every contested election until Larkin is released. Today we are sending a telegram to the electors of Keighley, asking them, in the name of working-class solidarity, to vote against the murderers of Nolan and Byrne, against the bludgeoners of the Dublin working class, against the jailers of Larkin. It is war, war to the end, against all the unholy crew who, with the cant of democracy upon their lying lips, are forever crucifying the Christ of labor between the two thieves of land and capital. The Irish Worker, November 1, 1913. 32. A titanic struggle. What is the truth about the Dublin dispute? What was the origin of the Dublin dispute? These are at present the most discussed questions in the labor world of these islands, and I have been invited by the editor of the Daily Herald to try and shed a little light upon them for the benefit of its readers. I will try and be brief and to the point, whilst striving to be also clear. In the year 1911 the National Seamen's and Firemen's Union, as a last desperate expedient to avoid extinction, resolved upon calling a general strike in all the home ports. At that time the said union, as the lawyers would say, was more or less an Ishmael among trade unions. It was not registered, in most places it was not even affiliated to the local trades union councils, and its national officials had always been hostile to the advanced labor movement. They believed, seemingly, in playing a lone hand. Perhaps the general discredit into which it had been brought by the curiously inconsistent action of its leaders in closely identifying themselves with one of the orthodox political parties, and at the same time calling for the aid in industrial conflicts of the labor men when they fought and slandered in political contests, had something to do with the general weakness and impending bankruptcy of the National Seamen's and Firemen's Union, at the time it issued its call in 1911. At all events the call was in danger of falling upon deaf ears, and was, in fact, but little heeded until the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union began to take a hand in the game. As ships came into the port of Dublin, after the issue of the call, each ship was held up by the dockers under the orders of James Larkin until its crew joined the Union and signed on under Union conditions and rates of pay. Naturally, this did not please the ship owners and merchants of Dublin. But the delegates of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union up and down the docks preached most energetically the doctrine of the sympathetic strike, and the doctrine was readily assimilated by the dockers and carters. It brought the Union into a long and bitter struggle along the quays, a struggle which cost it thousands of pounds, imperiled its very existence, and earned for it the bitterest hatred of every employer and sweater in the city, every one of whom swore they would wait their chance to get even with Larkin and his crew. The sympathetic strike having worked so well for the seamen and firemen, the Irish Transport and General Workers Union began to apply it ruthlessly in every labour dispute. A record of the victories it has won for other trade unions would surprise a good many of its critics. A few cases will indicate what, in the hands of Larkin and the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, it has won for some of the skilled trades. When the coachmakers went on strike, the Irish Transport and General Workers Union took over all the labourers, paid them strike pay, and kept them out until the coachmakers won. The latter body are now repaying us by doing scab work while we are out. The mill sawyers existed for 20 years in Dublin without recognition. The sympathetic strike by our union won them recognition and an increase of pay. The stationary engine drivers, the cabinet makers, the sheet metal workers, the carpenters, and, following them all, the building trades got an increase through our control of the carding industry. As did also the girls and men employed in Jacob's biscuit factory. In addition to this work for others, we won for our own members the following increases within the last 2 years. Cross-channel dockers got, since the strike in the City of Dublin Steam Packet Company, an increase of wages of 3s per week. In the case of the British and Irish Company, the increase, levelling it up with the other firms, meant a rise of 6s per week. For men working for the Merchants Warehousing Company, 3s per week, general carriers 2s to 3s, coal fillers halfpenny per ton, grain bushellers 1d per ton, men and boys in the bottle blowing works from 2s to 10s per week of an increase, mineral water operatives 4s to 6s per week, and a long list of warehouses in which girls were exploited were compelled to give some slight modification of the inhuman conditions under which their employees were laboring. As Mr. Havelock Wilson, General Secretary, National Seamen's and Firemen's Union, has mentioned the strike on the City of Dublin Steam Packet Company as an instance of our erratic methods, it may be worthwhile to note that as a result of that strike some of his sailors got an increase of 5s 6d per week. In addition to the cases enumerated, I might also mention that the labourers on the Dublin and South Eastern Railway got increases of 6s per week, and those in the Kingstown Gas Works got increases varying from 3s to 10s per week per man. All of these increases were the result of the sympathetic strike policy, first popularized by its success in winning the battle for the seamen and firemen who are now asked to repudiate it. These things, well understood, explain the next act in the unfolding of the drama. Desiring to make secure what had been gained, Mr. Larkin formulated a scheme for a conciliation board. This was adopted by the Trades Council, at least in essence, and eventually came before the employer's executive, or whatever the governing committee of that body is named. After a hot discussion it was put to the vote. 18 employers voted to accept a conciliation board, 3 voted against. Of that 3, William Martin Murphy was one. On finding himself in the minority, he rose and vowed that in spite of them he would smash the conciliation board. Within 3 days he kept his word by discharging 200 of his tramway traffic employees for being members of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, and thus forced on the strike of the tramway men. Immediately he appealed to all the Dublin employers who had been forced into a semblance of decency by Larkin and his colleagues, called to their memory the increases of wages they were compelled to pay, and lured them on to a desperate effort to combine and destroy the one labor force they feared. The employers, mad with hatred of the power that had wrested from them the improved conditions, a few of which I have named, rallied round Murphy, and from being one in a minority of 3 he became the leader and organizing spirit of a band of 400. I have always told our friends in Great Britain that our fight in Ireland was neither inspired nor swayed by theories or theorists. It grew and was hammered out of the hard necessities of our situation. Here, in this brief synopsis, you can trace its growth for yourselves. First, a fierce desire to save our brothers of the sea, a desire leading to us risking our own existence in their cause. Developing from that, an extension of the principle of sympathetic action until we took the fierce beast of capital by the throat all over Dublin, and loosened its hold on the vitals of thousands of our class. Then a rally of the forces of capital to recover their hold, and eventually a titanic struggle, in which the forces of labor in Britain openly, and the forces of capital secretly, became participants. That is where we stand today. The struggle forming our theories and shaping the policy, not only for us, but for our class. To those who criticize us we can only reply, we fight as conditions dictate, we meet new conditions with new policies. Those who choose may keep old policies to meet new conditions. We cannot and will not try. Daily Herald, December 6, 1913. 33. A fiery cross or Christmas bells. While we are writing this, the one question agitating all Dublin is whether this Christmas will see a relighting of the fiery cross or the ringing of Christmas bells of peace and rejoicing. Possibly no more grim commentary upon the so-called civilization of today could be instanced than that fact. Here we have a great city held up by a war between two classes, and in that war the contending classes are represented, on the one hand, by those who control the wealth, the capital, the armed forces, and all the means of coercion, whilst, on the other hand, all that is represented is toiling men and women, with no assets except their brains and hands, and no powers except the power and capacity to suffer for a principle they esteem more valuable than life itself. But to the side of this latter class has been drawn gradually as if by a magnet all the intellect, the soul, and the spirit of the nation, all those who have learned to esteem the higher things of life, to value the spirit more than the matter. Publicists of all kinds, philanthropists, literary men, lovers of their kind, poets, brilliant writers, artists, have all been conquered by the valiant heroism of the Dublin workers, have all been drawn within the ranks of the friends of the fighters of labor, all have succumbed to the magic charm of the unobtrusive men and women whose constancy amidst sufferings has made this fight possible. Whoever signs the document of settlement, if any is ever signed, whosoever is acclaimed as the great one of the Treaty of Peace, if there ever is a Treaty of Peace, the real heroes and conquerors are to be found in the shims, and in the prisons where men, women, and girls have agonized and are agonizing in order that their class may not lose one step it has gained in its upward toil to freedom. These thoughts come crowding upon us as we write. We think also that, despite all the adhesion of all the brilliant ones and all those in the highest odor of sanctity to the cause of the workers, the settlement is still in the hands of those who control economic power. Poets, artists, authors, humanitarians, and archbishops may plead and beg for the ringing of the bells of Christmas forever. The final word still rests with those who control the money bags, and thus we learn, hard facts teaching us, that in this gross travesty of civilization under which we live today neither soul nor brains is the equal of gold. The clinking of the silver dimes life's melody has marred, and nature's immemorial chimes are jangled, harsh and jared. And so Dublin lies in the grip of the power of the purse, and on this fateful Friday the issue still hangs trembling. A few hours may determine whether the verdict will go forth for the joyous ringing of the bells of peace or for the militant call to all lovers of their kind to grasp and pass from hand to hand again the dread but inspiring fiery cross. The Irish Worker, December 20, 1913. 34. The isolation of Dublin. It is not necessary, I presume, to remind our readers of the beginnings of the Dublin struggle. Let us, just for convenience's sake, take up the fight at the moment it became a subject of national action on the part of the British labour movement. A public meeting had been proclaimed in Dublin in a brazen, illegal manner. For declaring that this proclamation was illegal, and advising their leaders to disregard it and stand to their rights, a number of leaders of the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union had been arrested and imprisoned. A wholesale battening of the people had followed, and Dublin was the scene of the most unparalleled police brutality. An appeal was made to the British Trades Union Congress, then happily sitting, and that body in the name of the British working class nobly rose to the occasion, and pledged the credit of the whole British labour movement to see their Dublin comrades through the fight. As a result, the right of free speech was reasserted in Dublin, a supply of food was arranged for through the dispatch of specially chartered steamers, and a huge amount of money was raised to enable the men and women of Dublin to keep the fight going. Never was seen such enthusiasm in a labour fight. Trade unionists, socialists of all kinds, anarchists, industrialists, syndicalists, all the varying and hitherto discordant elements of the labour movement found a common platform, were joined together in pursuit of a common object. Now, permit me to underscore that point and emphasize its great importance. For long years we have been preaching to the labour movement the necessity of concerted industrial action, telling it that the time was rotten ripe for industrial unity, and declaring that as the interests of each were the concern of all, our organizations should be rearranged with a view to the conserving of their common interests. We found that to a large extent these ideas were taking root in the minds of the workers, but that to a still larger extent the tacit acceptance of our ideas failed to evoke concerted action built upon these lines. The forces of our enemies were united and wielded with all the precision and relentlessness with which the general staff of an army would wield the battalions and brigades which formed the component parts of that army, but the battalions and brigades of the army of labor when engaged in battle had no efficient general staff to guide and direct the whole army to the salvation of its individual units, and, worse still, had none of that esprit de corps which on the military battlefield would make the desertion of any section to its fate an unthinkable course to the officers of the divisions not engaged. We had seen at London, at Leith, and elsewhere that whereas the whole force of the Shipping Federation has been actively engaged in fighting the dockers of these ports, the dockers and seamen of the other ports had maintained the peace and left their Leith or London brothers to bear alone the full force of the Federation attack, instead of meeting that attack by a movement against the flanks and rear of the Federation in these other ports. We know that although much of this blundering was due to the sectional jealousy of various Union leaders, much was also due to the fact that the conception of common action on a national scale by the whole working class had not yet entered the minds of the rank and file as a whole. Something had been wanting, something that would make the minds of the workers more responsive, more ready to accept the broader idea and act upon its acceptance. That something Dublin supplied. The dramatic suddenness with which the Dublin fight was thrust upon public attention, the tragic occurrences of the first few days' working class martyrdom, the happy coincidence of a trade union congress, the intervention of British trade unionists to assert the right of public meeting for Irish workers filling the gap in the ranks caused by the jailing of Irish trade union leaders, the brilliant inspiration of a food ship, and last but not least, the splendid heroism of the Dublin men and women showing out against the background of the squalor and misery of their houses. There are times in history when we realize that it is easier to convert a multitude than it ordinarily is to convert an individual, when indeed ideas seem to seize upon the masses, as contradistinguished by ordinary times when individuals slowly seize ideas. The propagandist toils on for decades in seeming failure and ignominy, when suddenly some great event takes place in accord with the principles he has been advocating, and immediately he finds that the seed he has been sowing is springing up in plants that are covering the earth. To the idea of working class unity, to the seed of industrial solidarity, Dublin was the great event that enabled it to seize the minds of the masses, the germinating force that gave power to the seed to fructify and cover these islands. I say in all solemnity and seriousness that in its attitude towards Dublin the working class movement of Great Britain reached its highest point of moral grandeur, attained for a moment to a realization of that sublime unity towards which the best in us must continually aspire. Could that feeling but have been crystallized into organic expression, could we but have had real statesmen amongst us who, recognizing the wonderful leap forward of our class, would have hastened to burn behind us the boats that might make easy a retreat to the old ground of isolation and division, could we have found labor leaders capable enough to declare that now that the working class had found its collective soul, it should hasten to express itself as befitted that soul and not be fettered by the rules, regulations, and codes of organizations conceived in the old and outworn spirit of sectional jealousies, could these things have but been vouchsafed to us, what a new world could now be opening delightfully upon the vision of labor. Consider what Dublin meant to you all. It meant that the whole force of organized labor should stand behind each unit of organization in each and all of its battles, that no company, battalion, or brigade should henceforth be allowed to face the enemy alone, and that the capitalist would be taught that when he fought a union anywhere he must be prepared to fight all unions everywhere. For the first days and weeks of the struggle, the working classes of Great Britain attained to the height of moral grandeur expressed in that idea. All labor stood behind Dublin, and Dublin rejoiced. Dublin suffered and agonized, but rejoiced that even in its suffering it was the medium for the apostolate of a rejuvenating idea. How often have I heard the responsive cheers to the question whether they would be prepared to stand by others as these others had stood by them. And now, Dublin is isolated. We asked our friends of the transport trade unions to isolate the capitalist class of Dublin, and we asked the other unions to back them up. But no, they said we would rather help you by giving you funds. We argued that a strike is an attempt to stop the capitalist from carrying on his business, that the success or failure of the strike depends entirely upon the success or non-success of the capitalist to do without the strikers. If the capitalist is able to carry on his business without the strikers, then the strike is lost, even if the strikers receive more in strike pay than they formerly did in wages. We said that if scabs are working a ship, and union men discharge in another port the boat so loaded, then those union men are strike breakers, since they help the capitalist in question to carry on his business. That if union seamen man a boat discharged by scabs, these union seamen or firemen are by the same reason strike breakers, as also are the railwaymen or carters who assist in transporting the goods handled by the scabs for the capitalist who is fighting his men or women. In other words, we appealed to the collective soul of the workers against the collective hatred of the capitalist. We asked for no more than the logical development of that idea of working class unity, that the working class of Britain should help us to prevent the Dublin capitalists carrying on their business without us. We asked for the isolation of the capitalists of Dublin, and for answer the leaders of the British labour movement proceeded calmly to isolate the working class of Dublin. As an answer to those who supported our request for the isolation of Dublin, we were told that a much better plan would be to increase the subsidies to enable us to increase strike pay. As soon as this argument had served its purpose, the subsidies fell off, and the Dublin fund grew smaller and smaller as if by a pre-arranged plan. We had rejected the last terms offered by the employers on the strength of this talk of increased supplies, and as soon as that last attempt at settlement thus fell through, the supplies gradually froze up instead of being increased as we had been promised. In addition to this, the National Union of Railwaymen, whilst in attendance at the special conference in London on December 9, had actually in their pockets the arrangements for the restarting of work on the London and North Western boat at the north wall of Dublin, and in the train returning to Dublin the day after the conference, we read of the line being reopened. No vote was taken of the men on strike. They were simply ordered back to work by their officials and told that if they did not return, their strike pay would be stopped. The Seamen's and Firemen's Union men in Dublin were next ordered to man the boats of the head line of steamers, then being discharged by free labourers supplied by the Shipping Federation. In both Dublin and Belfast the members refused, and they were then informed that Union men would be brought from Great Britain to take their places. Union men to be brought from Britain to take the place of members of the same union who refused to desert their brothers of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. We were attempting to hold up Guinness's Porter. A consignment was sent to Sligo for shipment there. The local Irish Transport and General Workers Union official wired me for instructions. I wired to hold it up, his men obeyed, and it was removed from Sligo, railed to Derry, and there put on board by members of Mr. James Sexton's National Union of Dockers on ships manned by members of Mr. Havelock Wilson's National Union of Seamen and discharged in Liverpool by members of Mr. James Sexton's Union. Whilst the City of Dublin Steam Packet Company was still insisting upon carrying the goods of our worst enemy, Jacobs, who is still enforcing the agreement denounced by Sir Geo. Asquith, the members of the Seamen and Firemen's Union were ordered to sign on in their boats, although our men were still on strike. We were informed by Mr. Joe Houghton of the Scottish Dockers that his union would not hold up any boat for us unless joint action was taken by the National Transport Workers' Federation. As on a previous occasion his members at Ayr had worked coal boats belonging to a Belfast firm that was making war upon the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union, we do not blame Joe very much. He had been disobeyed at Ayr, perhaps he was coerced in Glasgow. But why go on? Sufficient to say that the working class unity of the first days of the Dublin fight was sacrificed in the interests of sectional officialism. The officials failed to grasp the opportunity offered to them to make a permanent reality of the union of working class forces brought into being by the spectacle of rebellion, martyrdom, and misery exhibited by the workers of Dublin. All England and Scotland rose to it. Working class officialdom and working class rank and file alike responded to the call of inspiration. It would have raised us all upward and onward towards our common emancipation. But sectionalism, intrigues, and old-time jealousies damned us in the hour of victory, and officialdom was the first to fall to the tempter. And so we Irish workers must go down into hell, bow our backs to the lash of the slave driver, let our hearts be seared by the iron of his hatred, and instead of the sacramental wafer of brotherhood and common sacrifice, eat the dust of defeat and betrayal. Dublin is isolated. Forward, February 7, 1914. 35. Labour and the proposed partition of Ireland. The recent proposals of Messrs. Asquith, Devlin, Redmond, and Co. for the settlement of the Home Rule question deserve the earnest attention of the working class democracy of this country. They reveal in a most striking and unmistakable manner the depths of betrayal to which the so-called nationalist politicians are willing to sink. For generations the conscience of the civilized world has been shocked by the historical record of the partition of Poland. Publicists, poets, humanitarians, patriots, all lovers of their kind and of progress have wept over the unhappy lot of a country torn asunder by the brute force of their alien oppressors, its unity ruthlessly destroyed and its traditions trampled into the dust. But Poland was disrupted by outside forces. Its enemies were the mercenaries of the tyrant kingdoms and empires of Europe. Its sons and daughters died in the trenches and on the battlefields by the thousands rather than submit to their beloved country being annihilated as a nation. But Ireland, what of Ireland? It is the trusted leaders of Ireland that in secret conclave with the enemies of Ireland have agreed to see Ireland as a nation disrupted politically and her children divided under separate political governments with warring interests. Now, what is the position of Labour towards it all? Let us remember that the Orange aristocracy now fighting for its supremacy in Ireland has at all times been based upon a denial of the common human rights of the Irish people, that the Orange Order was not founded to safeguard religious freedom, but to deny religious freedom, and that it raised this religious question not for the sake of any religion, but in order to use religious zeal in the interests of the oppressive property rights of rack-renting landlords and sweating capitalists. That the Irish people might be kept asunder and robbed whilst so sundered and divided, the Orange aristocracy went down to the lowest depths and out of the lowest pits of hell brought up the abominations of sectarian feuds to stir the passions of the ignorant mob. No crime was too brutal or cowardly, no lie too base, no slander too ghastly, as long as they served to keep the democracy asunder. And now that the progress of democracy elsewhere has somewhat muzzled the dogs of aristocratic power, now that in England as well as in Ireland the forces of labour are stirring and making for freedom and light, this same gang of well-fed plunderers of the people, secure in union held upon their own dupes, seek by threats of force to arrest the march of idea and stifle the light of civilization and liberty. And, lo and behold, the trusted guardians of the people, the vaunted saviors of the Irish race, agree in front of the enemy and in face of the world to sacrifice to the bigoted enemy the unity of the nation and along with it the lives, liberties, and hopes of that portion of the nation which in the midst of the most hostile surroundings have fought to keep the faith in things national and progressive. Such a scheme as that agreed to by Redmond and Devlin, the betrayal of the national democracy of industrial Ulster, would mean a carnival of reaction both north and south, would set back the wheels of progress, would destroy the oncoming unity of the Irish labour movement and paralyse all advanced movements whilst it endured. To it Labour should give the bitterest opposition, against it Labour in Ulster should fight even to the death, if necessary, as our fathers fought before us. The Irish Worker, March 14, 1914. 36. The exclusion of Ulster. Socialists and Labour people generally in Great Britain have had good reason to deplore the existence of the Irish question and to realise how disastrous upon the chances of their candidates has been the fact of the existence in the constituencies of a large mass of organised voters whose political activities were not influenced solely or even largely by the domestic issues before the electors. Our British comrades have had long and sore experience of contests in which all the arguments and all the local feeling were on the side of the Socialist or Labour candidate, and yet that local candidate was ignominiously defeated because there existed in the constituency a large Irish vote, a large mass of voters who supported the Liberal, not because they were opposed to Labour, but because they wanted Ireland to have Home Rule. Our British comrades have learned that the existence of that Irish vote and the knowledge that it would be cast for the Home Rule official candidate, irrespective of his record on or his stand upon Labour matters, caused hundreds of thousands who otherwise would have voted Labour to vote Liberal in dread that the Irish defection would let the Tory in. For a generation now the Labour movement in Great Britain has been paralysed politically by this fear, and all hands have looked forward eagerly to the time when the granting of Home Rule would remove their fear and allow free expression to all the forces that make for a political Labour movement in that country. Even many of the actions and votes of the Labour Party in the House of Commons which have been strenuously complained of have been justified by that party on the plea that it was necessary to keep in power the government that would get Home Rule out of the way. Now, in view of this experience of the socialist movement in Great Britain, we can surely not view with any complacency a proposal that will keep that question to the front as a live issue at British elections for 6 years longer, or rather, for a totally indefinite period. We know that this 6 years period so glibly spoken of by politicians has no background of reality to justify the belief that that term can be considered as more than a mere figure of speech. In the Daily News and Leader of April 6, Mr. H. W. Massingham, writing of the Ulster limit, says, and the saying is valuable as indicative of the trend of liberal thought, should we, therefore, make an absolutely dead halt at the 6 years milestone? Both parties implicitly admit that that is impossible, for one parliament cannot bind another. And in the previous week the Liberal Solicitor General declared in Parliament that if within the 6 years period the other side brought in a bill to exclude Ulster, it would have a royal and triumphant procession to the foot of the throne. Thus we have it clearly foreshadowed that there is no such thing as a 6 years limit which can be binding upon future parliaments, and that therefore the question of Home Rule for the Ulster counties will be a test question at future elections in Great Britain, and will then play there the same disastrous role for the Labour movement as the question of Home Rule does now. The political organisation of the Home Rule Party will be kept alive in every industrial constituency on the pretext of working for a united Ireland, and in the same manner the Unionist Party will also keep up its special organisations, Orange Lodges, etc., in order to keep alive the sectarian appeal to the voters from Ireland who will be asked to vote against driving Ulster under the heels of the Papish Dublin Parliament. Labour men in and out of Ireland have often declared that if Home Rule was wanted for no other purpose, it was necessary in order to allow of the solidifying of the Labour vote in Great Britain, and the rescue of the Irish voters in that country from their thraldom to the Liberal caucus. It might not be far from the truth to surmise that the Liberal Party managers have seen the same point as clearly as we did ourselves, and have quietly resolved that such a good weapon as the Nationalist Party sentiment should not be entirely withdrawn from their armoury. The reader will also see that with a perfectly Mephistophelian subtlety the question of exclusion is not suggested to be voted upon by any large area where the chances for or against might be fairly equal, where exclusion might be defeated as it might be if all Ulster were the venue of the poll, and all Ulster had to stay out or come in as a result of the verdict of the ballot box. No, the counties to be voted on the question are the counties where the Unionists are in an overwhelming majority, and where therefore the vote is a mere farce, a subterfuge to hide the grossness of the betrayal of the Home Rule electors. Then again each county or borough enters or remains outside according to its own vote, and quite independent of the vote of its neighbours in Ulster. Thus the Home Rule question, as far as Ulster is concerned, may be indefinitely prolonged and kept alive as an issue to divide and disrupt the Labour vote in Great Britain. The effect of such exclusion upon Labour in Ireland will be at least equally, and probably more, disastrous. All hopes of uniting the workers irrespective of religion or old political battle cries will be shattered, and through North and South the issue of Home Rule will be still used to cover the iniquities of the capitalist and landlord class. I am not speaking without due knowledge of the sentiments of the organised labour movement in Ireland when I say that we would much rather see the Home Rule Bill defeated than see it carried with Ulster or any part of Ulster left out. Meanwhile, as a study in political disparity, watch the manoeuvres of the Home Rule Party on this question. The deal is already, I believe, framed up, but when the actual vote is to be taken in the counties of Down, Antrim, Derry, and Armagh and the boroughs of Belfast and Derry, Messrs. Redmond, Devlin, and Co. will tour these counties and boroughs, letting loose floods of oratory asking for votes against exclusion, and thus will delude the workers into forgetting the real crime, viz., consenting to make the unity of the Irish nation a subject to be decided by the votes of the most bigoted and passion-blinded reactionaries in these 4 counties where such reactionaries are in the majority. The betrayal is agreed upon. I repeat, the vote is only a subterfuge to hide the grossness of the betrayal. It still remains to be seen whether the working class agitation cannot succeed in frightening these vampires from the feast they are promising themselves upon the corpse of a dismembered Ireland. Forward, April 11, 1914. 37. Old wine in new bottles. Scripture tells us in a very notable passage about the danger of putting new wine into old bottles. I propose to say a few words about the equally suicidal folly of putting old wine into new bottles. For I humbly submit that the experiment spoken of is very popular just now in the industrial world, has engaged the most earnest attention of most of the leaders of the working class, and received the practically unanimous endorsement of the labor and socialist press. I have waited in vain for a word of protest. The idea behind industrial unionism. In the year of grace 1905, a convention of American labor bodies was held in Chicago for the purpose of promoting a new working class organization on more militant and scientific lines. The result of that convention was the establishment of the Industrial Workers of the World, the first labor organization to organize itself with the definite ideal of taking over and holding the economic machinery of society. The means proposed to that end, and it is necessary to remember that the form of organization adopted was primarily intended to accomplish that end, and only in the second degree as a means of industrial warfare under capitalism, was the enrollment of the working class in unions built upon the lines of the great industries. It was the idea of the promoters of the new organization that craft interests and technical requirements should be met by the creation of branches, that all such branches should be represented in a common executive, that all united should be members of an industrial union, which should embrace all branches and be coextensive with the industry, that all industrial unions should be linked as members of one great union, and that one membership card should cover the whole working class organization. Thus was to be built up a working class administration which should be capable of the revolutionary act of taking over society, and whose organizers and officers should in the preliminary stages of organizing and fighting constantly remember, and remembering, teach, that no new order can replace the old until it is capable of performing the work of the old, and performing it more efficiently for human needs. Fighting spirit more than mass organization. As one of the earliest organizers of that body, I desire to emphasize also that as a means of creating in the working class the frame of mind necessary to the upbuilding of this new order within the old, we taught, and I have yet seen no reason to reconsider our attitude upon this matter, that the interests of one were the interests of all, and that no consideration of a contract with a section of the capitalist class absolved any section of us from the duty of taking instant action to protect other sections when said sections were in danger from the capitalist enemy. Our attitude always was that in the swiftness and unexpectedness of our action lay our chief hopes of temporary victory, and since permanent peace was an illusory hope until permanent victory was secured, temporary victories were all that need concern us. We realized that every victory gained by the working class would be followed by some capitalist development that in course of time would tend to nullify it, but that until that development was perfect the fruits of our victory would be ours to enjoy, and the resultant moral effect would be of incalculable value to the character and to the mental attitude of our class towards their rulers. It will thus be seen that in our view, and now that I am about to point the moral, I may personally appropriate it and call it my point of view, the spirit, the character, the militant spirit, the fighting character of the organization, was of the first importance. I believe that the development of the fighting spirit is of more importance than the creation of the theoretically perfect organization, that, indeed, the most theoretically perfect organization may, because of its very perfection and vastness, be of the greatest possible danger to the revolutionary movement if it tends, or is used, to repress and curb the fighting spirit of comradeship in the rank and file. Success of the sympathetic strike in 1911. Since the establishment in America of the organization I have just sketched, and the initiation of propaganda on the lines necessary for its purpose, we have seen in all capitalist countries, and notably in Great Britain, great efforts being made to abolish sectional division, and to unite or amalgamate kindred unions. Many instances will arise in the minds of my readers, but I propose to take as a concrete example the National Transport Workers' Federation. Previous to the formation of this body, Great Britain was the scene of the propagandist activities of a great number of irregular and unorthodox bodies, which, taking their cue in the main from the industrial workers of the world, made great campaigns in favor of the new idea. Naturally, their arguments were in the main directed toward emphasizing the absurdity implied in one body of workers remaining at work whilst another body of workers were on strike in the same employment. As a result of this campaign, frowned upon by leading officials in Great Britain, the Seamen's Strike of 1911 was conducted on, and resulted in, entirely new lines of action. The sympathetic strike sprang into being, every group of workers stood by every allied group of workers, and a great wave of effective solidarity caught the workers in its grasp and beat and terrified the masters. Let me emphasize the point that the greatest weapon against capital was proven in those days to be the sporadic strike. It was its very sporadic nature, its swiftness and unexpectedness, that won. It was ambush, the surprise attack of our industrial army, before which the well-trained battalions of the capitalist crumpled up in panic, against which no precautions were available. Weakness of the National Transport Workers' Federation. Since that time we have had all over these countries a great wave of enthusiasm for amalgamations, for more cohesion in the working class organizations. In the transport industry all unions are being linked up until the numbers now affiliated have become imposing enough to awe the casual reader and silence the cavilling objector at trade union meetings. But I humbly submit that, side by side with that enlargement and affiliation of organizations, there has proceeded a freezing up of the fraternal spirit of 1911, there is now, despite the amalgamations, less solidarity in the ranks of labor than was exhibited in that year of conflict and victory. If I could venture an analysis of the reason for this falling off in solidarity, I would have to point out that the amalgamations and federations are being carried out in the main by officials absolutely destitute of the revolutionary spirit, and that as a consequence the methods of what should be militant organizations having the broad working class outlook are conceived and enforced in the temper and spirit of the sectionalism those organizations were meant to destroy. Into the new bottles of industrial organization is being poured the old, cold wine of craft unionism. The much condemned small unions of the past had at least this to recommend them, viz., that they were susceptible to pressure from the sudden fraternal impulses of their small membership. If their members worked side by side with scabs, or received tainted goods from places where scabs were employed, the shame was all their own, and proved frequently too great to be borne. When it did so, we had the sympathetic strike and the fraternization of the working class. But when the workers handling tainted goods, or working vessels loaded by scabs, are members of a nationwide organization, with branches in all great centers or ports, the sense of the personal responsibility is taken off the shoulders of each member and local officials, and the spirit of solidarity destroyed. The local official can conscientiously order the local member to remain at work with the scab, or to handle the tainted goods, pending action by the General Executive. Recent events foretold in 1914. As the General Executive cannot take action pending a meeting of delegates, and as the delegates at that meeting have to report back to their bodies, and these bodies again to meet, discuss, and then report back to the General Executive, which must meet, hear their reports, and then, perhaps, order a ballot vote of the entire membership, after which another meeting must be held to tabulate the result of the vote and transmit it to the local branches, which must meet again to receive it. The chances are, of course, 1,000,000 to 1 that the body of workers in distress will be starved into subjection, bankrupted, or disrupted before the Leviathan organization will allow their brothers on the spot to lift a finger or drop a tool in their aid. Readers may, perhaps, think that I am exaggerating the danger. But who will think so that remembers the vindictive fine imposed by the NUR upon its members in the north of England for taking swift action on behalf of a persecuted comrade instead of going through all this red tape whilst he was suffering? Or who will think so that knows that Dublin and Belfast members of the Irish Transport Workers Union have been victimised ever since the end of the lockout by the Headline Company, whose steamers have been and are regularly coaled in British ports, and manned by Belfast and British members of the Seamen's and Firemen's Union? Tactics that will win. The amalgamations and federations that are being built up today are, without exception, being used in the old spirit of the worst type of sectionalism. Each local union or branch finds in the greater organization of which it is a part a shield and excuse for refusing to respond to the call of brothers and sisters in distress, for the handling of tainted goods, for the working of scab boats. A main reason for this shameful distortion of the greater unionism from its true purpose is to be found in the campaign against sporadic strikes. I have no doubt but that Robert Williams, of the National Transport Workers Federation, is fully convinced that his articles and speeches against such strikes are and were wise. I have just a little doubt that they were the best service performed for the capitalist by any labor leader of late years. The big strike, the vast massed battalions of labor against the massed battalions of capital on a field every inch of which has been explored and mapped out beforehand, is seldom successful, for very obvious reasons. The sudden strike, and the sudden threat to strike suddenly, has won more for labor than all the great labor conflicts in history. In the Boer War the long line of communications was the weak point of the British Army. In a labor war the ground to be covered by the goods of the capitalist is his line of communication. The larger it is, the better for the attacking forces of labor. But these forces must be free to attack or refuse to attack, just as their local knowledge guides them. But, it will be argued, their action might imperil the whole organization. Exactly so, and their inaction might imperil that working class spirit which is more important than any organization. Between the horns of that dilemma, what can be done? In my opinion, we must recognize that the only solution of that problem is the choice of officers, local or national, from the standpoint of their responsiveness to the call for solidarity, and, having got such officials, to retain them only as long as they can show results in the amelioration of the condition of their members and the development of their union as a weapon of class warfare. Advance or retreat. If we develop on those lines, then the creation of a great industrial union, such as I have rudely sketched in my opening reminiscence, or the creation of those much more clumsy federations and amalgamations now being formed will be of immense revolutionary value to the working class. If, on the contrary, we allow officialism of the old, narrow sectional kind to infuse their spirit into the new organizations, and to strangle these with rules suited only to a somnolent working class, then the greater unionism will but serve to load us with great fetters. It will but be to real industrial unionism what the servile state would be to our ideal cooperative commonwealth. The new age, April 30, 1914. 38. Our duty in this crisis. What should be the attitude to the working-class democracy of Ireland in face of the present crisis? I wish to emphasize the fact that the question is addressed to the working-class democracy because I believe that it would be worse than foolish, it would be a crime against all our hopes and aspirations to take counsel in this matter from any other source. Mr. John E. Redmond has just earned the plaudits of all the bitterest enemies of Ireland and slanderers of the Irish race by declaring, in the name of Ireland, that the British government can now safely withdraw all its garrisons from Ireland, and that the Irish slaves will guarantee to protect the Irish estate of England until their masters come back to take possession, a statement that announces to all the world that Ireland has at last accepted as permanent the status of a British province. Surely no inspiration can be sought from that source. The advanced nationalists have neither a policy nor a leader. During the Russian Revolution 1905, such of their press as existed in and out of Ireland, as well as their spokesmen, orators, and writers, vied with each other in laudation of Russia and vilification of all the Russian enemies of Tsardom. It was freely asserted that Russia was the natural enemy of England, that the heroic revolutionists were in the pay of the English government, and that every true Irish patriot ought to pray for the success of the armies of the Tsar. Now, as I, amongst other Irish socialists, predicted all along, when the exigencies of diplomacy makes it suitable, the Russian bear and the English lion are hunting together, and every victory for the Tsar's Cossacks is a victory for the paymasters of those king's own Scottish borderers who, but the other day, murdered the people of Dublin in cold blood. Surely the childish intellects that conceived of the pro-Russian campaign of 9 years ago cannot give us light and leading in any campaign for freedom from the British allies of Russia today. It is well to remember also that in this connection since 1909 the enthusiasm for the Russians was replaced in the same quarter by as blatant a propaganda in favor of the German warlord. But since the guns did begin to speak, in reality this propaganda had died out in whispers, whilst without a protest, the manhood of Ireland was pledged to armed warfare against the very power our advanced nationalist friends have wasted so much good ink in acclaiming. Of late, sections of the advanced nationalist press have lent themselves to a desperate effort to misrepresent the position of the Carsonites, and to claim for them the admiration of Irish nationalists on the grounds that these Carsonites were fearless Irishmen who had refused to take dictation from England. A more devilishly mischievous and lying doctrine was never preached in Ireland. The Carsonite position is indeed plain, so plain that nothing but sheer perversity of purpose can misunderstand it, or cloak it with a resemblance to Irish patriotism. The Carsonites say that their fathers were planted in this country to assist in keeping the natives down in subjection, that this country might be held for England. That this was God's will because the Catholic Irish were not fit for the responsibilities and powers of free men, and that they are not fit for the exercise of these responsibilities and powers till this day. Therefore, say the Carsonites, we have kept our side of the bargain, we have refused to admit the Catholics to power and responsibility, we have manned the government of this country for England, we propose to continue to do so, and rather than admit that these Catholics, these Mickeys and Teagues are our equals, we will fight, in the hope that our fighting will cause the English people to revolt against their government and re-establish us in our historic position as an English colony in Ireland, superior to, and unhampered by, the political institutions of the Irish natives. How this can be represented as the case of Irishmen refusing to take dictation from England passeth all comprehension. It is rather the case of a community in Poland, after 250 years colonization, still refusing to adopt the title of natives, and obstinately clinging to the position and privileges of a dominant colony. Their program is summed up in the expression which forms the dominant note of all their speeches, sermons, and literature: we are loyal British subjects. We hold this country for England. England cannot desert us. What light or leading then can Ireland get from the hysterical patriots who so egregiously misrepresent this fierce contempt for Ireland as something that ought to win the esteem of Irishmen? What ought to be the attitude of the working-class democracy of Ireland in face of the present crisis? In the first place, then, We ought to clear our minds of all the political cant which would tell us that we have either natural enemies or natural allies in any of the powers now warring. When it is said that we ought to unite to protect our shores against the foreign enemy, I confess to be unable to follow that line of reasoning, as I know of no foreign enemy of this country except the British government, and know that it is not the British government that is meant. In the second place, we ought to seriously consider that the evil effects of this war upon Ireland will be simply incalculable, that it will cause untold suffering and misery amongst the people, and that as this misery and suffering have been brought upon us because of our enforced partisanship with a nation whose government never consulted us in the matter, we are therefore perfectly at liberty morally to make any bargain we may see fit, or that may present itself in the course of events. Should a German army land in Ireland tomorrow, we should be perfectly justified in joining it if by doing so we could rid this country once and for all from its connection with the brigand empire that drags us unwillingly into this war. Should the working class of Europe, rather than slaughter each other for the benefit of kings and financiers, proceed tomorrow to erect barricades all over Europe, to break up bridges and destroy the transport service that war might be abolished, we should be perfectly justified in following such a glorious example and contributing our aid to the final dethronement of the vulture classes that rule and rob the world. But pending either of these consummations, it is our manifest duty to take all possible action to save the poor from the horrors this war has in store. Let it be remembered that there is no natural scarcity of food in Ireland. Ireland is an agricultural country, and can normally feed all her people under any sane system of things. But prices are going up in England, and hence there will be an immense demand for Irish produce. To meet that demand, all nerves will be strained on this side. The food that ought to feed the people of Ireland will be sent out of Ireland in greater quantities than ever, and famine prices will come in Ireland, to be immediately followed by famine itself. Ireland will starve, or rather the townspeople of Ireland will starve, that the British Army and Navy and Jingoes may be fed. Remember, the Irish farmer, like all other farmers, will benefit by the high prices of the war, but these high prices will mean starvation to the labourers in the towns. But without these labourers the farmers' produce cannot leave Ireland without the help of a garrison that England cannot now spare. We must consider at once whether it will not be our duty to refuse to allow agricultural produce to leave Ireland until provision is made for the Irish working class. Let us not shrink from the consequences. This may mean more than a transport strike, it may mean armed battling in the streets to keep in this country the food for our people. But whatever it may mean, it must not be shrunk from. It is the immediately feasible policy of the working class democracy, the answer to all the weaklings who in this crisis of our country's history stand helpless and bewildered crying for guidance, when they are not hastening to betray her. Starting thus, Ireland may yet set the torch to a European conflagration that will not burn out until the last throne and the last capitalist bond and debenture will be shriveled on the funeral pyre of the last warlord. The Irish Worker, August 8, 1914. 39. A Continental Revolution. The outbreak of war on the continent of Europe makes it impossible this week to write to forward upon any other question. I have no doubt that to most of my readers Ireland has ere now ceased to be, in colloquial phraseology, the most important place on the map, and that their thoughts are turning gravely to a consideration of the position of the European socialist movement in the face of this crisis. Judging by developments up to the time of writing, such considerations must fall far short of affording satisfying reflections to the socialist thinker. For what is the position of the socialist movement in Europe today? Summed up briefly, it is as follows. For a generation at least, the socialist movement in all the countries now involved has progressed by leaps and bounds, and more satisfactory still, by steady and continuous increase and development. The number of votes recorded for socialist candidates has increased at a phenomenally rapid rate, the number of socialist representatives in all legislative chambers has become more and more of a disturbing factor in the calculations of governments. Newspapers, magazines, pamphlets, and literature of all kinds teaching socialist ideas have been and are daily distributed by the million amongst the masses. Every army and navy in Europe has seen a constantly increasing proportion of socialists amongst its soldiers and sailors, and the industrial organizations of the working class have more and more perfected their grasp over the economic machinery of society, and more proved responsive to the socialist conception of their duties. Along with this, hatred of militarism has spread through every rank of society, making everywhere its recruits, and raising an aversion to war even amongst those who in other things accepted the capitalist order of things. Anti-militarist societies and anti-militarist campaigns of socialist societies and parties, and anti-militarist resolutions of socialist and international trade union conferences have become part of the order of the day and are no longer phenomena to be wondered at. The whole working class movement stands committed to war upon war, stands so committed at the very height of its strength and influence. And now, like the proverbial bolt from the blue, war is upon us, and war between the most important, because the most socialist, nations of the earth. And we are helpless. What then becomes of all our resolutions, all our protests of fraternization, all our threats of general strikes, all our carefully built machinery of internationalism, all our hopes for the future? Were they all as sound and fury, signifying nothing? When the German artilleryman, a socialist serving in the German army of invasion, sends a shell into the ranks of the French army, blowing off their heads, tearing out their bowels, and mangling the limbs of dozens of socialist comrades in that force, will the fact that he, before leaving for the front, demonstrated against the war be of any value to the widows and orphans made by the shell he sent upon its mission of murder? Or, when the French rifleman pours his murderous rifle fire into the ranks of the German line of attack, will he be able to derive any comfort from the probability that his bullets are murdering or maiming comrades who last year joined in thundering hawks and cheers of greeting to the eloquent Jors, when in Berlin he pleaded for international solidarity? When the socialist pressed into the army of the Austrian Kaiser, sticks a long, cruel bayonet knife into the stomach of the socialist conscript in the army of the Russian Tsar, and gives it a twist so that when pulled out it will pull the entrails out along with it, will the terrible act lose any of its fiendish cruelty by the fact of their common theoretical adhesion to an anti-war propaganda in times of peace? When the socialist soldier from the Baltic provinces of Russia is sent forward into Prussian Poland to bombard towns and villages until a red trail of blood and fire covers the homes of the unwilling Polish subjects of Prussia, as he gazes upon the corpses of those he has slaughtered and the homes he has destroyed, will he in his turn be comforted by the thought that the Tsar whom he serves sent other soldiers a few years ago to carry the same devastation and murder into his own home by the Baltic Sea? But why go on? It is not as clear as the fact of life itself that no insurrection of the working class, no general strike, no general uprising of the forces of labor in Europe could possibly carry with it, or entail, a greater slaughter of socialists than will their participation as soldiers in the campaigns of the armies of their respective countries. Every shell which explodes in the midst of a German battalion will slaughter some socialists, every Austrian cavalry charge will leave the gashed and hacked bodies of Serbian or Russian socialists squirming and twisting in agony upon the ground, every Russian, Austrian, or German ship sent to the bottom or blown sky high will mean sorrow and mourning in the homes of some socialist comrades of ours. If these men must die, would it not be better to die in their own country fighting for freedom for their class, and for the abolition of war, than to go forth to strange countries and die slaughtering and slaughtered by their brothers, that tyrants and profiteers might live? Civilization is being destroyed before our eyes, the results of generations of propaganda and patient heroic plotting and self-sacrifice are being blown into annihilation from 100 cannon mouths. Thousands of comrades with whose souls we have lived in fraternal communion are about to be done to death, they whose one hope it was to be spared to cooperate in building the perfect society of the future are being driven to fratricidal slaughter in shambles where that hope will be buried under a sea of blood. I am not writing in captious criticism of my continental comrades. We know too little about what is happening on the continent, and events have moved too quickly for any of us to be in a position to criticize at all. But believing as I do that any action would be justified which would put a stop to this colossal crime now being perpetrated, I feel compelled to express the hope that ere long we may read of the paralyzing of the internal transport service on the continent, Even should the act of paralyzing necessitate the erection of socialist barricades and acts of rioting by socialist soldiers and sailors, as happened in Russia in 1905. Even an unsuccessful attempt at social revolution by force of arms, following the paralysis of the economic life of militarism, would be less disastrous to the socialist cause than the act of socialists allowing themselves to be used in the slaughter of their brothers in the cause. A great continental uprising of the working class would stop the war. A universal protest at public meetings will not save a single life from being wantonly slaughtered. I make no war upon patriotism, never have done. But against the patriotism of capitalism, the patriotism which makes the interest of the capitalist class the supreme test of duty and right, I place the patriotism of the working class, the patriotism which judges every public act by its effect upon the fortunes of those who toil. That which is good for the working class I esteem patriotic, but that party or movement is the most perfect embodiment of patriotism which most successfully works for the conquest by the working class of the control of the destinies of the land wherein they labor. To me, therefore, the socialist of another country is a fellow patriot, as the capitalist of my own country is a natural enemy. I regard each nation as the possessor of a definite contribution to the common stock of civilization, and I regard the capitalist class of each nation as being the logical and natural enemy of the national culture which constitutes that definite contribution. Therefore, the stronger I am in my affection for national tradition, literature, language, and sympathies, the more firmly rooted I am in my opposition to that capitalist class which in its soulless lust for power and gold would bray the nations as in a mortar. Reasoning from such premises, therefore, this war appears to me as the most fearful crime of the centuries. In it the working class are to be sacrificed that a small clique of rulers and armament makers may sate their lust for power and their greed for wealth. Nations are to be obliterated, progress stopped, and international hatreds erected into deities to be worshipped. Forward, August 15, 1914. 40. The national danger. In my article last week I said that only from the working class democracy could a real lead be expected in this crisis. I am happy to be able to state that we are not so isolated in this matter as I at first feared. In many other quarters, the fact that keeping the foodstuffs in Ireland is the first duty of every true Irishman and woman had already been realized before my article appeared. We of the Irish Transport Workers Union are so often Ishmaels in public life, with every man's hand against us and our hand against every man, that it is a rare treat to be able to acknowledge that on a question of supreme importance such as this we are but one among many agreeing voices. The editor of Sinn Féin strikes a perfectly correct and sane note upon the crisis, we are glad to say, as does also Clete Heamite So Lewis, the Gaelic League Weekly. Other newspapers and journals make tentative and truly fearful suggestions along the same lines. In many Dublin companies of volunteers the members have discussed the matter and come to agreement on the right side, and despite the fearful wave of pro-English filth now spread over the country, signs are multiplying that in actions upon these lines there will be found the possibility of making a stand for Ireland that will win the adhesion of all that is best in the land. Meanwhile, the daily press continually reports news that confirms the attitude of the Irish worker toward all the sections of the enemy upon whom it makes war. The Carsonites remain as obdurate and anti-Irish as ever. It is noticeable that all the talk about a union of North and South in defense of Ireland, about blending the orange and green, about marching united as Irishmen against the common foe and all the other claptrap has been strictly confined to the nationalist side. No response has come from the Ulster Volunteers, no Carsonite official has made the smallest overture towards peace. There has not been the slightest melting of the sour bigotry of the Orangemen. One cannot but admire in this connection the tact and skill with which Sir Edward Carson has conducted, and still continues to conduct, his campaign against any extension of liberty to the Irish people. It has been marked by one long series of success. Despite sneers and jeers and laughter, despite reason and justice, despite threats and against seemingly overwhelming odds, he has kept serenely on his way, pursuing the policy he had marked out for himself and his followers. For him there was no compromise, no conciliation. He met each fresh concession with studied insult, At each fresh offer of peace he shook fresh rifles in the face of the government. When the Home Rule Party basely consented to put the question of the integrity of their country at the mercy of a local majority of bigoted traitors of Ireland, he put machine guns upon the streets of Belfast and Lisbon. Mr. John Redmond now blatantly declares in the House of Commons that the National Volunteers will defend Ireland for the government. Sir Edward Carson says grimly that nothing is yet altered in Ireland, and the Belfast Orange Press warns the Ulster Volunteers against being sent out of Ireland and leaving Ulster to the mercy of a government that they cannot trust. Like the Irish after the Battle of the Boyne, the National Volunteers should offer to swap leaders with the Orangemen. It would be to Ireland's advantage if Sir Edward would fight for Ireland as skillfully and as courageously as he has fought against her. Contrast with such leadership the attitude of Mr. Redmond and his party towards the Volunteers. First he slights and secretly opposes them. Then, when they get strong, he demands the power to control them. Granting that he is honest, here was a great blunder. His former leader Charles Stewart Parnell always believed in a physical force party, but would never join it. This gave him always the power to say to the English government that if it did not grant his moderate demands, then the physical force party would take control of Irish affairs out of his hands. And, he would assure Mr. Gladstone, "You know I have no control over that extreme party." Had Mr. Redmond pursued a similar policy and kept clear of the Irish Volunteers, he could always have met every move of the government towards the Carsonites, every proposal to mutilate Ireland's rights, with the quiet statement that the Volunteers over whom he had no control would scarcely allow it. "You know, Mr. Asquith," he could have said, "I would be willing to do what you ask, but I have no control over the Irish National Volunteers, and I am afraid that they would cause trouble if I gave in to Carson." Thus, like Parnell, he would have had the power of an organization of armed men behind him whilst he had no responsibility for their actions. This he threw away when he set out to obtain control of the volunteer forces. Why did he throw it away? What did he get in exchange that was good for Ireland? Would it be too much to suggest that he was compelled by the government to try and get the volunteers into his hands, and that the government so compelled him because they knew that this European war was coming? With a European war on and Ireland organized with volunteer regiments, such regiments, even without arms, could have made the adhesion of Ireland to either side, or even the real neutrality of Ireland, of so much importance that great and substantial national advantages would have been offered her to secure such adhesion or neutrality. With a European war on and the volunteers in the control of Redmond and party, the active cooperation of the volunteers in the defense of the empire was given to the government without a single concession of any kind being obtained, nay, even whilst the menace of an amending bill to mutilate Ireland was still part of the government plan. Now we are assured by the Home Rule Press that as a consequence of the happy union of Ulster and National Volunteers, which exists only in their imagination, still more generous concessions are to be given to Ulster. Alas that I should live to see it! North, south, east, and west the Irish Volunteers are marching and parading with the Union Jack in front of them, their bands playing God Save the King and their aristocratic officers making loyalist speeches. North, south, east, and west the anti-Irish landlord classes are now hurrying in to officer the Irish Volunteers, and brave true-hearted men who have given their lives in earnest, unobtrusive service to their motherland are thrust contemptuously aside that positions may be given to those aristocratic jackanapes. The fools who are in control hail this as a sign of national unity. The wise who know the history of their country ask how can we expect swift and prompt action for Ireland in any emergency when the officers in command will thus be men whose whole life, opinions, instincts, class bias and prejudices have been colored with hatred of all that the Irish national movement ever stood for. Remember the words of the greatest Irish revolutionist, Wolfe Tone. When the aristocracy come forward the people fall backward, when the people come forward the aristocracy, fearful of being left behind, insinuate themselves into our ranks and rise into timid leaders or treacherous auxiliaries. The fatal policy of the Irish volunteers is producing and pushing these timid leaders and treacherous auxiliaries into every position where their timidity or treachery will work the most havoc in any emergency. It is a humiliating thought that Mr. Redmond's declaration on this war has completely changed the status of this country. Before it we were a subject province of England, now we are an English province in the eyes of the world. And there are more enemies of the empire in a small corner of Toulon than there are in the whole of Ireland. We have reached the very lowest depths as a race, and the greatest part of the responsibility lies with those who in their cowardly fear of an ignorant, newspaper-rigged public opinion surrendered the control of the volunteers to the Redmondite wire pullers. Henceforth, Irish discontent will not be regarded abroad as symptoms of an aspiration after distinct nationality. It will only and rightly be interpreted as the discontent of leisure in the game of imperial politics. I have had few more unpleasant experiences in my life than I underwent when listening to the pitiful attempts of some members of the Provisional Committee to explain and justify their votes upon their surrender. To hear them telling of their great diplomacy and their wonderful wire pulling was a revelation. It showed at once that they were attempting to do the work of a revolutionary movement by the methods of a ward canvasser in a municipal election, that they were approaching a supreme crisis in a nation's history in the temper and spirit of a political registration agent out for votes for his party. The kindest thing that can happen to them now is that their names may be forgotten. At present it seems an equal chance between oblivion and malediction. The time is now ripe, nay, the imperious necessities of the hour call loudly for, demand, the formation of a committee of all the earnest elements, outside as well as inside the volunteers, to consider means to take and hold Ireland and the food of Ireland for the people of Ireland. We of the Transport Union, we of the Citizen Army are ready for any such cooperation. We can bring to it the aid of drilled and trained men, we can bring to it the heartiest efforts of men and women who in thousands have shown that they know how to face prison and death, and we can bring to it the services of thinkers and organizers who know that different occasions require different policies, that you cannot legalize revolutionary actions, and that audacity alone can command success in a national crisis like this. Freedom, we believe, cannot flourish, or even awaken into life in the miasmic atmosphere of wire pulling and intrigue, but as Saint just said, liberty is born in storm and tears as the earth arose out of chaos, and as man comes wailing into the world. We who have faced the storm for industrial liberty, and wept the tears for the sufferings of our own class, will not shrink from either for the sake of our country. Try us. The Irish Worker, August 15, 1914. 41. A martyr for conscience' sake, Karl Liebknecht. As I am writing this, the news appears in the press that our comrade, Dr. Karl Liebknecht, has been shot in Germany for refusing to accept military service in the war. The news is unconfirmed, and will, I trust, be found later to be untrue, but I propose to take it this week as a text for my article. Supposing, then, that it was true, what would be the socialist attitude toward the martyrdom of our beloved comrade? There can be little hesitation in avowing that all socialists would endorse his act, and look upon his death as a martyrdom for our cause. And yet if his attitude was correct, what can be said of the attitude of all those socialists who have gone to the front, and still more of all those socialists who from press and platform are urging that nothing should be done now that might disturb the harmony that ought to exist at home, or spoil the wonderful solidarity of the nation in this great crisis? As far as I can understand these latter, their argument seems to be that they did their whole duty when they protested against the war, but that now that war has been declared it is right that they also should arm in defense of their common country, and act in all things along with their fellow subjects, those same fellow subjects whose senseless clamor brought on this awful outburst of murder. We are told, for instance, that the same policy is being pursued by all socialist parties. That the French socialists protested against the war and then went to the front, headed by Gustave Hervé, the great anti-militarist. The German socialists protested against the war and then, in the Reichstag, unanimously voted 250 million to carry it on. The Austrians issued a manifesto against the war and are now on the frontier doing great deeds of heroism against the foreign enemy, and the Russians erected barricades in the streets of St. Petersburg against the Cossacks, but immediately war was declared went off to the front arm in arm with their Cossack brothers. And so on. Now, if all this is true, what does it mean? It means that the socialist parties of the various countries mutually cancel each other, and that as a consequence socialism ceases to exist as a world force, and drops out of history in the greatest crisis of the history of the world, in the very moment when courageous action will most influence history. We know that not more than a score of men in the various cabinets of the world have brought about this war, that no European people was consulted upon the question, that preparations for it have been going on for years, and that all the alleged reasons for it are so many afterthoughts invented to hide from us the fact that the intrigues and schemes of our rulers had brought the world to this pass. All socialists are agreed upon this. Being so agreed, are we now to forget it all, to forget all our ideas of human brotherhood, and because some 20 highly placed criminals say our country requires us to slaughter our brothers beyond the seas or the frontiers, are we bound to accept their statement, and proceed to slaughter our comrades abroad at the dictate of our enemies at home? The idea outrages my every sense of justice and fraternity. I may be only a voice crying in the wilderness, a crank amongst a community of the wise, but whoever I be, I must, in deference to my own self-respect and to the sanctity of my own soul, protest against the doctrine that any decree of theirs of national honor can excuse a socialist who serves in a war which he has denounced as a needless war, can absolve from the guilt of murder any socialist who at the dictate of a capitalist government draws the trigger of a rifle upon or sends a shot from a gun into the breasts of people with whom he has no quarrel, and who are his fellow laborers in the useful work of civilization. We have for years informed the world that we were in revolt against the iniquities of modern civilization, but now we hear socialists informing us that it is our duty to become accomplices of the rulers of modern civilization in the greatest of all iniquities, the slaughter of man by his fellow man. And that as long as we make our formal protest we have done our whole duty, and can cheerfully proceed to take life, burn peaceful homes, and lay waste fields smiling with food. Our comrade, Dr. Liebknecht, if he has died rather than admit this new doctrine, has died the happiest death that man can die, has put to eternal shame the thousands of comrades in every European land, who, with the cant of brotherhood upon their lips, have gone forth in the armies of the capitalist rulers murdering and to murder. The old veteran leader of German social democracy, his father, Wilhelm Liebknecht, said in one of his pamphlets, "The working class of the world has but one enemy, the capitalist class of the world, those of their own country at the head of the list." Well and truly has the son lived up to the truly revolutionary doctrine of the father, lived and died for its eternal truth and wisdom. Now we are hearing a new excuse for the complicity of socialists in this war. It is that this war will be the last war, its horrors will be so great that humanity will refuse to allow another. The homely Irish proverb has it that far-off cows have long horns, or that far-away hills are always green. It must have been in some such spirit that this latest argument was evolved. For what can happen in the future that is not more applicable now? In the future this militarist spirit will probably be in the ascendant, new national prejudices will have been born, new international hatreds called forth. There will be memories of recent defeats to wipe out, fresh frontiers to conserve or to obliterate, and the military caste will have acquired an ascendancy over the popular imagination because the large numbers of the various armies will have given rise to widespread solicitude for their welfare and consequent hopes for their success. If you have friends or relatives whom you dearly love serving in the army, you cannot help wishing for the success of that army and the defeat of its immediate opponents, and from such a state of feeling to the most intense jingoism is but a small and easy transition. The large armies of today draw upon the whole population, all are interested in the fate of their friends or relatives, and we may all be sure that the lying press can be depended upon to convert solicitude for our friends into passionate hatred for those whom war makes their opponents. No, we cannot draw upon the future for a draft to pay our present duties. There is no moratorium to postpone the payment of the debt the socialists owe to the cause, it can only be paid now. Paid it may be in martyrdom, but a few hundred such martyrdoms would be but a small price to pay to avert the slaughter of hundreds of thousands. If our German comrade, Liebknecht, has paid the price, perhaps the others may yet nerve themselves for that sacrifice. On what conception of national honor can we blame them? Before what fetish of national dignity can we prostrate ourselves in abasement to atone for their act? The war of a subject nation for independence, for the right to live out its own life in its own way, may and can be justified as holy and righteous. The war of a subject class to free itself from the debasing conditions of economic and political slavery should at all times choose its own weapons, and hold and esteem all as sacred instruments of righteousness. But the war of nation against nation in the interest of royal freebooters and cosmopolitan thieves is a thing accursed. All hail, then, to our continental comrade, who, in a world of imperial and financial brigands and cowardly trimmers and compromisers, showed mankind that men still know how to die for the holiest of all causes, the sanctity of the human soul, the practical brotherhood of the human race. Forward, August 22, 1914. 42. The Hope of Ireland. The present crisis in Ireland is shattering many reputations and falsifying many predictions, but to the careful observer it is becoming daily apparent that it will leave intact at least one reputation, that of those who pin their faith to the working class as the anchor and foundation of any real nationalism that this country can show. Here and there the working class may waver, here and there local influences may exert sufficient pressure to weaken or corrupt the manhood of the workers, but speaking broadly it remains true that in that class lay the only hope of those who held fast to the faith that this Ireland of ours is a nation distinct and apart from all others, and capable of working out its own destiny and living its own life. The working class has ever refused to be drawn into any mere anti-English feeling, it refuses to be drawn into it now. It has always refused to consider that hatred of England was equivalent to love of Ireland, or that true patriotism required an Irishman or woman to bear enmity to the toiling masses of the English population. It still holds that position. The working class of Ireland, when grown conscious of its true dignity, does not consider that it owes to the British Empire any debt except that of hatred. But it also realizes that the best services it can render to the British people is due to them, and that service will be and will take the form of as speedy as possible a destruction of the foul governmental system that has made the British people an instrument of the enslavement of millions of the human race, of the extirpation of whole tribes and nations, of the devastation of vast territories. Enslaved socially at home, the British people have been taught that what little political liberty they do enjoy can only be bought at the price of the national destruction of every people rising into social or economic rivalry with the British master class. If it requires war to free the minds of the British working class from that debasing superstition, then war we shall have, for the world cannot progress industrially whilst so important a nation in Europe is perverted mentally by a belief so hostile to fraternal progress. If it requires insurrection in Ireland and through all the British dominions to teach the English working class they cannot hope to prosper permanently by arresting the industrial development of others, then insurrection must come, and barricades will spring up as readily in our streets as public meetings do today. Those who hold that the British people must learn this lesson are not necessarily enemies of the British people, of the British democracy. Rather do they hold with John Mitchell they are the truest friends of the British people who are the greatest enemies of the British government. The Irish working class see no abandonment of the principles of the labour movement in this fight against this war and all it implies, see no weakening of international solidarity in their fierce resolve to do no fighting except it be in their own country to secure the right to hold that country for its own sons and daughters. Rather do they joy in giving this proof that the principles of the labor movement represent the highest form of patriotism, and that true patriotism will embody the broadest principles of labor and socialism. The labor movement in Ireland stands for the ownership of all Ireland by all the Irish, it therefore fights against all things calculated to weaken the hold of the Irish upon Ireland, as it fights for all things calculated to strengthen the grasp of the Irish people upon Ireland and all things Irish. It has no war with Germany, it welcomes the German as a brother struggling towards the light. It believes that the blood guiltiness of this war lies chiefly at the door of that British Empire, whose far-flung battle line is a far-flung shadow upon the face of civilized progress. And so believing, it counsels the Irish race to stand aloof from the battle, since it cannot intervene as a nation on the only side that honor and interest dictates. Alone in Ireland the working class has no ties that bind it to the service of the empire. Hunger and the fear of hunger have driven thousands of our class into the British Army, but for whatever pay or pension such have drawn therefrom they have given service, and owe neither gratitude nor allegiance. For those still held to that accursed bargain as reservists, etc., we have no feelings except compassion. The British Shylock will hold them to the bond. Other classes serve England for the sake of dividends, profits, official positions, and sinecures, 1,000 strings drawing them to England for the one patriotic tie that binds them to Ireland. The Irish working class as a class can only hope to rise with Ireland. Equally true is it that Ireland cannot rise to freedom except upon the shoulders of a working class knowing its rights and daring to take them. That class of that character we are creating in Ireland. Wherever then in Ireland flies the banner of the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union, there flies also to the heavens the flag of the Irish working class, alert, disciplined, intelligent, determined to be free. The Irish Worker, October 31, 1914. 43. Courts-martial and Revolution. The Earl of Halsbury said that in deference to the wishes of the government he would not press his objections, but he thought the proposal of this bill was the most unconstitutional thing that had ever happened. The foregoing sentence is from a report of a debate in the House of Lords on the defense of the Realm Consolidation Act, on Friday, November 27. This precious act gives the military authorities power to arrest civilians and try them by courts-martial, sets aside all the ordinary safeguards of civil liberty, and empowers these courts-martial to inflict the death penalty or any lesser sentence. In other words, and plainer language, it establishes martial law as the law of the land, and places the lives and liberties of all in the power of a military unaccustomed to the restraints of civilized courts of justice, and ignorant of the laws of evidence. A German, a French, an Italian, or an Austrian government would have openly and honorably sought to attain those ends by a declaration of martial law. The hypocritical and cowardly gang of assassins who control the government of the British Empire seek to achieve the same objects by clandestinely and treacherously destroying civil liberties whilst professing a desire to safeguard and protect them. This is but a fitting culmination to all the anti-democratic and liberty-hating diplomacy which brought about this war and now seeks to destroy every agency which would help to unmask its injurious conspiracy against mankind, or tell the truth about the terrors that accompany it. As a result of this act there is no longer liberty in Ireland. Liberty of speech, liberty of association, liberty of the press, liberty of the subject are all gone. No longer may a man or woman demand to be tried by his or her peers in an open courtroom, before the eyes and hearing of his or her fellows. At any time any man or woman may be arrested, day or night, and dragged off in secret, to be tried in secret, and condemned and assassinated in secret by the hired assassins of the British Empire. There is no break in the continuity of the methods of British imperial rule in Ireland. Dublin Castle is always Dublin Castle, the same at all times, loathsome, lying, hypocritical, murderous. Of course we have the word of this government that no death sentences will be carried out until Parliament meets, and of course we all know what the word of the government is worth. Belgium knows it now, knows that this government pledged its honor to maintain Belgian neutrality, and then maneuvered to leave Belgium irrevocably committed to sink or swim with one side in this struggle in which she was supposed to remain neutral. Ireland knows it, knows that the Liberal government pledged its word to give Home Rule to all Ireland, then pledged its word to Carson not to force Home Rule upon all Ireland, pledged its word to place a representative of Labour upon the Commission of Inquiry into the Dublin police outrages, then deliberately breaks its solemn word, and appointed no such representatives, pledged its word to appoint an independent commission of inquiry into the Bachelor's Walk massacre, and yet declared in Parliament beforehand that the said commission would exonerate the uniformed murderers of peaceful citizens. Ireland knows the value of a government promise, as our fathers knew it in the past. But let messieurs, The assassins, beware. There are in Ireland today many scores of thousands of earnest men neither committed to the British Empire nor to the cause of revolution. For the most part these are men who, wearied of the chaos of Irish politics, gave a grudging adhesion to the parliamentary attempt to secure some form of home rule as an organised legal expression of Irish nationhood. Loyalty to the party entrusted with that task has kept these men silent and inactive even whilst that party was betraying their trust, and besmirching their ideals. Always the hope persisted that eventually home rule would come, and then these traitors would be punished by an outraged people. But if the British government once more throws off the mask of constitutionalism and launches its weapons of repression against those who dare to differ from it, if once more it sets in motion its jails, its courts-martial, its scaffolds, then the last tie that binds those men to the official Home Rule gang will snap. On that day we will see once again all the best and brightest in Ireland definitely arraying itself on the side of revolution, fully realizing that freedom and the British Empire cannot coexist in this country. The constitutional mask, the simulacrum of civil liberty still paralyzes the activities and holds the hand of many a true Irish patriot, as the boasted freedom of contract of the wage system still hides from many a worker the reality of his slavery. But once let the government drop that mask, or abandon that presence of civil liberty, and then the result will see such a resurrection of Irish revolutionary spirit such as has not been seen for generations. A resurrection. Out of the grave of the first Irish man or woman murdered for protesting against Ireland's participation in this thrice accursed war there will arise anew the spirit of Irish revolution. The graves of those murdered for freedom bear seed for freedom, which the winds carry afar and resow. Yes, my lords and gentlemen, our cards are all on the table. If you leave us at liberty we will kill your recruiting, save our poor boys from your slaughterhouse, and blast your hopes of empire. If you strike at, imprison, or kill us, out of our prisons or graves we will still evoke a spirit that will thwart you, and, mayhap, raise a force that will destroy you. We defy you. Do your worst. Whether this death sentence upon Irish prisoners of these new courts-martial will or will not be carried out will depend not upon the plighted honour or solemn assurances of cabinet ministers already forsworn and discredited even in their own country, nor yet upon any action of the degenerate Irish members of Parliament who sat still and helped to destroy the constitutional rights of which they prate so loudly, nor yet upon the British Labour members who, like all apostates, are readiest to stab and destroy all those who remain true to that ideal of democratic freedom they have deserted and dishonored. No, the question of life and death will depend solely upon the temper of the people of Ireland. If they remain dumb, nerveless, lacking in intrepidity, quivering too mutely in the leash laid upon them by the apostles of caution and restraint, then the blow will fall in increasing severity and ferocity, arrest will follow arrest, blow will follow blow, and sentences will increase in savagery in exact proportion to the tameness of the Irish people, until at last the death penalty will once more strike down those who embody the rebellious people of the Irish race. Oh, it is all well planned. Their fathers in hell could not have planned it better. Irish Worker, December 19, 1914. 44. Socialists and the War. The socialist press of the world continues to make every effort possible to arouse the conscience of the working class against the iniquity of war. Taking advantage of the stand made in the German Reichstag by Dr. Liebknecht against the jingo sentiment now aroused in Germany, several French labor leaders sent articles to a French newspaper, La Brutale Syndicaliste, dealing with the declaration of their German comrade. We quote the translation from the New York Call. The first, El Jaurho, Secretary of the French Federation of Labor, CGT, does so in an article entitled Hope and Comfort. He thinks the declaration comes somewhat late, but, he continues, it comes at its own time. And if we cannot yet say that the whole of the working class of Germany shares the point of view of heroic Liebknecht, we can at least assert that these words have been the clarion call which bids us hope. We who do not wage a war of conquest, who do not wish the extermination of the German nation, we are also determined that the end of these horrible sufferings shall be the alliance of the peoples. That conception of ours is also that of the working class of England, Belgium, Italy, the United States. From one end of the world to the other it represents the hope of the working class, because it is the only basis for a lasting peace, and can assure the uninterrupted development of democracy on the globe. Liebknecht, you have been our comforter, we shall be your supporters, Jouherho concludes his article. The second French labor leader, who is scarcely less well known than Jouherho, is A. Mérame, the secretary of the important French Metal Workers' Union. Mérame has been very reticent during the war. He and his friend Lenoir have not found themselves in agreement with the general sentiment prevailing at present in the French labor movement, where nationalism, to use no worse term, is very rampant, as it is indeed in the whole of Europe. Mérame explains that for the second time he will break his self-imposed silence. His article has the heading, "For the International entirely and before everything." About Liebknecht, Mérame writes, "And I doubly applaud the courageous declaration of Karl Liebknecht supporting the view which I, together with my friend Lenoir, have never ceased to affirm wherever it was possible for me to do so since the beginning of the war. And I repeat here that of which I am profoundly convinced, viz., that this war will not mean the end of militarism, which is, on the contrary, as necessary to capitalism as the sea is indispensable to men of war and trading vessels. The present war will not kill, will not abolish, capitalism, that is incontestable. And, with Karl Liebknecht, I cry with all the power of my conscience and conviction to the French workers. Only the peace which has germinated in the soil of the international solidarity of the laboring class can be a lasting peace. It is for this reason that it is the duty of the proletariat of all countries to continue also in this war mutual socialistic labor in behalf of peace. It has been an imperishable honor for the CGT, French Federation of Labor, to have affirmed it clearly and loudly with Karl Liebknecht. From America, along with the demand of the American Socialists, which we publish in another column, we gladly reprint the following quotation from the leader of Milwaukee as typical of the efforts to arouse the peoples to the fact that this war, like all such wars, is, in the striking American phrase, a rich man's war, but a poor man's fight. Occasionally the horror of the present is lifted from the mind long enough to glimpse the greater horror of the future. At first there seems to be nothing but horror heaped upon horror in the vision. Financiers and professional statisticians have made many guesses as to the public debt that the war will leave behind. Most of these guesses fall close to $50 billion as the load that will be piled up at the end of the first year. This will be added to a debt that was already commonly designated as crushing. This debt, if present property relations continue, will erect an idle bond-holding plutocracy to which the remainder of the earth will be bound in perpetual servitude. The interest on such a debt at 5%, and none of these nations will borrow for less, rises to the incomprehensible sum of $2,500,000,000 annually. These bonds will bind the entire laboring population of the nations involved to a small capitalist class with fetters of gold stronger than ever held the serf to his master. The remnants of the miserable wretches that are freezing in the trenches in Flanders, along the Aisne, in East Prussia, Poland, and 100 corners of the 4 continents where mechanical mayhem is being practiced on a wholesale scale, will crawl back to their homes to find themselves bound out for life and the lives of their descendants to the class of money lenders who send dollars instead of bodies to the front. Bearing the stupendous weight of this monstrous debt upon their mangled bodies, these poor devils will be required to drag wealth from a land shattered back almost to savagery by the explosions of military bloodlust. All this sounds impossible. The one hope of the race is that it will be made impossible. The one bright spot in this black vision is the strong probability that the hypnotism of patriotism may be shocked away in the clash of battle, and that, when the warriors once more become workers, they will have retained their intelligence to such an extent that they will war upon their real enemies, the capitalists, the money lenders who are now seeking to fasten themselves leech-like to the class that must furnish the great mass of the fighters and all of the producers of wealth. This war is teaching some big lessons as to the ease with which property relations can be changed when they conflict with the interests of rulers. The ruled are certain to learn some of these lessons, and the first of these should be that public debts can be repudiated when they become instruments to the enslavement of half the world. Dr. Liebknecht himself writes upon the subject in last week's Labor Leader. As a German socialist, I am pleased to be able to write a message of brotherhood to British socialists at a time when the ruling classes of Germany and Britain are trying by all means in their power to incite bloodthirsty hatred between the two peoples. But it is painful for me to write these lines at a time when our radiant hope of previous days, the Socialist International, lies smashed on the ground with 1,000 expectations, when even many socialists in the belligerent countries, for Germany is not an exception, have in this most rapacious of all wars of robbery willingly put on the yoke of the chariot of imperialism just when the evils of capitalism were becoming more apparent than ever. I am, however, particularly proud to send my greetings to you, to the British Independent Labour Party, who, with our Russian and Serbian comrades, have saved the honour of socialism amidst the madness of national slaughter. Confusion reigns amongst the rank and file of the socialist army, and many blame socialist principles for our present failure. It is not our principles which have failed, however, but the representatives of those principles. It is not a question of changing our principles, it is a question of applying them to life, of carrying them into action. All the phrases of national defense and the liberation of the people with which imperialism decorates its instruments of murder are but deceiving tinsel. Each socialist party has its enemy, the common enemy of the international, in its own country. There it has to fight it. The liberation of each nation must be its own work. Only in the cooperation of the working masses of all countries, in times of war as in times of peace, does the salvation of humanity lie. Nowhere have the masses desired this war. Nowhere do they desire it. Why should they, then, with a loathing for war in their hearts, murder each other to the finish? It would be a sign of weakness, it is said, for any one people to suggest peace. Well, let all the peoples suggest it together. The nation which speaks first will not show weakness but strength. It will win the glory and gratitude of posterity. The labor leader, we may say, has covered itself with imperishable glory owing to the stand it has taken against the war. It should never be forgotten also that to take such an attitude in England requires more insight and moral courage than in Ireland. All the national history and traditions of this country move influences against our participation in this war on England's side. To those Irish men and women who opposed the war, the act was thus easier, and required less clearness of vision than was required from the English workers who refused to bow before the war god erected for their worship by the jingo press and the secret diplomacy of their country. It was hard for them as it was easy for us. We know, of course, that military rule and government persecutions will get a freer hand in Ireland than in England, that jailing, and deportations from certain districts, will occur more frequently here than there, that stealing printing machinery in Ireland will not cause so much trouble to the government as it would in England. But that does not alter our argument. Irish people, as a rule, would rather 1,000 times face the worst a government can do than face an adverse Irish public opinion. Therefore, we can the better appreciate what the English opponents of the war have had to face. On the same subject, the following letter appeared last week in the columns of our Glasgow Contemporary, Forward. It is questionable whether any appreciation of the good work done by Forward since this war began would be helpful to Forward if that appreciation comes from one who, like myself, had the misfortune to edit the only paper in the United Kingdom to suffer an invasion of a military party with fixed bayonets, and to have the essential parts of its printing machine stolen in defense of freedom and civilization. But as the editor of Forward has declared that the action of Jim Larkin in New York makes it impossible to arouse feelings against the forcible suppression of the Irish worker in Ireland, it becomes at least probable that Forward, after that disclaimer, will not suffer even if I do write a word or two in its praise. I wish I could express myself freely in this matter. If I could, I would tell how proud I was to have been associated ever so slightly with the little paper that held so close to the idea of internationalism when so many who had given that principle lip services had so basely deserted it. The moral and physical courage required to take up and maintain such a position is, in my humble opinion, 100-fold grander than anything on exhibition in the trenches from end to end of the far-flung battle line of the warring nations. Yours fraternally, James Connolly. The Worker, January 16, 1915. 45. Revolutionary Unionism and War. Since the war broke out in Europe, and since the socialist forces in the various countries failed so signally to prevent or even delay the outbreak, I have been reading everything in American socialist papers or magazines that came to hand, to see if that failure and the reasons therefor, were properly understood among my old comrades in the United States. But either I have not seen the proper publications, or else the dramatic side of the military campaigns has taken too firm a hold upon the imagination of socialist writers to allow them to estimate properly the inner meaning of that debacle of political socialism witnessed in Europe when the bugles of war rang out upon our ears. I am going then to try, in all calmness, to relate the matter as it appears to us who believe that the signal of war ought also to have been the signal for rebellion, that when the bugles sounded the first note for actual war, their notes should have been taken as the tocsin for social revolution. And I am going to try to explain why such results did not follow such actions. My explanation may not be palatable to some, I hope it will be at least interesting to all. In the first place, let me be perfectly frank with my readers as to my own position, now that that possibility has receded out of sight. As the reader will have gathered from my opening remarks, I believe that the socialist proletariat of Europe in all the belligerent countries ought to have refused to march against their brothers across the frontiers, and that such refusal would have prevented the war and all its horrors even though it might have led to civil war. Such a civil war could not possibly have resulted in such a loss of socialist life as this international war has entailed, and each socialist who fell in such a civil war would have fallen knowing that he was battling for the cause he had worked for in days of peace, and that there was no possibility of the bullet or shell that laid him low having been sent on its murderous way by one to whom he had pledged the lifelong love of comrades in the International Army of Labor. But seeing that the socialist movement did not so put the faith of its adherents to the test, seeing that the nations are now locked in this death grapple, and the issue is knit, I do not wish to disguise from anyone my belief that there is no hope of peaceful development for the industrial nations of continental Europe whilst Britain holds the dominance of the sea. The British fleet is a knife held permanently at the throat of Europe, should any nation evince an ability to emerge from the position of a mere customer for British products, and to become a successful competitor of Britain in the markets of the world, that knife is set in operation to cut that throat. By days and by nights the British government watches and works to isolate its competitor from the comity of nations, to ring it around with hostile foes. When the time is propitious, the blow is struck, the allies of Britain encompass its rival by land and the fleet of Britain swoops upon its commerce by sea. In one short month the commerce-raiding fleet of Great Britain destroys a trade built up in 40 years of slow peaceful industry, as it has just done in the case of Germany. Examining the history of the foreign relations of Great Britain since the rise of the capitalist class to power in that country, the continuity of this policy becomes obvious, and as marvelous as it is obvious. Neither religion nor race affinity nor diversity of political or social institutions availed to save a competitor of England. The list of commercial rivals or would-be rivals is fairly large, and gives the economic key to the reasons for the great wars of Britain. In that list we find Spain, Holland, France, Denmark, and now Germany. Britain must rule the waves, and when the continental nations wished to make it the Hague law forbidding the capture of merchant vessels during war, Britain refused her assent. Naturally, it is her power to capture merchant ships during war that enables Britain to cut the throat of a commercial rival at her own sweet will. If she had not that power, she would need to depend upon her superiority in technical equipment and efficiency, and the uprise in other countries of industrial enterprises able to challenge and defeat her in this world market has amply demonstrated that she has not that superiority any longer. The United States and Germany lead in crowding Britain industrially, the former cannot be made a target for the guns of militarist continental Europe, therefore escapes for the time being as Britain never fights a white power single-handed. But Germany is caught within the net and has to suffer for her industrial achievements. The right to capture merchant ships, for which Britain stood out against the public opinion of all Europe, is thus seen to be the trump card of Britain against the industrial development of the world outside her shores, against that complete freedom of the seas by which alone the nations of the world can develop that industrial status which socialists maintain to be an indispensable condition for socialist triumph. I have been thus frank with my readers in order that they may perfectly understand my position and the reason therefore, and thus anticipate some of the insinuations that are sure to be leveled against me as one who sympathizes neither with the anti-German hysteria of such comrades as Professor George D. Heron, nor with the suddenly developed belief in the good faith of Tsars shown by Prince Peter Kropotkin. I believe the war could have been prevented by the socialists, as it was not prevented, and as the issues are knit, I want to see England beaten so thoroughly that the commerce of the seas will henceforth be free to all nations, to the smallest equally with the greatest. But how could this war have been prevented, which is another way of saying how and why did the socialist movement fail to prevent it? The full answer to that question can only be grasped by those who are familiar with the propaganda that from 1905 onwards has been known as industrialist in the United States and, though not so accurately, has been called syndicalist in Europe. The essence of that propaganda lay in two principles. To take them in the order of their immediate effectiveness, these were, first, that labor could only enforce its wishes by organizing its strength at the point of production, i.e., the farms, factories, workshops, railways, docks, ships where the work of the world is carried on, the effectiveness of the political vote depending primarily upon the economic power of the workers organized behind it. Secondly, that the process of organizing that economic power would also build the industrial fabric of the socialist republic, build the new society within the old. It is upon the first of these two principles I wish my readers to concentrate their attention in order to find the answer to the question we are asking. In all the belligerent countries of Western and Central Europe the socialist vote was very large. In none of these belligerent countries was there an organized revolutionary industrial organization directing the socialist vote, nor a socialist political party directing a revolutionary industrial organization. The socialist voters, having cast their ballots, were helpless, as voters, until the next election. As workers, they were indeed in control of the forces of production and distribution, and by exercising that control over the transport service could have made the war impossible. But the idea of thus coordinating their two spheres of activity had not gained sufficient lodgment to be effective in the emergency. No socialist party in Europe could say that rather than go to war it would call out the entire transport service of the country and thus prevent mobilization. No socialist party could say so, because no socialist party could have the slightest reasonable prospect of having such a call obeyed. The executive committee of the socialist movement was not in control of the labor force of the men who voted for the socialist representatives in the legislative chambers of Europe, nor were the men in control of the supply of labor force in control of the socialist representatives. In either case there would have been an organized power immediately available against war. Lacking either, the socialist parties of Europe, when they had protested against war, had also fired their last shot against militarism and were left like children crying in the night. Had the Socialist Party of France been able to declare that rather than be dragged into war to save the Russian Tsar from the revolutionary consequences which would have followed his certain defeat by Germany, they would declare a railway strike, there would have been no war between France and Germany, as the latter country, saved from the dread of an attack in the west whilst defending itself in the east, could not have coerced its socialist population into consenting to take the offensive against France. But the French government knows, the German government knows, all cool observers in Europe know that the socialist and syndicalist organization of France could not have carried out such a threat even had they made it. Both politically and industrially, the revolutionary organizations of France are mere skeleton frameworks, not solid bodies. Politically, large numbers roll together at elections around the faithful few who keep the machinery of the party together. Industrially, more or less, large numbers roll together during strikes or lockouts. But the numbers of either are shifting, uncertain, and of shadowy allegiance. From such, no revolutionary action of value in face of modern conditions of warfare and state organization could be expected. And none came. Hence the pathetic failure of French socialism, the socialist battalion occupying the position of the most tactical importance on the European battlefield. For neither Russia nor Britain could have fought had France held aloof, Russia because of the fear of internal convulsions, Britain because Britain never fights unless the odds against her foe are overwhelming. And Britain needed the aid of the French fleet. To sum up then, the failure of European socialism to avert the war is primarily due to the divorce between the industrial and political movements of labor. The socialist voter, as such, is helpless between elections. He requires to organize power to enforce the mandate of the elections, and the only power he can so organize is economic power, the power to stop the wheels of commerce, to control the heart that sends the lifeblood pulsating through the social organism. International Socialist Review, March 1915. 46. Moscow Insurrection of 1905. In the year 1905, the fires of revolution were burning very brightly in Russia. Starting with a parade of unarmed men and women to the palace of the Tsar, the flames of insurrection spread all over the land. The peaceful parades were met with volleys of shrapnel and rifle fire, charged by mounted Cossacks and cut down remorselessly by cavalry of the line, and in answer to this attack, general strikes broke out all over Russia. From strikes the people proceeded to revolutionary uprisings, soldiers revolted and joined the people in some cases, and in others the sailors of the navy seized the ironclads of the Tsar's fleet and hoisted revolutionary colors. One incident in this outburst was the attempted revolution in Moscow. We take it as our task this week because, in it, the soldiers remained loyal to the Tsar, and therefore it resolved itself into a clean-cut fight between a revolutionary force and a government force. Thus we are able to study the tactics of a regular army in attacking a city defended by barricades, and b. a revolutionary force holding a city against a regular army. Fortunately for our task as historians, there was upon the spot an English journalist of unquestioned ability and clear-sightedness, as well as of unrivaled experience as a spectator in warfare. This was H.W. Nevinson, the famous war correspondent. From his book The Dawn of Russia, as well as from a close intimacy with many refugees who took part in the revolution, this description is built up. The revolutionists of Moscow had intended to postpone action until a much later date in the hope of securing the cooperation of the peasantry, but the active measures of the government precipitated matters. Whilst the question of insurrection or no insurrection yet was being discussed at a certain house in the city, the troops were quietly surrounding the building, and the first intimation of their presence received by the revolutionists was the artillery opening fire on the building at point-blank range. A large number of the leaders were killed or arrested, but next morning the city was in insurrection. Of the numbers engaged on the side of the revolutionists, there is considerable conflict of testimony. The government estimate, anxious to applaud the performance of the troops, is 15,000. The revolutionary estimate, on the other hand, is only 500. Mr. Nevinson states that a careful investigator friendly to the revolutionists, and with every facility for knowing, gave the number as approximately 1,500. The deductions we were able to make from the stories of the refugees aforementioned makes the latter number seem the most probable. The equipment of the revolutionists was miserable in the extreme. Among the 1,500 there was only a total of 80 rifles, and a meager supply of ammunition for same. The only other weapons were revolvers and automatic pistols, chiefly Brownings. Of these latter, a goodly supply seems to have been on hand, as at one period of the fighting the revolutionists advertised for volunteers, and named Browning pistols as part of the pay for all recruits. Against this force, so pitifully armed, the government possessed in the city 18,000 seasoned troops, armed with magazine rifles, and a great number of batteries of field artillery. The actual fighting, which lasted 9 days, during which time the government troops made practically no progress, is thus described by the author we have already quoted. Of the barricades, Nevinson says that they were erected everywhere, even the little boys and girls throwing them up in the most out-of-the-way places, so that it was impossible to tell which was a barricade with insurgents to defend it and which was a mock barricade, a circumstance which greatly hindered the progress of the troops, who had always to spend a considerable period in finding out the real nature of the obstruction before they dared to pass it. The very multitude of these barricades, early next morning I counted 130 of them, and I had not seen half, made it difficult to understand the main purpose of all the fighting. As far as they had any definite plan at all, their idea seems to have been to drive a wedge into the heart of the city, supporting the advance by barricades on each side so as to hamper the approach of troops. The four arms of the crossroads were blocked with double or even treble barricades about 10 yards apart. As far as I could see along the curve of the Sadavoya, on both sides, barricade succeeded barricade, and the whole road was covered with telegraph wire, some of it lying loose, some tied across like netting. The barricades enclosing the center of the crossroads like a fort were careful constructions of telegraph poles or the iron supports to the overhead wires of electric trams, closely covered over with doors, railings, and advertising boards, and lashed together with wire. Here and there a tramcar was built in to give solidity, and on the top of every barricade waved a little red flag. Men and women were throwing them, the barricades, up with devoted zeal, sawing telegraph poles, wrenching iron railings from their sockets, and dragging out the planks from builders' yards. Noteworthy as an illustration of how all things, even popular revolutions, change their character as the conditions change in which they operate, is the fact that no barricade was defended in the style of the earlier French or Belgian revolutions. Mr. Nevinson says. But it was not from the barricades themselves that the real opposition came. From first to last no barricade was fought in the old sense of the word. The revolutionary methods were far more terrible and effective. By the side street barricades and wire entanglements, they had rid themselves of the fear of cavalry. By the barricades across the main streets, they had rendered the approach of troops necessarily slow. To the soldiers, the horrible part of the street fighting was that they could never see the real enemy. On coming near a barricade or the entrance to a side street, a few scouts would be advanced a short distance before the guns. As they crept forward, firing as they always did, into the empty barricades in front, they might suddenly find themselves exposed to a terrible revolver fire, at about 15 paces range, from both sides of the street. It was useless to reply, for there was nothing visible to aim at. All they could do was to fire blindly in almost any direction. Then the revolver fire would suddenly cease, the guns would trundle up and wreck the houses on both sides. Windows fell crashing on the pavement, case shot burst into the bedrooms, and round shot made holes through 3 or 4 walls. It was bad for furniture, but the revolutionists had long ago escaped through a labyrinth of courts at the back, and were already preparing a similar attack on another street. The troops did not succeed in overcoming the resistance of the insurgents, but the insurrection rather melted away as suddenly as it had taken form. The main reason for this sudden dissolution lay in receipt of discouraging news from St. Petersburg, from which quarter help had been expected, and was not forthcoming, and in the rumored advance of a hostile body of peasantry eager to cooperate with the soldiery against the people who were hindering the sale of agricultural produce in the Moscow market. Criticism. The action of the soldiery in bringing field guns, or indeed any kind of artillery, into the close quarters of street fighting was against all the teaching of military science, and would infallibly have resulted in the loss of the guns had it not been for the miserable equipment of the insurgents. Had any body of the latter been armed with a reasonable supply of ammunition, the government could only have taken Moscow from the insurgents at the cost of an appalling loss of life. A regular bombardment of the city would only have been possible if the whole loyalist population had withdrawn outside the insurgent lines, and apart from the social reasons against such an abandonment of their business and property, the moral effect of such a desertion of Moscow would have been of immense military value in strengthening the hands of the insurgents and bringing recruits to their ranks. As the military were thus compelled to fight in the city and against a force so badly equipped, not much fault can be found with their tactics. Of the insurgents also it must be said that they made splendid use of their material. It was a wise policy not to man the barricades and an equally wise policy not to open fire at long range where the superior weapons of the enemy would have been able with impunity to crush them, but to wait before betraying their whereabouts until the military had come within easy range of their inferior weapons. Lacking the cooperation of the other Russian cities, and opposed by the ignorant peasantry, the defeat of the insurrection was inevitable, but it succeeded in establishing the fact that even under modern conditions the professional soldier is, in a city, badly handicapped in a fight against really determined civilian revolutionaries. Workers' Republic, May 29, 1915. 47. For the Citizen Army. The Irish Citizen Army was founded during the Great Dublin Lockout of 1913-14, for the purpose of protecting the working class, and of preserving its right of public meeting and free association. The streets of Dublin had been covered by the bodies of helpless men, women, boys, and girls brutally battened by the uniformed bullies of the British government. 3 men had been killed, and 1 young Irish girl murdered by a scab, and nothing was done to bring the assassins to justice. So since justice did not exist for us, since the law instead of protecting the rights of the workers was an open enemy, and since the armed forces of the Crown were unreservedly at the disposal of the enemies of labor, it was resolved to create our own army to secure our rights, to protect our members, and to be a guarantee of our own free progress. The Irish Citizen Army was the first publicly organized armed citizen force south of the Boyne. Its constitution pledged and still pledges its members to work for an Irish Republic, and for the emancipation of labor. It has ever been foremost in all national work, and whilst never neglecting its own special function, has always been at the disposal of the forces of Irish nationality for the ends common to all. Its influence and presence has kept the peace at all labor meetings since its foundation, and the knowledge of its existence and of the spirit of its members has contributed to prevent the employers and the government from proceeding to extremes against the fighting unions. It has in a true and real sense added many shillings per week to the pay of the union members, since it and it alone has prevented the government doing in Dublin what it has done in Barry, namely, send soldiers in to do dockers' work during a strike. Nationally it has done much more. When the great betrayal was perpetrated on Ireland, and John Redmond and his followers, aided by all the capitalist press of the country, joined in a conspiracy to rush the young men of Ireland into the ranks of the British Army, the first stirring blow struck against that betrayal was the historic meeting in Stephen's Green on the night of Redmond's Mansion House fiasco. Who took the field that night in spite of the massed battalions of the British Army, waiting the word in every barrack square in Dublin? It was the Irish Citizen Army sprang into the gap, and by its fearless presence gave new heart and hope to the dismayed and betrayed people of Ireland. When the first deportation order was issued to the first victim, Captain Robert Monteith, who leaped to arms and invited the people of Dublin to hurl their defiance in the teeth of the government. Who rallied to the meeting despite torrents of rain, and in face of the open demonstration of armed force by the Dublin garrison. Again it was the Irish Citizen Army. Who on every occasion on which the enemy has struck his blow at those who stood for freedom has ever hastened to the side of the victims declaring their cause to be its own. The Irish Citizen Army. Who, when the protest meeting was held in the Phoenix Park under directions of the Volunteer Committee, were the only armed body to attend and declare their adhesion to the cause of their imprisoned brothers in arms. The Irish Citizen Army. An armed organization of the Irish working class is a phenomenon in Ireland. Hitherto the workers of Ireland have fought as parts of the armies led by their masters, never as members of an army officered, trained, and inspired by men of their own class. Now, with arms in their hands, they propose to steer their own course, to carve their own future. Neither home rule, nor the lack of home rule, will make them lay down their arms. However it may be for others, for us of the Citizen Army there is but one ideal, an Ireland ruled, and owned, by Irish men and women, sovereign and independent from the centre to the sea, and flying its own flag outward over all the oceans. We cannot be swerved from our course by honeyed words, lulled into carelessness by freedom to parade and strut in uniforms, nor betrayed by high-sounding phrases. The Irish Citizen Army will only cooperate in a forward movement. The moment that forward movement ceases, it reserves to itself the right to step out of the alignment, and advance by itself if needs be, in an effort to plant the banner of freedom one reach further towards its goal. Workers' Republic, October 30, 1915. 48. Ireland, disaffected or revolutionary. Youth of Ireland stand prepared, revolution's dread abyss burns beneath us all but bared. So sang Clarence Mangan in the days of 48. But he sang in vain. The music of his verse charmed the cultured intellect of the leaders, but could not break through their refined distrust of the mob, nor inspire them with a confidence in its willingness to respond to the call. And the verse of Mangan never appealed to the emotions of the mob itself. The revolutionary position was there, the people were ready, but the leaders were lacking in dash and recklessness. As another writer has it of another body of leaders similarly situated, having all their lives sung of the glories of the revolution, when it rose up before them they ran away appalled. These reflections are inspired by the fact that Ireland is at present in the midst of a number of anniversaries of the great days of its patriot dead. On all hands celebrations are being or have been arranged, much oratory is on tap, many verses of more or less merit are pouring forth, and all sorts of men and women are drawing lessons and pointing morals for the edification of the Irish reading public. It is felt that we are now in stirring times, and many people dare even to hope that we are in a revolutionary epoch. It is well then that we of the Irish working class should try and understand the position of the revolutionists of the past, that we may the better realize our position in the present. We do not believe that this is a revolutionary epoch, no more than the days of Mitchell were revolutionary in Ireland, nor the days of Allen, Larkin, and O'Brien. An epoch, to be truly revolutionary, must have a dominating number of men with the revolutionary spirit ready to dare all, and take all risks for the sake of their ideals. In 1848, as later, there were men who talked much of revolution, but when the spirit of the times called upon them to strike they all began to make excuses, to murmur about the danger of premature insurrection, of incomplete preparations, of the awful responsibility of giving the word for insurrection, etc., etc. In 1848, as later, the real revolutionary sentiment was in the hearts of the people, but for the most part they who undertook to give it articulate expression were wanting in the essential ability to translate sentiment into action. They would have been good historians of a revolutionary movement, but were unable to take that leap in the dark which all men must take who plunge into insurrection. For, be it well understood, an insurrection is always doubtful, 1,000 to 1 chance always exists in favor of the established order and against the insurgents. Despite all seeming to the contrary, we assert that Ireland is not a really revolutionary country. Ireland is a disaffected country which has long been accustomed to conduct constitutional agitations in revolutionary language, and what is worse, to conduct revolutionary movements with a due regard to law and order. Our constitutionalists have been ready to defy the law, our revolutionists shine only in legal quirks to evade the letter of the law. The constitutional agitation of the Land League was one prolonged riot of illegality. The revolutionary movement of our own day shrinks from an openly illegal act as nervously as a coy maiden shrinks from a desired lover. It is this paradoxical state of affairs that makes Irish politics so puzzling to the outsider. He listens to the politician appealing to the people to cling to constitutional methods, and at the same time exulting in the agrarian reforms gained by trampling law and order underfoot. He hears the revolutionists telling that England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity, and then, when her greatest difficulty comes, postponing action on the opportunity in order to see if the politician cannot yet succeed by legal agitation. In his brilliant lecture on John Mitchell in the Antient Concert Rooms, on Thursday, November 4, our friend Mr. P. H. Pierce treated his audience to a splendid review of the tendencies of opinions and movement of currents of thought, that applied so well to our own days that many of the audience forgot that it was an analysis of 48 to which they were listening or supposed to be listening. It is that very similarity which enables us to so clearly understand the nature of the forces that destroyed Mitchell. The British government would not wait until the plans of the revolutionists were ready. It has not held Ireland down for 700 years by any such foolish waiting. It struck in its own time, and its blow paralyzed the people. The leaders of the people would not follow Mitchell's lead, but held the people back by talk about premature insurrection, and the desire of the government to provoke us to act before we are ready, and such like phrases repeated glibly, with the solemnity of owls and the foolishness of idiots, until the golden moment of hot wrath was past, and the paraders and the strutters had lost the confidence and destroyed the hopes of the nation. In vain for Clarence Mangan to call to such a people to prepare for revolution. Revolutionists who shrink from giving blow for blow until the great day has arrived, and they have every shoestring in its place, and every man has got his gun, and the enemy has kindly consented to postpone action in order not to needlessly hurry the revolutionists nor disarrange their plans. Such revolutionists only exist in two places, the comic opera stage, and the stage of Irish national politics. We prefer the comic opera brand. It at least serves its purpose. John Mitchell was not defeated by the British government. He was defeated by his own associates. There are no John Mitchells left in Ireland, but of such as those who held back the hands of the people who would have rescued him there are still a goodly brood, all of them as legally seditious, as peacefully revolutionary, and as fatal to the hopes of a nation as ever were their forerunners. Oh, we latter-day Irish are great orators, and great singers, and great reciters, and great at cheering heroic sentiments about revolution. But we are not revolutionists. Not by 1,000 miles. Soldiers of a regular army we can be, soldiers with a well-secured base from which our provisions can come up with clock-like regularity, soldiers with our relatives and dependents securely drawing separation allowances, soldiers with an ambulance service working automatically according to railway timetable, soldiers with unlimited reserves of ammunition, arms, and uniforms. For that kind of war we are ready, ready. But no revolution in history ever had any of these things. None ever will have. Hence we strictly confine ourselves to killing John Bull with our mouths. We have opened this week with a quotation from our own Irish poet, an impassioned, soul-felt appeal to the heart of a nation whose heart was greater than the spirit of its leaders. We shall close with the words of another poet, an American, a trumpet call to his people on the occasion of a crisis in his nation's history. It would be well if it were laid to heart in Ireland today. Once to every man and nation comes the moment to decide. Workers' Republic, November 13, 1915. 49. Economic conscription. Of late we have been getting accustomed to this new phrase, economic conscription, or the policy of forcing men into the army by depriving them of the means of earning a livelihood. In Canada it is called hungerscription. In essence it consists of a recognition of the fact that the working class fight the battles of the rich, that the rich control the jobs or means of existence of the working class, and that therefore if the rich desire to dismiss men eligible for military service, they can compel these men to enlist or starve. Looking still deeper into the question, it is a recognition of the truth that the control of the means of life by private individuals is the root of all tyranny, national, political, militaristic, and that therefore they who control the jobs control the world. Fighting at the front today there are many thousands whose whole soul revolts against what they are doing, but who must nevertheless continue fighting and murdering because they were deprived of a living at home, and compelled to enlist that those dear to them may not starve. Thus under the forms of political freedom the souls of men are subjected to the cruelest tyranny in the world. Recruiting has become a great hunting party with the souls and bodies of men as the game to be hunted and trapped. Every day sees upon the platform the political representatives of the Irish people, busily engaged in destroying the souls, that they might be successful in hunting and capturing the bodies of Irishmen for sale to the English armies. And every day we feel all around us in the workshop, in the yard, at the docks, in the stables, wherever men are employed, the same economic pressure, the same unyielding relentless force, driving men out from home and home life to fight abroad that the exploiters may rule and rob at home. The downward path to hell is easy once you take the first step. The first step in the economic conscription of Irishmen was taken when the employers of Dublin locked their workpeople out in 1913 for daring to belong to the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union. Does that statement astonish you? Well, consider it. In 1913 the employers of Dublin used the weapons of starvation to try and compel men and women to act against their conscience. In 1915 the employers of Dublin and Ireland in general are employing the weapon of starvation in order to compel men to act against their conscience. The same weapon, the same power derived from the same source. At the first anti-conscription meeting in the City Hall of Dublin we heard an employer declaim loudly against the iniquity of compelling men to act against their conscience. And yet in 1913 the same employer had been an active spirit in encouraging his fellow employers to starve a whole countryside in order to compel men and women to act against their conscience. The Great Lockout in 1913-14 was an apprenticeship in brutality, a hardening of the heart of the Irish employing class whose full axe we are only reaping today in the persistent use of the weapon of hunger to compel men to fight for a power they hate, and to abandon a land that they love. If here and there we find an occasional employer who fought us in 1913 agreeing with our national policy in 1915, it is not because he has become converted, or is ashamed of the unjust use of his powers, but simply that he does not see in economic conscription the profit he fancied he saw in denying to his laborers the right to organize in their own way in 1913. Do we find fault with the employer for following his own interests? We do not. But neither are we under any illusion as to his motives. In the same manner we take our stand with our own class, nakedly upon our class interests, but believing that these interests are the highest interests of the race. We cannot conceive of a free Ireland with a subject working class, we cannot conceive of a subject Ireland with a free working class. But we can conceive of a free Ireland with a working class guaranteed the power of freely and peacefully working out its own salvation. We do not believe that the existence of the British Empire is compatible with either the freedom or security of the Irish working class. That freedom and that security can only come as a result of complete absence of foreign domination. Freedom to control all its own resources is as essential to a community as to an individual. No individual can develop all his powers if he is even partially under the control of another, even if that other sincerely wishes him well. The powers of the individual can only be developed properly when he has to bear the responsibility of all his own actions, to suffer for his mistakes, and to profit by his achievements. Man, as man, only arrived at the point at which he is today as a result of thousands of years of strivings with nature. In his stumblings forward along the ages he was punished for every mistake. Nature whipped him with cold, with heat, with hunger, with disease, and each whipping helped him to know what to avoid, and what to preserve. The first great forward step of man was made when he understood the relation between cause and effect, understood that a given action produced and must produce a given result. That no action could possibly be without an effect, that the problem of his life was to find out the causes which produced the effects injurious to him, and, having found them out, to overcome or make provision against them. Just as the whippings of nature produced the improvements in the life habits of man, so the whippings naturally following upon social or political errors are the only proper safeguards for the proper development of nationhood. No nation is worthy of independence until it is independent. No nation is fit to be free until it is free. No man can swim until he has entered the water and failed and been half drowned several times in the attempt to swim. A free Ireland would make dozens of mistakes, and every mistake would cost it dear, and strengthen it for future efforts. But every time it, by virtue of its own strength, remedied a mistake, it would take a long step forward towards security. For security can only come to a nation by a knowledge of some power within itself, some difficulty overcome by a strength which no robber can take away. What is that of which no robber can deprive us? The answer is, experience. Experience in freedom would strengthen us in power to attain security. Security would strengthen us in our progress towards greater freedom. Ireland is not the empire is not Ireland. Anything in Ireland that depends upon the empire depends upon that which the fortunes of war may destroy at any moment, depends upon that which the progress of enlightenment must destroy in the near future. The people of India, of Egypt, cannot be forever enslaved. Anything in Ireland that depends upon the internal resources of Ireland has a basis and foundation which no disaster to the British Empire can destroy, which disasters to the British Empire may conceivably cause to flourish. The security of the working class of Ireland then has the same roots as the security of the people of Ireland as a whole. The roots are in Ireland, and can only grow and function properly in an atmosphere of national freedom. And the security of the people of Ireland has the same roots as the security of the Irish working class. In the closely linked modern world, no nation can be free which can nationally connive at the enslavement of any section of that nation. Had the misguided people of Ireland not stood so callously by when the forces of economic conscription were endeavouring to destroy the Irish Transport and General Workers' Union in 1913, the Irish trade unionists would now be in a better position to fight the economic conscription against Irish nationalists in 1915. The sympathetic strike, with its slogan "An injury to one is the concern of all," was then the universal object of hatred. It is now recognized that only the sympathetic strike could be powerful enough to save the victims of economic conscription from being forced into the army. Out of that experience is growing that feeling of identity of interests between the forces of real nationalism and Labour which we have long worked and hoped for in Ireland. Labour recognizes daily more clearly that its real well-being is linked and bound up with the hope of growth of Irish resources within Ireland, and nationalists realize that the real progress of a nation towards freedom must be measured by the progress of its most subject class. We want and must have economic conscription in Ireland for Ireland. Not the conscription of men by hunger to compel them to fight for the power that denies them the right to govern their own country, but the conscription by an Irish nation of all the resources of the nation, its land, its railways, its canals, its workshops, its docks, its mines, its mountains, its rivers and streams, its factories and machinery, its horses, its cattle, and its men and women, all cooperating together under one common direction that Ireland may live and bear upon her fruitful bosom the greatest number of the freest people she has ever known. Workers' Republic, December 18, 1915. 50. The ties that bind. Recently we have been pondering deeply over the ties that bind this country to England. It is not a new theme for our thoughts. For long years we have carried on propaganda in Ireland pointing out how the strings of self-interest bound the capitalist and landlord classes to the empire, and how it thus became a waste of time to appeal to those classes in the name of Irish patriotism. We have said that the working class was the only class to whom the word empire, and the things of which it was the symbol, did not appeal. That to the propertied classes empire meant high dividends and financial security, whereas to the working class that meant only the things it was in rebellion against. Therefore from the intelligent working class could alone come the revolutionary impulse. Recently we have seen the spread of those ties of self-interest binding certain classes and individuals to the empire. We have seen it spread to a most astonishing degree until its ramifications cover the island, like the spread of a foul disease. It would be almost impossible to name a single class or section of the population not evilly affected by this social, political, and moral leprosy. Beginning with our parliamentary representatives, we see men so poisoned by the evil association of Parliament and enervated with the unwanted luxury of a salary much greater than they could ever hope to enjoy in private life, that they have instantly and completely abandoned all the traditions of their political party, and become the mouthpieces and defenders of an imperial system their greatest leaders had never ceased to hold up to the scorn of the world. We see the ties of self-interest so poisoning those men that they become the foulest slanderers and enemies of all who stand for that unfettered Ireland to which they also once pledged their heartiest allegiance. For the sake of £400 a year they become imperialists, for the sake of large travelling expenses and luxurious living they become lying recruiters. Corporation after corporation elected to administer our towns and cities neglect their proper business, and make their city halls and town halls the scene of attempts to stampede the youth and manhood of Ireland out of the country to die inglorious deaths in foreign fields. And while those young and middle-aged men perish afar off, the mayors and councillors who sent them to their doom scramble for place and titles at the hands of a foreign tyrant. We hear of a mayor in a western city drawing £5 per week as a recruiter, and a councillor in Dublin prostituting himself for a paltry 17/6 per week for the same dirty cause. Between those two there are all sorts of grades and steps in infamy. The Western mayor is reckoned by his associates as having got a good price for his soul, whereas the Dublin councillor who sells himself for 17/6 per week is generally despised as having made a sorry trade. One councillor gets one thing, his colleague gets another. One Dublin city councillor has hired a number of his derelict houses to the government for munitions factories at a tidy sum, another is assured of good contracts, another is promised a reversion of a good salaried position in a few months. There is nobody in a representative position so mean that the British government will not pay some price for his Irish soul. Newspaper men sell their Irish souls for government advertisements paid for at a lavish rate, professors sell their souls for salaries and expenses, clergymen sell theirs for jobs for their relatives, businessmen sell their souls and become recruiters lest they lose the custom of government officials. In all the grades of Irish society the only section that has not furnished even one apostate to the cause it had worked for in times of peace is that of the much hated and traduced militant labour leaders. But if the militant labour leaders of Ireland have not apostatized, the same cannot be said of the working class as a whole. It is with shame and sorrow we say it, but the evil influence upon large sections of the Irish working class of the bribes and promises of the enemy cannot be denied. We know all that can be said in extenuation of their mistakes, all that we ourselves have said and will say in condonation and excuse of their lapses from the path of true patriotism. But when all is said and done, the facts remain horrible and shameful to the last degree. For the sake of a few paltry shillings per week, thousands of Irish workers have sold their country in the hour of their country's greatest need and greatest hope. For the sake of a few paltry shillings separation allowance, thousands of Irish women have made life miserable for their husbands with entreaties to join the British Army. For the sake of a few paltry shillings separation allowance, thousands of young Irish girls have rushed into matrimony with young Irish traders who, in full knowledge of the hopes of nationalist Ireland, had enlisted in the army that England keeps here to slaughter Irish patriots. For what is the reason for the presence of the English army in this country? The sole reason for the presence of such soldiers in Dublin, in Ireland, is that they may be used to cut the throats of Irish men and women should we dare demand for Ireland what the British government is pretending to fight for in Belgium. For the sake of the separation allowance thousands of Irish men, women, and young girls have become accomplices of the British government in this threatened crime against the true men and women of Ireland. Like a poisonous ulcer, this tie of self-interest has spread over Ireland, corrupting and destroying all classes, from the Lord Mayor in his mansion house to the poor boy and girl in the slum. Corrupting all hearts, destroying all friendships, poisoning all minds. The British government stands in the marketplaces and streets of Ireland buying the souls of the men and women, the boys and the girls, whom ambition, or greed, or passion, or vice, or poverty, or ignorance makes weak enough to listen to its seductions. And yet the great heart of the nation remains true. Someday most of those deluded and misled brothers and sisters of ours will learn the truth, someday we will welcome them back to our arms purified and repentant of their errors. Perhaps on that day the same evil passions the enemy has stirred up in so many of our Irish people will play havoc with his own hopes, and make more bitter and deadly the cup of his degradation and defeat. But deep in the heart of Ireland has sunk the sense of the degradation wrought upon its people, our lost brothers and sisters, so deep and humiliating that no agency less potent than the red tide of war on Irish soil will ever be able to enable the Irish race to recover its self-respect, or establish its national dignity in the face of a world horrified and scandalized by what must seem to them our national apostasy. Without the slightest trace of irreverence, but in all due humility and awe, we recognize that of us as of mankind before Calvary it may truly be said, without the shedding of blood there is no redemption. Workers' Republic, February 5, 1916. 51. The Reconquest of Ireland, Woman. In our chapter dealing with the industrial conditions of Belfast, it was noted that the extremely high rate of sickness in the textile industry, the prevalence of tuberculosis and cognate diseases, affected principally the female workers, as does also the prevalence of a comparative illiteracy amongst the lower paid grades of labor in that city. The recent dispute in Dublin also brought out in a very striking manner the terrible nature of the conditions under which women and girls labor in the capital city, the shocking insanitary conditions of the workshops, the grinding tyranny of those in charge, and the alarmingly low vitality which resulted from the inability to procure proper food and clothes with the meager wages paid. Consideration of such facts inevitably leads to reflection on the whole position of women in modern Ireland, and their probable attitude towards any such change as that we are forecasting. It will be observed by the thoughtful reader that the development in Ireland of what is known as the women's movement has synchronized with the appearance of women upon the industrial field, and that the acuteness and fierceness of the women's war has kept even pace with the spread amongst educated women of a knowledge of the sordid and cruel nature of the lot of their suffering sisters of the wage-earning class. We might say that the development of what, for want of a better name, is known as sex consciousness, has waited for the spread, amongst the more favored women, of a deep feeling of social consciousness, what we have elsewhere in this work described as a civic conscience. The awakening amongst women of a realization of the fact that modern society was founded upon force and injustice, that the highest honors of society have no relation to the merits of the recipients, and that acute human sympathies were rather hindrances than helps in the world, was a phenomenon due to the spread of industrialism and to the merciless struggle for existence which it imposes upon woman, as the weaker physical vessel and as the most untrained recruit. That struggle was inevitably the most cruel. It is a matter for deep thankfulness that the more intellectual women broke out into revolt against the anomaly of being compelled to bear all the worst burdens of the struggle, and yet be denied even the few political rights enjoyed by the male portion of their fellow sufferers. Had the boon of political equality been granted as readily as political wisdom should have dictated, much of the revolutionary value of woman's enfranchisement would probably have been lost. But the delay, the politicians' breach of faith with the women, a breach of which all parties were equally culpable, the long-continued struggle, the ever-spreading wave of martyrdom of the militant women of Great Britain and Ireland, and the spread amongst the active spirits of the labor movement of an appreciation of the genuineness of the women's longings for freedom, as of their courage in fighting for it, produced an almost incalculable effect for good upon the relations between the two movements. In Ireland the women's cause is felt by all labor men and women as their cause. The labor cause has no more earnest and wholehearted supporters than the militant women. Rebellion, even in thought, produces a mental atmosphere of its own. The mental atmosphere the women's rebellion produced opened their eyes and trained their minds to an understanding of the effects upon their sex of a social system in which the weakest must inevitably go to the wall, and when a further study of the capitalist system taught them that the term the weakest means in practice the most scrupulous, the gentlest, the most humane, the most loving and compassionate, the most honorable, and the most sympathetic, then the militant women could not fail to see that capitalism penalized in human beings just those characteristics of which women supposed themselves to be the most complete embodiment. Thus the spread of industrialism makes for the awakening of a social consciousness, awakes in women a feeling of self-pity as the greatest sufferers under social and political injustice, the divine wrath aroused when that self-pity is met with a sneer, and justice is denied, leads women to revolt, and revolt places women in comradeship and equality with all the finer souls whose life is given to warfare against established iniquities. The worker is the slave of capitalist society, the female worker is the slave of that slave. In Ireland that female worker has hitherto exhibited, in her martyrdom, an almost damnable patience. She has toiled on the farms from her earliest childhood, attaining usually to the age of ripe womanhood without ever being vouchsafed the right to claim as her own a single penny of the money earned by her labor, and knowing that all her toil and privation would not earn her that right to the farm which would go without question to the most worthless member of the family, if that member chanced to be the eldest son. The daughters of the Irish peasantry have been the cheapest slaves in existence, slaves to their own family, who were, in turn, slaves to all social parasites of a landlord and gamine-ridden community. The peasant, in whom centuries of servitude and hunger had bred a fierce craving for money, usually regarded his daughters as beings sent by God to lighten his burden through life, and too often the same point of view was as fiercely insisted upon by the clergymen of all denominations. Never did the idea seem to enter the Irish peasant's mind, or be taught by his religious teachers, that each generation should pay to its successors the debt it owes to its forerunners, that thus, by spending itself for the benefit of its children, the human race ensures the progressive development of all. The Irish peasant, in too many cases, treated his daughters in much the same manner as he regarded a plough or a spade as tools with which to work the farm. The whole mental outlook, the entire moral atmosphere of the countryside, enforced this point of view. In every chapel, church, or meeting house the insistence was ever upon duties to those in superior stations, duties to the church, duties to the parents. Never were the ears of the young polluted by any reference to rights, and, growing up in this atmosphere, the women of Ireland accepted their position of social inferiority. That in spite of this they have ever proven valuable assets in every progressive movement in Ireland, is evidence of the great value their cooperation will be when to their self-sacrificing acceptance of duty they begin to unite its necessary counterpoise, a high-minded assertion of rights. We are not speaking here of rights in the thin and attenuated meaning of the term to which we have been accustomed by the liberal or other spokesmen of the capitalist class, that class to whom the assertion of rights has ever been the last word of human wisdom. We are rather using it in the sense in which it is used by, and is familiar to, the labor movement. We believe, with that movement, that the serene performance of duty, combined with and inseparable from the fearless assertion of rights, unite to make the highest expression of the human soul. That soul is the grandest which most unquestionably acquiesces in the performance of duty, and most unflinchingly claims its rights, even against a world in arms. In Ireland the soul of womanhood has been trained for centuries to surrender its rights, and as a consequence the race has lost its chief capacity to withstand assaults from without, and demoralization from within. Those who preached to Irish womankind fidelity to duty as the only ideal to be striven after were, consciously or unconsciously, fashioning a slave mentality, which the Irish mothers had perforce to transmit to the Irish child. The militant women who, without abandoning their fidelity to duty, are yet teaching their sisters to assert their rights are re-establishing a sane and perfect balance that makes more possible a well-ordered Irish nation. The system of private capitalist property in Ireland, as in other countries, has given birth to the law of primogeniture under which the eldest son usurps the ownership of all property, to the exclusion of the females of the family. Rooted in a property system founded upon force, this iniquitous law was unknown to the older social system of ancient Erin, and, in its actual workings out in modern Erin, it has been and is responsible for the moral murder of countless virtuous Irish maidens. It has meant that, in the continual dispersion of Irish families, the first to go was not the eldest son, as most capable of bearing the burden and heat of a struggle in a foreign country, but was rather the younger and least capable sons, or the gentler and softer daughters. Gentle Charles Kickham sang, "O brave, brave Irish girls! We well might call you brave. Sure the least of all your perils is the stormy ocean wave." Everyone acquainted with the lot encountered by Irish emigrant girls in the great cities of England or America, the hardships they had to undergo, the temptations to which they were subject, and the extraordinary proportion of them that succumbed to these temptations, must acknowledge that the poetic insight of Kickham correctly appreciated the gravity of the perils that awaited them. It is humiliating to have to record that the overwhelming majority of those girls were sent out upon a conscienceless world, absolutely destitute of training and preparation, and relying solely upon their physical strength and intelligence to carry them safely through. Laws made by men shut them out of all hope of inheritance in their native land, their male relatives exploited their labor and returned them never a penny as reward, and finally, when at last their labor could not wring sufficient from the meager soil to satisfy the exact ions of all, these girls were incontinently packed off across the ocean with, as a parting blessing, the adjuration to be sure and send some money home. Those who prate glibly about the sacredness of the home and the sanctity of the family circle would do well to consider what home in Ireland today is sacred from the influence of the greedy mercenary spirit, born of the system of capitalist property, What family circle is unbroken by the emigration of its most gentle and loving ones? Just as the present system in Ireland has made cheap slaves or untrained emigrants of the flower of our peasant women, so it has darkened the lives and starved the intellect of the female operatives in mills, shops, and factories. Wherever there is a great demand for female labor, as in Belfast, we find that the woman tends to become the chief support of the house. Driven out to work at the earliest possible age, she remains fettered to her wage, earning a slave for life. Marriage does not mean for her arrest from outside labor, it usually means that, to the outside labor, she has added the duty of a double domestic toil. Throughout her life she remains a wage earner, completing each day's work. She becomes the slave of the domestic needs of her family, and when at night she drops wearied upon her bed, it is with the knowledge that at the earliest morn she must find her way again into the service of the capitalist, and at the end of that coming day's service for him hasten homeward again for another round of domestic drudgery. So her whole life runs a dreary pilgrimage from one drudgery to another, the coming of children but serving as milestones in her journey to signalize fresh increases to her burdens. Overworked, underpaid, and scantily nourished because underpaid, she falls easy prey to all the diseases that infect the badly constructed warrens of the poor. Her life is darkened from the outset by poverty, and the drudgery to which poverty is born, and the starvation of the intellect follows as an inevitable result upon the too early drudgery of the body. Of what use to such sufferers can be the re-establishment of any form of Irish state if it does not embody the emancipation of womanhood? As we have shown, the whole spirit and practice of modern Ireland, as it expresses itself through its pastors and masters, bear socially and politically, hardly upon women. That spirit and that practice had their origins in the establishment in this country of a social and political order based upon the private ownership of property, as against the older order based upon the common ownership of a related community. Whatever class rules industrially will rule politically, and impose upon the community in general the beliefs, customs, and ideas most suitable to the perpetuation of its rule. These beliefs, customs, ideas become then the highest expression of morality, and so remain until the ascent to power of another ruling industrial class establishes a new morality. In Ireland since the conquest, the landlord capitalist class has ruled. The beliefs, customs, ideas of Ireland are the embodiment of the slave morality we inherited from those who accepted that rule in one or other of its forms. The subjection of women was an integral part of that rule. Unless women were kept in subjection and their rights denied, there was no guarantee that field would be added unto field in the patrimony of the family, or that wealth would accumulate even although men should decay. So, down from the landlord to the tenant or peasant proprietor, from the monopolist to the small businessman eager to be a monopolist, and from all above to all below, filtered the beliefs, customs, ideas establishing a slave morality which enforces the subjection of women as the standard morality of the country. None so fitted to break the chains as they who wear them, none so well equipped to decide what is a fetter. In its march towards freedom, the working class of Ireland must cheer on the efforts of those women who, feeling on their souls and bodies the fetters of the ages, have arisen to strike them off, and cheer all the louder if in its hatred of thraldom and passion for freedom the women's army forges ahead of the militant army of labor. But whosoever carries the outworks of the citadel of oppression, the working class alone can raze it to the ground. Chapter 7, The Reconquest of Ireland, 1915. 52. We will rise again. The celebrations of the past week in Ireland are a welcome reminder of the indestructible nature of the spirit of freedom. Who would have thought in August, 1914, that in March, 1916, the principle of a distinct and separate existence for Irish nationality would evoke such splendid manifestations of popular support and popular approval? In August, 1914, it seemed to many of the most hopeful of us that Ireland had at length taken its final plunge into the abyss of imperialism, and bade a long farewell to all hopes of a separate unfettered existence as a nation. Plans carefully laid for years before had been suddenly and relentlessly put in operation. A party of parliamentary representatives elected to obtain home rule from England, and without any mandate expressing hostility to any other people, suddenly claimed the power and right to pledge the manhood of Ireland to battle with a friendly nation, a nation whose last public act towards Ireland had been an attempt to open the port of Queenstown when shut by English intrigue. The same parliamentary party publicly renounced all hope and desire that this country should ever attain the status of nationhood, and expressly limited the ambitions of Ireland to such freedoms as the British government would judge to be not incompatible with the British Empire. Having so limited the claims and renounced the hopes of Ireland, this parliamentary party consummated its treason by calling upon their fellow countrymen to go out to die, in order to win for Belgium those national rights and powers they had just renounced the right to claim for Ireland. The public press, the vaunted guardians of public liberty, sold themselves in a body to the government that had publicly pledged itself not to interfere with an Orange-cum-militarist conspiracy against the liberties of Ireland, and immediately became the foulest slanderers and vilifiers of all who stood by the national cause they had deserted. The few papers that refused to be bullied, or to be bought, were ruthlessly suppressed by military force. All over Ireland the public representatives whom a lifetime of political intrigue, vote hunting, and job hunting had debased and demoralized yielded at the first onset of the new Irish imperialism, and joyfully, eagerly, exultantly sold their country and their country's cause. August, 1914, and the months immediately succeeding it, were months of darkness and of national tribulation. If the darkest hour is that before the dawn, then the dawn should not be far off, for surely no darker hour could come for Ireland than that we passed through in the beginning of this English war upon Germany. But slowly, gradually, but persistently, the forces standing for the social and national freedom of Ireland won the people back to greater sanity and clearer visions. Despite imprisonment, despite persecution, despite suppression of newspapers, despite avalanches of carefully framed lies, the truth made headway throughout the country. The people saw clearer and clearer that nothing had been changed in Ireland, that Ireland was still denied every prerogative that makes for true nationhood, that her interests were still subject to the interests of a rival country, that the Home Rule Act expressly declared for the subjection of Ireland as a permanent condition, that the Redmond-Devlin party had sold the birthright of their country in return for the valueless promise of a government that did not even keep faith with its own countrymen or women, that the British Empire and the freedom or prosperity of the Irish people were two things that could not exist together in Ireland, and that therefore one or the other must forever and utterly perish. All through Ireland last week the manhood and womanhood of the nation have gladly, enthusiastically proclaimed their realization of those truths. This 17th of March will be forever memorable for that reason. The magnificent parades of volunteers under arms, the overflowing meetings, the joyous abandon of the Irish gatherings of all descriptions, and above all the exultant rebel note everywhere manifest, all were signs that the cause of freedom is again in the ascendant in Ireland. The cause is not lost. This 17th of March has assured us that despite all the treasons of all the traitors, Ireland still remains as pure in heart as ever, and though empires fall and tyrannies perish, we will rise again. Workers' Republic, March 25, 1916. 53. The Irish Flag. The Council of the Irish Citizen Army has resolved, after grave and earnest deliberation, to hoist the green flag of Ireland over Liberty Hall, as over a fortress held for Ireland by the arms of Irishmen. This is a momentous decision in the most serious crisis Ireland has witnessed in our day and generation. It will, we are sure, send a thrill through the hearts of every true Irish man and woman, and send the red blood coursing fiercely along the veins of every lover of the race. It means that in the midst of and despite the treasons and backslidings of leaders and guides, in the midst of and despite all the weaknesses, corruption, and moral cowardice of a section of the people, in the midst of and despite all this there still remains in Ireland a spot where a body of true men and women are ready to hoist, gather round, and to defend the flag made sacred by all the sufferings of all the martyrs of the past. Since this unholy war first started, we have seen every symbol of Irish freedom desecrated to the purposes of the enemy, we have witnessed the prostitution of every holy Irish tradition. That the young men of Ireland might be seduced into the service of the nation that denies every national power to their country, We have seen appeals made to our love of freedom, to our religious instincts, to our sympathy for the oppressed, to our kinship with suffering. The power that for 700 years has waged bitter and unrelenting war upon the freedom of Ireland, and that still declares that the rights of Ireland must forever remain subordinate to the interests of the British Empire, hypocritically appealed to our young men to enlist under her banner and shed their blood in the interests of freedom. The power whose reign in Ireland has been one long carnival of corruption and debauchery of civic virtue, and which has rioted in the debasement and degradation of everything Irish men and women hold sacred, appealed to us in the name of religion to fight for her as the champion of Christendom. The power which holds in subjection more of the world's population than any other power on the globe, and holds them in subjection as slaves without any guarantee of freedom or power of self-government, this power that sets Catholic against Protestant, the Hindu against the Mohammedan, the yellow man against the brown, and keeps them quarreling with each other whilst she robs and murders them all, this power appeals to Ireland to send her sons to fight under England's banner for the cause of the oppressed. The power whose rule in Ireland has made of Ireland a desert, and made the history of our race read like the records of a shambles, as she plans for the annihilation of another race, appeals to our manhood to fight for her because of our sympathy for the suffering, and of our hatred of oppression. For generations the shamrock was banned as a national emblem of Ireland, but in her extremity England uses the shamrock as a means for exciting in foolish Irishmen loyalty to England. For centuries the green flag of Ireland was a thing accursed and hated by the English garrison in Ireland, as it is still in their inmost hearts. But in India, in Egypt, in Flanders, in Gallipoli, the green flag is used by our rulers to encourage Irish soldiers of England to give up their lives for the power that denies their country the right of nationhood. Green flags wave over recruiting offices in Ireland and England as a bait to lure on poor fools to dishonourable deaths in England's uniform. The national press of Ireland, the true national press, uncorrupted and unterrified, has largely succeeded in turning back the tide of demoralization, and opening up the minds of the Irish public to a realization of the truth about the position of their country in the war. The national press of Ireland is a real flag of freedom flying for Ireland despite the enemy, but it is well that also there should fly in Dublin the green flag of this country as a rallying point of our forces and embodiment of all our hopes. Where better could that flag fly than over the unconquered citadel of the Irish working class, Liberty Hall, the fortress of the militant working class of Ireland. We are out for Ireland for the Irish. But who are the Irish? Not the rack-renting, slum-owning landlord, not the sweating, profit-grinding capitalist, not the sleek and oily lawyer, not the prostitute pressman, the hired liars of the enemy. Not these are the Irish upon whom the future depends. Not these, but the Irish working class, the only secure foundation upon which a free nation can be reared. The cause of labour is the cause of Ireland, the cause of Ireland is the cause of labour. They cannot be dissevered. Ireland seeks freedom. Labour seeks that an Ireland free should be the sole mistress of her own destiny, supreme owner of all material things within and upon her soil. Labour seeks to make the free Irish nation the guardian of the interests of the people of Ireland, and to secure that end would vest in that free Irish nation all property rights as against the claims of the individual, with the end in view that the individual may be enriched by the nation, and not by the spoiling of his fellows. Having in view such a high and holy function for the nation to perform, is it not well and fitting that we of the working class should fight for the freedom of the nation from foreign rule, as the first requisite for the free development of the national powers needed for our class? It is so fitting. Therefore on Sunday, April 16, 1916, the green flag of Ireland will be solemnly hoisted over Liberty Hall as the symbol of our faith in freedom, and as a token to all the world that the working class of Dublin stands for the cause of Ireland, and the cause of Ireland is the cause of a separate and distinct nationality. In these days of doubt, despair, and resurgent hope we fling our banner to the breeze, the flag of our fathers, the symbol of our national redemption, the sunburst shining over an Ireland reborn. Workers' Republic, April 8, 1916. About the editor. Sean Harkin is a socialist living in Derry, Ireland. He participated in the 1997 UPS strike as a member of Teamsters Local 251 in Rhode Island and was an organizer of the historic 2006-7 immigrant rights marches in Chicago with the March 10 movement. He was the foil People Before Profit candidate in the 2017 Westminster election. A member of the International Socialist Organization in the United States, Shaun is a member of the Socialist Workers Network and People Before Profit in Ireland. Shaun served on the editorial board of the International Socialist Review. His writings have appeared in the International Socialist Review, Socialist Worker, US, Jacobin, Z, Truth Out, Socialist Worker, Ireland, and elsewhere.